Hey everyone, welcome back to another Yeti Weekly. Here I am Isaac. Joined with me today is NEETfull. NEETfull, how are you doing today?
I am doing very, very good today, and I am excited to watch some Grand Archive. And this is by far one of my favorite parts of the season. Is a lot of decks are coming out. There's a lot of like new tech that people are starting to really test with. And with this being essentially the first week of ranked, we're going to start seeing some really cool decks coming out of this.
Yeah, I'm really excited too. I love, especially when people, like you just said, when ranked happens, people start to, change how they build decks, and then maybe stop playing some less experimental builds and start going to more some standard ones and try to refine their list. So try to climb that leaderboard as soon as possible. So yeah, definitely excited for some GA today, as always, especially on here, Stream Bounce Productions. Love it.
Oh, for sure, for sure. I guess because we got a little bit of time as we wait for this first round to go into. What I know we talked about a little bit as we were kind of getting ready. What has been kind of your favorite card so far to play going into this, or what has been your favorite like new card out of DTR?
DTR favorite card. So I mean, also there's been a lot. I mean, playing with when you get to do some cool stuff. Obviously, a Spectre package is neat. You get to do the whole liminal guides, bring it back, do all that kind of stuff. But I always like the a little more memey cards and the cards that can build towards an archetype that might not necessarily be there. But I will say, talking about Spectres, is Unyielding Wraith Guard. It's the 2 cost 0/2 Spectre with taunt, and then on death it returns to the field as ephemeral. So I really like that card because it's a double cremation ritual target. So you can play it, cremate it, and then it comes right back as another taunt unit, and you can cremate it again technically. So that's been a really fun card to experiment with and with specters as a whole. But how about you? Do you have a favorite DTR archetype or card you've been playing?
In terms of card, I think honestly think it's probably Crossroads Spectre has been my favorite, at least to meme
Yeah.
around with. Just because I've been, of course, Merlin now back on the table. Of course, with Crux now being a little bit more scary where we're at now. I love hitting that on the board, saying it's a 3/3, and being like, all right, cool, I'm gonna hit you. And then the opponent looks at the material deck and goes, okay, I'll just get rid of a card. And then kind of stops for a second, is like, I play all these cards. I guess get rid of this. And then of course the other text box of that being if I cremate this guy, he comes back as a 4/4 if you've got 7, right? And like,
Yeah,
yeah, hit you
yeah.
again. Let's do it again. And man, I'm loving playing that card so much.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, there's a lot of really cool DTR cards to mess around with. I mean, I think we're only scratching the surface. Everyone's found some of the strong stuff, the easy stuff to find. Last week or a couple weeks ago, we saw Suited go 4-0, and which is really cool. That Suited is definitely an actual archetype. I think some people thought it might be a little too weak or whatever it might be for the set. Board clears are a thing, but we did see go 4-0 in one of the weeklies here, and so that's been really cool to see. But yeah, jumping into eventually here, we're going to start playing some gameplay. We do have a Fire Crux Knight Lorraine, which I think we expect to see. That's been pretty strong and pretty much on a lot of radars for a lot of people, and then also Water Astra Diana. So I'm looking excited. You know, excited to see how those decks play against each other. How about you?
Oh, listen, this is actually one of the decks that we got time to talk about it before I was going to talk about, and that is the Fire Crux Lorraine. It's something we've been messing around with, we've been testing around with, and that is a deck that gets very, very scary. And not to mention, with Jimmy Lee being the one piloting this list, it's even
Yeah.
more terrifying. Because if I see Fire Crux Lorraine, I'm already scared. If I see Jimmy Lee sitting across me playing Fire Crux Lorraine, I'm like, all right, cool. Let's go ahead and sign the slip now. Let's move on.
Yeah. Jimmy being on Fire Lorraine, I think that's a classic. And actually playing a Looking Glass version of this deck, which is really cool to see. And Jimmy Lee obviously starting with a really strong start of, playing a 2 cost floating memory ally into a cremation ritual is always a really good way to start your turn one.
Oh, easily. Especially just get that out there, start up that level 1, make it easy, keep that influence going. I don't think there's a better start Fire can ask for at that point.
For sure, yeah. Now, one of the things I was noticing, I've been playing a lot of Diana recently, so I'm glad we get to see a Water Diana here because just yesterday at my own locals, I was playing Fire Diana, but my friend had a Water Diana list, and it's surprising how much value that Water Diana can actually start getting because of how much glimpse they get off of stuff like Aqua Mirage Whisperer, the Aether wing weapon that of the water exclusive Aether wing weapon. So I'm excited to see how fast if the water player can get there and actually get enough value. Um, and as I'm saying this, something really cool is we get to see a Nert Sword. So I'll kick on over to you, NEETfull, about Nerd Sword and what makes this really cool with with Lorraine and all that.
Oh, I've been playing this card so much. This is something that's really cool about this set is the fact that we have weapons that we've seen before, just altered into this shifted version, as we see with the Looking Glass. And a Nerd Sword is really cool because we essentially get the bonuses of having the Bulwark Sword, of being that base 2/2 sword. And the only
Yeah,
real cost here is when you materialize it, you got to pay 2 more. And because of that, he essentially paid 2 during what is essentially his recollection or materialization in this case, and it said, "All right, cool. Here's a 2/2 sword. Let's try to deal with this now."
yeah. I mean, it's super powerful. It's cool that Jimmy was able to do the turn one cremation ritual onto the honorable vanguard, and then still have those 2 cards from cremation ritual to pay for the inert sword on enter cost, or additional cost, I should say. Water Diana, water in general, I feel this is the most classic play you can ever see in GA, which is a backup charger. Pay the 3 into a fracturize onto that power cell. I mean, that's like, I feel like the bread and butter of water right now.
Oh, 100%. And we're definitely probably going to see he's probably going to want to get distant on his champion here, so that's going to give him plenty of resources to say, "All right, cool. I'll give myself distant at the end of your turn, and then we're going straight into Diana, I assume here." Is probably what he's
Yeah,
setting up for.
I think so, for sure. I mean, one of the things I noticed with playing Water Dana is that, first of all, like exactly what you're saying, getting that distant, it can be hard. It's making sure you have and having enough cards that make yourself distant, but not too many cards where it's kind of like like just annoying or useless. uh, is like, or become dead cards in your hand. It can be a careful balance. We'll see if the Water Dana player is able to get enough of those Crystalline Archers and Frostborn Paladins on board to start pushing damage to Jimmy Lee. I will say, as I'm saying all this, Jimmy Lee played a Rile the Abyss to a double Liminal Guide discard.
I was about to comment that. I looked over and I was like, "Wait a second, is that 2 liminal guides that he just pitched in there?"
Yeah, it's a
Listen,
double. Go for
I've already
it.
said that the Ryle is incredibly good, but like, it's when you high roll with that, it's just like, all right, this card is really good.
Yeah, double Rile the Abyss into, or not double Rile, double discard off the Rile Abyss into a Creative Shock into the Honorable discarding the Honorable Vanguard to go level up for 1 basically, and then getting 2 Liminal Guides to draw into hand twice is, I mean, this is such a powerful turn for Jimmy.
This is what I am terrified of, and luckily his opponent doesn't have any allies on board, because if he did, he could even take advantage of that level 2 Loran and just even get more draw here, especially with already having a 2 damage sword. Swinging that in for 4 to draw a card is it's pretty nuts. But even here, saying I'm gonna hit you for a lot of damage because of this bonus, pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. And I think we see a reckoning wake here on board for Jimmy. I believe this is in Jimmy's recollection here. So Jimmy's going to be looking at the top. I believe it's 5 cards, or 6 cards off the top. Or no, it is 5 cards off the top of his deck here, and rearranging them in whatever order he wants before he goes to his recollection draws for the turn. So he gets kind of set up for the turn and figure out what he wants and to draw specifically. This is going to give him a lot of just knowledge for the future reference. And he's probably at a decent amount of cards here where he might be able to go like Dungeon Guide into Onslaught. You might have enough cards to do all that. And with Joel being only at Spirit, that's pretty scary.
Oh, pretty terrifying. And as well as people maybe asking kind of like, how did he just play an Umbra card when he's not even Umbra? Cool part about Looking Glass is it doesn't just care about your Regalia being Distortion, it cares about any card you play being Distortion. So as long as that text box says Distortion on there, you are going to be able to play that card even if you're not in that element, which is even more nuts for this Divine Relic.
Yeah, yeah. I actually remember this card Reckoning's Wake was spoiled to me at Worlds by Once in Love, and I read, I was like, this seems bad. Why would I play this card? And I didn't read that it had distortion subtyping on there. And I was like, oh, that makes sense. So Jimmy, hey, he has it all though. He has that dungeon guide to level up to level 3 here. I mean, this is just so much strength coming out from Jimmy Lee. This is the, like you were talking about earlier, the strength of Rile the Abyss and the value of Rile the Abyss that you can get with it.
Yeah, it's for sure. And this is kind of one of those situations where you can't ask for a better sequence of turns for Crux. Like you're just saying, cool, I'm gonna hit level 3 way before you do. And the fact that Joel is still on Spirit, as we mentioned earlier, is absolutely terrifying in this situation. And I
Yeah,
think
certainly.
how many fire cards does he have in his discard right now? Is that 2? I think he's only 1 off from
So,
also setting up the
from
rending.
yeah, from oh, yeah, probably it's Probably really close. Jimmy did swing this turn, so it won't be the rending this turn. There's probably a Ryle and a Creative Shock in the discard there from earlier. We do. Oh, well, there's a third one there. Oh yeah, there's probably another
Yep.
Creation Ritual in there too
Oh,
from
yeah, yeah.
earlier. So he has enough to do a Rending Flames now. Jimmy, he loves his Rending Flames, so I'm sure he's on. Yeah, he certainly is. He's on two of it in his main and another one on the side. So going for those really big turns, breaking the swords, using Onsol to or whatever it might be. And actually, I believe Jimmy's list isn't actually on Onsol. His list is more on the. Oh no, it is on Onsol. It is on Onsol. So last week, I believe, or one of the weeks before, he was on just Spirit Blade Ascensions and just not really using the Onsol. But definitely, it seems like he's on that train now, recognizing how strong it is, how much it can make his Rending Flames be a lot stronger after you break all those swords, and allowing the Lorraine Crux Knight, which gets +1 power on their attack for every single sword in their banishment. So those Rending Flames can come in for a lot of damage really quickly.
Not to mention within Soul, the power of Votive Runeblade is absolutely
Yes,
insane.
yes.
I,
Votive
I
is
had to
like
read that card 3 or 4 times to see if I was reading that correctly. I was like, "There's no way. There's no way."
Yeah. Votive Runeblade is a crazy addition to Crux. Speaking of which, Joel, though, finally leveling up into that level 1 Diana, getting that Aqua Mirage Whisperer, playing, one of those Aether Charge cards. I believe this is the Aetheric Calibration. I believe this is the one that glimpses 4, and then you reveal an Aether Charge on top of your deck, and then you can draw it into memory. So we're doing that. We're trying to figure out what we should put on top. Hopefully we have enough uh, Aether chart spells that we don't whiff on that glimpse here, and it looks like we're okay. Really cool the amount of glimpse that Water Diana actually has now.
Oh, for sure. And I think the biggest thing I like about the new Water Dana is the fact that almost everything you do essentially loads your weapon. I think that is probably the
Yeah,
big change I want to see with Diana, and I love it a lot more for it.
yeah, it's such a cool deck. Honestly, it's what definitely what I wanted Diana to be when Diana first came out. Just the ability to load all these bullets essentially and just go for these big swings. Charge the Soul is a really cool spell here. It's a charge spell for Diana because not only does it a 1 cost essentially deal 2 damage, it also has floating memory on it.
Oh yeah.
The
And it
amount of
looks
value that it allows Water Diana to get with those like Crystalline Archers or Frostborn Paladins is insane.
not to mention all this happened during his recollection too,
Yes,
which
yeah, the
is
fast speed.
and definitely playing it safe here. Definitely going for the going for the level 2, get out of that lethal range as quickly as possible. And I do not blame him here for doing that.
Yeah, yeah, and I believe we are still. This is the turn 1 that this is the turn we leveled up into level 1 Diana. So we actually are still ranged here, and going to level 2 will make an additional uh range of chamber. We're actually playing double spells here, Aether Charge spells, which is pretty cool. Or sorry, and this is the one that's being loaded from hand off of the level 2 on enter. So you can choose 2 cards from hand or memory, load those into an Aether wing weapon, and then for each one that you do, you draw a card in a memory. So getting a lot of value from just this dungeon guide, and loading all those bullets or sorry, spells, Aether Charge spells, not bullets. They're a little bit different, and getting a lot of value from this, where they just essentially replace themselves, which is really cool. So we're swinging for looks like 2, 4, 6, 7 damage, I believe.
I believe so. 'Cause, yeah, we got at least range 2 from both level 1 and level 2 Diana. And then yeah, it should be the base weapon for one. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, so it's a lot of
Oh, or is
damage in
any
one turn. Oh, those
is
are
it?
those might be Astra, but yeah, 2 Astra Bolts. So each of those have
Oh.
2 power in themselves. So even even more damage here.
Which I can definitely tell Jimmy is very happy about being level 3 already
For
against
sure, for
that.
sure.
That being
This
said, letting your opponent look at 10 cards here, still a
yeah, I
little
was gonna
scary.
say 10 cards to glimpse and set up your deck any way you want, and most likely put a float into your graveyard is pretty good.
Oh, for sure.
It's gonna be hard for if Jimmy. I can't tell how much his influence is at. It doesn't look like it looks like it's at least 6 or 7. I think he has a couple cards in memory stacked up there, and like 3 cards in hand. So he might have enough for an Onsol. something that Jimmy is actually playing in his list is which isn't you don't necessarily always see in the on-soul list, um, is Reckoning Wake, which I kind of want to bring up that card because that's kind of a unique card that not everyone's on. Um, where a lot of the and we saw him play one earlier, but a lot of the you know difficulties with any kind of list that wants to go to level 3 is finding those level 3 power cards and finding those cards that are just going to help you end the game quicker. And Reckoning the Wake, while you don't get to glimpse and put cards at the bottom of the deck, it does allow you to see at least a little bit further into your deck, which is like essentially think of it almost as an extension of your hand a little bit. Knowing what you're going to draw in the future turns, and especially with stuff like Ghost of Pendragon, you're going to get those draws eventually.
Yeah,
We
and
also
it's definitely it is definitely a card that even when the first time like Jimmy played it today, I was like, yeah, I'm starting to see the power of this card. This is actually
yeah
a lot stronger than, and of course we almost always have one distortion weapon in play with Lorraine, so
yeah
you also
yeah
get the bonus there. So why not?
And we're actually seeing that Reckoning Awakening right now being used probably for, I would assume, a Drawn Blade. We're just, yep, and we do see that there. Going a little bit deeper in the deck. We know what some of those cards on the top of their deck are, so let's start going through them, hopefully finding like a Ghost of Pendragon to put that Drawn Blade back and getting some value, or, hey, a Creative Shock to help, keep digging across those cards that we do or don't want. Uh, getting rid of another floating memory with the Undying Dreams. So pretty nice there. We do see that Crystalline Archer from Joel on the previous turn come out, which is really nice. Using all that floating memory that they're going to start getting every single turn because of their attacks with their Mirage Whisperer. I mean, that's just going to generate a lot of value, probably a high target for Jimmy Lee to get rid of.
Yeah, you don't want to leave that Archer on the board. That is probably, I think, for Water Ranger, it's one of the worst cards for them to keep out because that's going to just keep slamming you every turn. Yep, and here it
And we,
is,
yeah, I
instantly
was going
coming
to
down with the
say,
install.
we
Like
see
not
a
even waiting.
yeah, Pendragon and Donsel can be pretty scary against water. I think, or does he only have one card in hand? He does only have one card in hand, so not that scary to do against water. When water only has one card, there's no negates in there that can stop this Onsel from occurring. So it might be pretty close to the game. Yep, we do see that
Yeah,
is the
yeah,
game
yeah. It's
for.
just, yeah, it's move on.
Yep. The one thing would be if, like, I don't know, maybe does Joel have, a resolute stand they can cast for free because he does go to level 2. So like there is that possibility, but it doesn't look like it is there, at least not in Jimmy Lee's eyes.
Oh, yeah. At that point with the Insta Scoop, he's like, nah, let's move on. And that's one thing. And even with early days of Grand Archive, when we had to deal with Insol Lorraine as like the deck, back during regular Dawn of Ashes, was once we got Resolute Stand going into the next set, it was kind of like every deck was like, I'm putting in Resolute Stand. I know
Yeah,
I know
yep.
how good this card is. I'm gonna stop some aggression and I'm gonna stop some big plays end game. It's a card that you almost always see come back into rotation.
Definitely, yeah. It's a. I'm glad to see it come back because it also got that reprint, so some really cool art, coming back with the Resolute Stand. But as we're sitting here, I'll talk about kind of the sideboards from both Jimmy Lee and Joel real quick. Some of the cool stuff that Jimmy Lee is probably going to think about bringing in could be those flame sweeps. Flame sweeps could actually come up because if you recognize that Joel could build up a board with those Crystalline Archers, with those Frostborn Paladins, which you didn't see Frostborn Paladins, but you have to assume in Water that they're going to be playing those, especially in a deck that gets some self mill in there. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see, stuff like that, extra Rending Flames, or even those Spirit Blade Ascensions, which when you're playing against water, they're essentially dealing 3 damage and replacing themselves because they'll have a water card in memory. So those could definitely see those types of cards coming in. And then from Joel's aspect, I would probably 100% think on seeing that Tariff Ring coming in.
Oh, I definitely see the Terrafring coming. Honestly, there's also a chance that he could think he has way more Rending Flames than he does, and we could see Nullifying Lantern just kind of also squeak its way over into that list.
For sure, yeah. If he's thinking, okay, this is Jimmy Lee that I'm playing
Yeah,
against here,
yep.
and being like, all right, I have to respect that Jimmy Lee classic playing Rending Flames, because I don't think we didn't see him discard it or show it, I believe, in this the first game there, but he could think, maybe Jimmy Lee could be on some kind of Fire Graveyard or just Fire Lorraine in general. Also, some of them are just playing Rending Flames at that top for that top level swings with Crux Knight Lorraine. So we definitely could see that coming in with that Nullifying Lantern. And then one card I think we also could see coming in from Joel is the Poised Occlusion, which is a new Astra card from the set. It's a 2-cost fast action range or spell reaction that says negate target card activation and put that card that had its activation negated this way into its owner's memory. Essentially, and then you draw a card into memory and your champion becomes distant, which is the class bonus part of that. And that's something that is really, really cool against Ensoul because it essentially buys you a turn. Like, Ensoul takes
Oh,
7 cards from hand.
I was about to say, because you're using so much to play in Soul, you can almost read this card as a I'm going to take an extra turn for this one kind of
Yeah, yep,
situation if you set it up correctly.
exactly.
And
So
I definitely see those probably coming in because I think he really wants to bait out the Ensoul, let him try to go for it, and then say, all right, cool, I'm going to set up 2 really big turns here.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, so we'll see if Joel's able to, if he brings that card in, if they're able to get it there, get to level 3 and be able to start using it. Definitely will have an easier time, I think, of closing out the game because a lot of also Ensoul decks aren't on a ton of damage prevention. So Jimmy Lee, if they are behind, if they are behind in any way on that value, if they weren't able to get the really good Rile of the Abysses or whatever, they definitely could be on the back foot there if Joel has that time and their value by putting floating memory into the graveyard from their attacks early on.
Yeah, and this is definitely with the Water Diana being able to test into it and test with it for an entire week. The deck plays very, very tempo. So once you kind of get that ball
Yeah,
rolling and you start hitting and hitting and hitting, you just don't stop. And that's
yeah,
one thing
yeah.
I do love about the list.
It's so cool. Weaving Mana Stream, I think, is like one of those like core cards that just like provides so much value for the deck as you're leveling up. It's one of the new Aether charge spells that you can essentially just use repeatedly as you're materializing stuff from your material deck as floating memory. It loads it when it's used for materialization as floating memory, and after you attack with it, it goes back to your graveyard. You can use it again while leveling up. Goes reloads it into your weapon. It's a whole cycle.
That card just doesn't stop, and that's why I love that, and I love that card for that reason. And I think it's kind of that's one of those things that we talked about earlier with Diana with the bullets is we just needed something that just kept going. You don't really want those off turns. You don't want those situations where you're not getting anything. You're saying, all right, cool, I'm gonna just take this turn off and set up for the next one. I feel like right now, especially with Water Diana, you just keep the deck rolling. You don't deviate. You just keep pushing and keep doing that damage to face.
Yes, definitely, definitely, and we're seeing that damage starting to occur already with the charge soul. Diana is distant from the reposition earlier, so we are, I think, swinging for 4 already or 3 already. So we're going to be glimpsing 4, sorry, and having 2 floating memory in the drop already from all this, and probably another one here is probably a third floating memory. If we said if he hits that mana stream, that weaving mana stream, it's going to be a lot of value going forward.
We didn't see the instant card go on top, so maybe not the mana streams. I feel like if you see it, you're just like, all right, that one's the top, that one's
Well,
there, and then the rest of them go.
we do see 3 kept though, so definitely a floating
Yep.
memory and definitely some good cards after that.
I think it's even scarier when your opponent just looks at all of them and is like, yeah, I'll keep them all.
Yeah, that's the most. That's like the worst feeling. Like, glimpse 4, yeah, keep all 4. You're like, oh
Yeah,
goodness, like,
you know it's you're been for a world of hurt. And yep,
yeah,
there's the archer coming down.
yeah. Crystal and Archer. I mean, just this is one heck of a card. I mean, it's been around for a while now. I believe this is MRC or ALC, and is just such a strong card, especially with stuff like Lost in Thought being banned. This is, I feel like, a like crucial card, especially obviously for Water Diana to start gaining value from this floating memory in your graveyard. Like before, if we had 3 floating memory in our graveyard, we could just Lost in Thought for 3 and draw 3 cards. But now we have to do it the manual way. We have to play our Crystal and Archers, we have to play our Paladins, cycle that floating memory one by one. And Crystal and Archer is luckily one we can do every single turn.
Yeah, I mean, I feel so sorry for all the water players not being able to just draw 3 cards on demand.
Hey, now it's Fire's turn with the Rile of the
Yeah,
Abysses.
true,
And
true. Fire was like, step aside, it's my turn. I'll show you how this is done.
We do see that same thing of Inert Sword coming out. I mean, it's like this. It's crazy to have a 0 cost 2/2 weapon like you were talking about earlier in the first game. Similar to what Bulwark Sword was, but now we just play that 2 cost and pay that 2 from hand one time now in our materialization, and we're good for the rest of the game.
Exactly. And the cool part is that it being to base 2 power. There's another distortion card. I don't think we see it in Jimmy's list, but the Cheshire Cat also getting the bonus off that card
Oh yeah,
is terrifying. When that 3/3 stealth spell shroud hits board, you're just like, I don't know what to do.
that is such a crazy card. Honestly, Stealth and Spell Shroud from Cheshire Cat with any of the either of the weapons on board is it just feels it feels broken. It feels like when you
Yeah.
when you make it work, it feels really good.
Yep. And here we see Jimmy not even waiting. He's like, you know what? Let's just get to 2. I want this draw card. And
Yep.
instantly clearing that archer, getting the value off of it.
I
So
respect it. I mean, he's respecting that Crystalline Archer, which he should be, because he recognizes that as the way I lose is letting that thing hit me repeatedly every single turn for 4, and Joel getting that draw every single turn from the floating memory.
yeah. And then just saying, like, at this point, Dungeon Guide really only costs you realistically 1 to level at that point.
Yeah.
And you draw that card. So I mean, it's Jimmy's seeing that value and he's like, I'm going for it. Oh, Fluffy Shopkeeper. This might be. I might take it back from what we talked about earlier. This might actually be my favorite card in the set.
Sure. Okay, so I didn't think I knew Fluffy Shopkeeper was gonna be cool and fun, but it didn't feel it didn't hit me until I played it the other day against my teammate, and I Fluffy Shopkeeped 3 times in one game, and I went to level 3 Crux Knight Lorraine and Flame Swept for 11. And I was like, this is the coolest feeling in the world.
Oh, it feels
uh
so good.
so Fluffy Shopkeeper, for those who don't know, has on enter, you may banish 2 cards from your material deck, and if you do, you draw a card into memory. Well, in Crux Knight Lorraine, when you banish 2 sword cards into, obviously into your banishment, your Crux Knight is now attacking with more power. And so every single time you play Fluffy Shopkeep, it's essentially just pumping your level 3 for more damage and also just replacing itself. And is, of course, a good like cremation ritual target.
And the fact that it's a 1/3 interceptor is actually huge. Because we see things like with 0/2 taunts, we see things with like 0/1 interceptors instantly cleared. Weirdly enough, when you have that 3 body on it and you have to go through 3, a lot of the times it turns into almost usually 2 attacks have to go through it, or
Yeah.
you have to swing something big into it. And it's either way, I will always take that trade.
Yeah, and it's crazy. I mean, here we're seeing Joel. I mean, I was playing Frostborn Paladin because it's a good play, but I mean that's going to sink 3 damage that could have gone into Jimmy Lee's champion just into a 1/3 that replaced itself. I mean, that's that's pretty good. Now,
Yeah, I would never complain about that.
Jimmy could be respecting, or sorry, Joel could be respecting Jimmy here and recognizing, yeah, I'm just going to leave that Frost and Paladin up, and make sure I'm not just going to die to a large swing of some kind of rending like we were talking about earlier, and because they're both, it's funny, they're both in a very similar type of playstyle where they're both just going for attacks essentially.
Yeah. And that's the big thing is you have to really respect as well with Crux Lorraine, because Crux Lorraine can easily just go with a very low number of cards and just say, cool, I'm gonna level and I've already got two swords and banishment as we talked about earlier. I can start pushing even 5 damage into face just off just the sword and having 3 swords and banishment.
Yeah, that's it's pretty crazy actually.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts.
And we do see, though, I want to bring out something really important actually from Jimmy Lee. So he probably the biggest card that I feel like has made Unsel like actually playable, and no matter what happens, because one of the biggest things and detriments to Unsel was incapacitate. And a new card that came out in this set was Spellword Scepter. Spellword Scepter is such a cool card. I'm so glad they actually printed this card. I think it's really cool because I wanted something to be able to have an out for negates. And what a beautiful addition to Crux and Onsol specifically with this card. So Spellword Scepter is for those who know, you can rest it and banish it. And when you do that, the next activation of a card cannot be negated. So this gives Crux Knight Lorraine and Soul, as we're, Crux Knight, or Jimmy Lee is leveling up into Crux Knight here, the ability to play Unsol without any fear of it being stopped, which is crazy to me.
It is definitely a card that you are going to see a lot more players, especially when you start seeing these level 3 uh big kind of game ender decks start playing. And it's as you said, it's something the game needed for a while. It kind of allows us to open the door to a lot more kind of end game strategies, because we can just say, you know what, I'm gonna go for this. Will we see Rye play this card and come back? Maybe. I hope so.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Something we see here from, kind of catching back up, is that we had a tactical retreat that stopped the Crux Knight Lorraine's attack into the Frostborn Paladin, which just ends the combat phase and makes your champion distant if they're defending. And then after that, we had the Dungeon Guide swing into the Frostborn Paladin, followed up by a Pendragon, putting back that inert sword and allowing Jimmy Lee to get a bunch of value. We also see an additional Pendragon putting back that Looking Glass. One of the strongest thing about Looking Glass, honestly, is that in Crux is that you get to start with a Regalia on board.
Right off the bat. And I think we even saw with Caben trying with Win Merlin. The whole reason is he wanted as many Regalia out when he played it. He wanted 3 Ghost Spin Dragons as soon as he had 3. And now with this card, you say, I get to start with this for free? Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
And it's Omni Shroud.
it's Omni. It can't be destroyed, or very hard. I believe there's one card in the game. It's like Templar Abyss, or I can't remember. It's a Terra card that hasn't seen play that can destroy it. But other than that, there's nothing else that's hitting it. And so yeah, it's just Pendragon can actually put it back because it does not target. It just puts any Regalia. It doesn't target any Regalia. It just says put a Regalia back into your material deck. So that is why Pendragon is so good with it. And it's also 0 cost, so you can bring it out later, of course. But we do see Joel going to level 2, trying to get it to level 3. Hopefully, we were talking about those earlier, those negate cards, and I get the feeling now with that Spellword Scepter on the field that those poised occlusions are going to have a little less value if Joel brought them in.
Yeah, and I definitely thinking about it. And the fact that he does have the ways to stop the attacks, but the fact of the matter that you only get to stop one of those attacks
Yeah.
is a little bit harder, especially with Insult hitting the board.
Yep.
And we did only see one. Looks like only one Aetherwing actually went under the weapon as well. So
Yeah. The
only
level
one
2
of the
not getting
two.
it. Unfortunate.
Yeah,
Hate to see it, of course. You'd love to load 2, get as much value as possible. It looked like Jimmy Lee, I believe, is at like 7 cards. Actually, he's counting up for me. Perfect. Thanks, Jimmy. Yeah, seven cards right now, and we'll go to 8 cards next turn. So definitely enough for an Ensoul, and we'll have that Spellword Scepter awake to be able to do so. That way they're able to banish it and make sure that Ensoul goes through. So it'll be up to Joel to find some kind of protection if Jimmy Lee does have it.
yeah. This is the situation we talked about. Like even if you can't, like definitely you're not getting through the negate now. You're definitely not stopping just one attack. So right now, I think his only out at this point would probably be a Resolute, would most likely, which I don't think he has on his list, unfortunately.
Yeah, I didn't see one earlier, so it looks like from Joel is just going to put up this Frostborn Paladin, probably just draw that card, pass, leaving it up as an interceptor. It's not going to unfortunately do too much. We do see Joel. Oh, he's going to kill off the Pendragon. Makes sense. Little one less unit to be hitting your face is always great. And those Pendragons obviously can represent a lot of damage really quickly.
Yeah, and it's definitely at this point, it's just kind of like stem the bleeding as much as possible, just so I can try to put some tempo back in this game.
For sure, for sure. I mean, I think it's interesting. I mean, Joel is only at 5, so there's a chance if they are able to live here that they are going to, maybe get a Terrafring, go to Pendragon, Ghost of Pendragon, or something like that. Or sorry, Ghost of Pendragon, a Dungeon Guide, go to level 3 and have some of that safety there. But I think it's a Mana Stream. Weaving Mana Stream was just milled, so leveling up, looking pretty enticing for Joel if they're able to get there.
Oh, for sure. Well, for sure. And as we talked about, the mana stream just kind of really helps him not only gives him that health boost he's going to level 3, but also gives him the potential just by leveling to start putting some pressure back on Jimmy Lee here. And I think that's what he wants. And
Yep.
you see him counting out the 6, thinking about it. There it is.
Not even popping the Spellword Scepter, recognizing Joel only has 1 card in hand. So all these swords will come out into play. And I'm assuming this is pretty close to lethal here. It's interesting. I believe did the inert sword come out? I can't tell if it actually came out into play or not, but I think it
It
did there, right?
looks it did.
Oh,
And I
okay.
think but it's not materialization, I believe, correct? It's just put
Yeah,
into
yeah.
play.
I think
So ignores.
it's
Yeah.
yeah. It just puts into play, so it's like you don't have to pay that additional cost for the inert sword as you're not you know paying for any of these swords. They all just get
Yeah.
to come on field and start attacking the enemy champion for a lot of damage.
And we see him saving that last sword for that rune blade for the very end. Start doing a lot
Yep.
of work here. And the fact that each one of these swords is also 2 durability as well is just besides the drawn blade, I believe is the only one that's not a 2 durability sword.
Yeah. Did he have a flame tongue in there? I can't either. I think there's a fire sword in there, which does break. And But I think he might have, I can't remember if he banished. I wasn't paying attention if he banished a fire card because yeah, it is a flame tongue. So flame tongue is a one cost 2/1 sword, 2 power and 1 durability. But on attack, it banishes a fire card from graveyard or on hit. I can't remember which it is. Must be on attack because on hit would break it. And it allows you to gain a durability. But votive Runeblade doing votive Runeblade things where it just restands your champion and allows you to in Crux Knight swing for a lot of damage.
It is so much damage. And the fact that also when you sacrifice a sword on attack too, just makes it
Yep.
even better. Because that
Those
means you're not only getting the butt damage boost before you actually make contact with the sword, which is
Yep. It's it's amazing. Jimmy Lee taking down 2-0 against Wadran. Wadran not able to keep up with the strength of Ensol that it is now, and of course, the value of Ryle the Abyss and everything. Yeah, I, this is what a lot of people are scared of.
yeah, and it's especially with Lorraine because now you have you just have a lot of answers going back on this list. As what you have the flame sweep to deal with a lot of the allies. You've got the Ensol for the end game to kind of just end a game, move on, especially when you kind of have that opening. And the other big thing about this list is you just get a lot of flexibility with the cards you get to play in it as
Yeah,
well.
yeah. I mean, I think that the most constringent part of Fire Crux Lorraine or Ensel Lorraine is the material deck. You have it's pretty much locked. Everyone
Yeah,
has like the champions. You have the swords and you have the spellword scepter. You might be able to put one on the side, some other regalia on the sideboard to swap out with that spellword scepter if not worried about negates. But other than that, that's where it's locked. But the main board is where you get to play a little more freedom, where you get to play, obviously you're playing probably the Ryle of the Abyss package or in the Spectre package, because obviously, it's pretty good to get a lot of value. To +2 in one turn is feels pretty good.
oh yeah, for sure. And of course, as well as Lorraine also having the new Proxia's Vault, be able to stop spell damage as well. Getting that
Yeah,
Clarent reimagined is also kind of just a really nice touch to be able to. You still have a sword available in the deck that actually still protects you and kind of deals with that kind of last piece you were missing. And as well as I kind
yeah.
of looked up at the chat as well, just kind of check out what's going on there. And a lot of people are saying, and I think I hear it for everybody, is I'm bringing censor. I do not want to see this. I'm bringing
Yeah.
censor.
Sensors pretty crucial now. The unfortunately the Crux and Lorraine players I think are figuring that out. Maybe playing a couple of reduced stashes in their main board. One or two of and a couple more on the side. So it looks like it'll be a if they find those, it'll be kind of a bummer. But they do have to find it and they do still have to play it, which does slow them down. So there's
Yeah,
never say never essentially. And like we were mentioning earlier, Resolute Stand is such a good card for the current meta. It blocks so much stuff from like suited, obviously, just aggro in general, any kind of the ally decks, and then of course Crux Knight Lorraine with those end souls that get all those swords that swing constantly.
yeah, and as well with Resolute, I think that's a card you just kind of very early in the meta is you want to take these anti-aggro cards very early on. And I think you guys talked about in your podcast about a week or so ago is Fire Aggro is a deck that you have to respect. It's a deck that we
Yeah.
always have to worry about coming out, especially early in the meta, because it's just like I'm going to do one thing and I'm going to do it really, really well. And so, kind of not
Yep.
respecting that kind of situation is kind of a it's kind of a no brainer. Like I need Resolute. I need to deal with that. If you're Guardian now, we've got a new Guardian. They
Yeah.
have they have a Storm of Thorns, which is probably one of the most brutal cards if you ever get it played into you.
I unfortunately Caben at locals literally yesterday played some Storm of Thorns against me, and that felt pretty. He played both Storm of Thorns and Resolutes against me because he knew I was going to be on an aggro deck, and so yeah, that felt pretty bad. But uh, yeah, the amount of value you can get out of just those defensive cards that have repeatable effects. There's like mentioning Storm of Thorns. We have Resolute we're just talking about, but we also have stuff like Veiling Breeze, which is been around forever. Now it does have an out of nullifying mirror, but in Crux Knight Lorraine, they might not have enough time to actually bring that out to stop you from using Veiling Breeze to stop their attacks. And also, Veilings have the upside of stopping non-attack damage as well. One thing I do want to point out is that the new Spectre card, Fleeting Guard, is also similar to a Resolute / Veiling Breeze effect. Fleeting Guard is one of those 2-cost action cleric Spectre spell reaction. That's a long thing, but
a
it says
lot of stuff.
yeah, a lot of stuff. But basically, it says until the end of turn, if target unit would be dealt damage, prevent X of that damage, where X amount of ephemeral objects you control +1. So that's another option for people who might be playing maybe a Spectre deck of some sort, which we haven't quite seen. We usually see Spectres just for value with that Rile of the Abyss, but Spectre has a lot of strong stuff where you can play those allies essentially back from graveyard and get their effects again.
Yeah, for sure. And as well, kind of even right now, it's like we're not seeing a lot of wind, like in kind
Yeah.
of like early in this meta, which means if you're kind of the person specking on wind, you think you got a list. I mean, you could just easily slap in those 4 veiling, and there's probably a lot of people aren't respecting you anymore on it.
Yeah.
I'm seeing a lot less mirrors currently going into sideboards, so that might be a call. Like, hey, I don't think people
Yeah.
are doing it. Let's just run them back in.
Definitely see mirrors coming out for those sensors, especially. I mean, as everyone, I think everyone feels that water and fire are kind of like the 2 highest elements right now, and wind's a step below. Which is funny because literally last set I would say it was like wind and water, and then and fire was pushed out. So it's good that we got a good little cycle happening here with when each set happens, and making sure the meta feels fresh and new.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I think it was like a lot of people even last set where they're constantly were talking about, man, I just hate playing fire. Like either you were an aggro deck in fire, or you were just like you were coping on Fire Merlin coming back.
Yeah, yeah. Which, hey, Fire Merlin did come back.
It did. We wished too hard and we got it.
Yeah, everyone wanted it and they got it, which is that's all right. It's good to see old decks come back, and Ensel being one of those old decks that literally one of the first decks come back from the grave essentially is really really cool to see, and exciting to see what how it'll change the meta. How just having that one deck come back will affect other decks, which it already is, and to being played and like adding and deck building and whatever it might be.
Oh yeah, and that's one of the big things, especially with this, is when we see this kind of shift happen, where we see an element come out from like nobody's really like playing it, nobody's respecting it, to all of a sudden this is one of the decks you have to worry about. We see a huge shift, not in just of people saying I'm playing this deck, I'm also going to bring the counter to that deck, but because of you kind of see the speed of the game kind of sometimes slow down a little bit,
Mhm.
you also start seeing some of these other kind of fringe lists start making and creeping their way back in. So this is like, as I mentioned before, watching this early couple of weeks of the season, watching leading up to the first ascent, you just see so many really cool things. You see so many shifts, and almost every game you see is a little bit different, which is really, really
Yeah.
cool to see.
It's really exciting, and I'm excited for I was like next. I don't want to talk about too much about next set, but I'm excited because obviously I think in next set we're going to see chessmen, and I think that's going to be really fun. Obviously, Alice's chessmen, we only saw like I think it's like 4 or 5 cards. It's not many chessmen cards that actually were released in this set, but I'm excited to see what that's going to do to the meta and how that's going to shake up things. And I feel like it's going to be the I hope that we have a strong suited deck and eventually a strong chessman set that they can go head to head with each other, because I feel like that'd be thematically correct.
It'd be really, really fun for the set. On top of they've been teasing it. They've been teasing Merlin becoming an assassin. I'm not gonna lie. So are we gonna see a new Merlin? Are we seeing assassin Merlin? I don't know. I don't really want Merlin throwing
fun.
a poison dagger at me, but
Yeah, that's that might be true. Yeah, hey, we could already go. Alice into Tristan lineage break, technically.
yeah, true.
So
True.
we can already go Alice into assassin. It's easy. It's already done and doable. No, I keep joking with my teammates about playing Alice into Mordred next set. So this is a freebie for all y'all, by the way. You can go Alice because she has a bunch of inherited effects, and then you can go into Mordred. And since Alad's inherited effects is stuff to do with the chessmen and the chessmen attack cards, the commands, they are attack cards, so Mordred can actually use them as floating memory. So that's
Who
it.
knows?
That's the only synergy.
And who knows? He's due for a recollection deck. So are we getting
I
one?
hope.
Weeps,
Oh, dude,
weeps.
it's if it's Mordred or it's Alan, I will be so happy. Those are my. They were the first 2 decks I wanted to play when Grand Archive came out. I was like, oh, those 2 champions look cool. And I asked Caven, what's the level 1, level 3? He goes, oh, they don't have any. I was like, oh. And he goes, yeah, they're really bad. I was like, oh, okay, cool.
You hate to hear like what is it level 3? They don't have one. Okay, what's a good deck for them? And goes, ooh, don't have one. It's like, all right. I
Yeah, I
think
mean, hey, every set I try to make Alan work, and I will say this set has been the closest. Well, I think it was last set technically. It was the closest I was able to actually make it work. I won a locals with Alan, Fire Alan. You know, Geldis. I had to play my 4 of CSRs from Geldis that I have. I only have. Well, now I have 8 CSRs. I got my
oh
4
my god.
Geldis. I got my Alan. I got my Mordred, and I have 2 crawls. So you can see where my priorities lie when it
I
comes
see I
to
see
deck
where it's
building.
at. I see where it's at. I
Yeah.
respect it. I respect it. You're not
Is
you're not
there
you're not,
something? Go ahead.
oh, I was just saying, like you're not like me, where I'm like, I just want Sylvie, and then I ask for him like, please, Weebs, give me a Sylvie deck, and then I have to halfway through the season be like, Weebs, I apologize, I asked for the Sylvie deck.
Yeah,
Everybody hates me
yeah.
now.
Is there a deck you're excited for to play in this season? Is there? Do you have a pet deck for this current set so far, other than
I'm
maybe Lorraine and Merlin?
I mean, it's I mean, for people follow me on the Discord, there's no surprise that my pet deck is and will always be Sylvie of some kind. Um,
Gotcha,
right now,
gotcha.
right now, I've been brewing some Fire Sylvie stuff. I've been testing around with some of the new cards in Fire Sylvie. I got some fun stuff that pops off with it. I definitely don't think it's necessarily better, but I'm having a lot of fun with it.
Yeah,
But outside of
I
Sylvie, I think the deck that I'm most excited to play is I'm really excited to try this new FISA list that's kind of starting to pop back up.
yeah, yeah.
Looking there's some sauce in it. I'm liking it. I'm liking it.
There's a lot of good. I think everyone's excited and are thinking about fire aggro in this set because obviously there we got March Hare, we got a lot of new human unique allies that work with fire unique allies that work with red hair. So we have March Hare and Red Hair, which are really good synergies, and you know, quite a few new Kindle cards that also work with March Hare and the synergies there. So there's a lot of good stuff that happens with when you get a good amount of fire cards going together, and if people are moving away from nullifying lantern and putting in sensors, you know, you have a little bit better chance to to make that work
Yeah.
as well.
And let's not even forget that March Hare is also a human. So it is a
Yeah.
unique
Yep.
human fire ally, which is don't think it needed another one, but here we are.
We got them. We got some of the suited allies are also like Rouge and I think Duchess and Queen of Hearts, which Queen of Hearts might be a little bit harder one to get on board, but but the Duchess and Rouge are definitely possible for sure.
Now you can start it out. Just skip the first 3 turns of the game and then just put down 10, hardcast it. Why not?
But,
Easy.
you know, I will be honest, I haven't thought about that. That was not on my checklist of things to try. But you know, I'm excited for all the cards and what we'll be able to get to play and obviously we're still very early on in the set, right? I think people forget how much you know. Obviously, Boston is our first event, and you know we're going to see some decks from there and what people think will kind of be the meta for the season or for the set. And don't forget to keep experimenting, keep trying, keep building because whether even though that might seem like the strongest decks, there's always inherent synergies that people don't pick up on or pay attention to, or you know, it just takes like so much testing to actually refine a deck down to sometimes. I mean, like I think it was we finally saw last season. Obviously, we saw Wind Luxem finally start to. It's been around for a while, but it took people in a group of the California guys and people to really figure out and trickle down what was important in that deck to make it strong and locked in on it, and we saw the power of it at Worlds. So definitely keep doing that with this set. Don't think that just because Rile the Abyss is inherently strong that is the meta. It's Rile the Abyss and fire aggro. That's it. There's definitely more to explore in this set.
Oh, for sure. And that's one thing, especially very early on with this list, is don't ever get discouraged when you see something like
Yeah.
this seems so like crazy. I can't beat this. And it comes down to we've seen even like as you said, going up to worlds, we saw lists that we didn't even think on the radar. And then we finally hit worlds and it was lists that people have been testing, they've been specking on things they've been kind of like been
Yeah.
keeping kind of a little bit of secret. And so just kind of keep testing it out. Keep doing random things. One of the best things, if you have a pet deck idea, you want to try it, just proxy it up, build it. Sometimes, even if the deck isn't good, you might find like a synergy that goes, I've never thought about this card, but it's really, really good in this matchup. So I might be able to incorporate it to something that's maybe a deck that's a little bit more meta. and then you kind of
Yeah.
find this like secret sauce to kind of get you through. And a lot of it is just meta calls. Sometimes if aggro's doing really well, put mainboard 4 Resolute stands. Show them, say like, hey, I don't care what you do for the first couple turns of the game. I'm just going to 3. I'm gonna do what I want.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely sage advice. Don't get. I think the first thing you said, which is don't get discouraged, because uh, that's something that can happen really often. You take a deck to locals, take it with or practice with your team, whatever it might be, and then it just instantly loses out. One of the first decks we actually tested from last set, I believe it was last set, when it was water fractals and fire fractals. We tested fire fractals first, and I came and built fire fractals with the first deck he built. I built water fractals, and I got smoked on water fractals against his deck. And it wasn't until we refined it and really got it to be like a really solid build that we were like, oh, it can actually beat quite a few things. It just took a little tweaking, a little refining to make it strong, but it wasn't winning against everything at the beginning. And as we saw throughout the meta, that deck also just evolved and was different from the very beginning. You take a look at the very first event, I believe it was Seattle, sent Seattle to, all the way up until Ascent Worlds. It was a different list, similar but had different cards, and people realized the strengths and weaknesses of some things. So definitely don't get discouraged and keep building.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And I think from here, I think we're gonna go ahead and step away for a little bit, just kind of give ourselves a little bit of break for the next round. And then yeah, just to kind of close out, keep testing these decks, keep
Yeah.
kind of doing some wacky things. And yeah, it might look like in Souls, the super scary kind of like, how do I stop this? But again, just keep testing, and I would say in Souls, your best friend. So
It's a good testing partner for sure. So we'll see you guys in a little bit. Stay tuned. We're going to be hopping to the next match in about 20-ish minutes. So stick around for sure.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the Yeti Weekly. We have round two for you guys. How's everybody doing? I'm here with true champion Isaac. How you doing, Isaac?
Doing well. I always doing well. I mean, can't complain. I'm living it up. I mean, get to watch some Grand Archive. I get to play Grand Archive. I get to do content on Grand Archive. I mean,
Yeah, yeah,
I'm surrounded by it.
yeah. It's great, man. The DTR season is already so fun. So
Yeah.
much is going on. So many people are building, brewing, all this stuff. It's really fun so far.
Yeah, it's been super cool. I mean, we get to and that's the best part about casting too, is also we get to see how other people play and how other people build. And the coolest thing about the Yeti weeklies is that we also get to see like what everyone's thinking about and what their thoughts are essentially on the meta in the game by the decks they're playing. So, and speaking of the meta and the weekly Yeti, we can go to the stats for this. Actually, thank you to Super Mitch from you know the Merlin's Marketplace for putting these together for us. So we get to look at the champions that are being played in the Yeti Weekly here today, and all the different champs that are being played. And I think we'll see one champ that's definitely going to be played more than another.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are sort of banking on this champion. They're pretty happy that they got some support and uh, sort of like a champion that got forgotten for a while. And now that we have specific cards that are really strong, everyone's like, "Oh my god, I can play this character again. This is awesome."
Yeah. Yeah, let's go over the stats. Let's show everyone the stats, what we
Yeah,
got for this weekly. Today we have, maybe to no one's surprise, but that Lorraine. Now, not just allies Lorraine, like we've seen in the past. Usually it was wind allies Lorraine,
yeah.
probably a little more someone like Hanky's build, from all the different ascents and all that kind of stuff. We get to see uh Ensel Lorraine, which is probably the most common here. But I do want to point out in this Lorraine big chunk of 25% of today is that some of those are the suited allies Lorraine, probably I'm going to assume as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think you'll notice there's only 2 Merlins. So, it's a lot of
Yeah.
it's a lot of suited Philo, I'm assuming, or a lot of Crux Lorraine. Uh,
Yeah.
people really like that Rile of the Abyss card, man. It's so
Yep.
strong.
And
It's
I
so strong.
think, yeah, that's definitely I think it's helping a lot of these players play Lorraine, and I'm glad we get to see, though, even though Lorraine is a large chunk of the meta here,
Yeah.
for today, I'm glad that we still do see CL being up here and tested and played, but a lot less uh Diana than I was hoping for. I'm not gonna lie. I want to say, there's four at least. We got to see one in round one here, but I was hoping to see obviously people playing CL and Diana and really trying to build those decks and trying to figure them out for this meta.
Yeah, I think Diana is a little bit interesting in like I think she's a lot less easy to figure out when the meta
Hmm.
starts. Like what cards are good? Is she good? Especially when you have a lot of aggro in the meta, right? It's early in the meta. People are playing mostly aggro, right? Unless there's a specific card that like really points towards like a specific package, right? Like so we have the specters that point to like level 3 decks that get
Yeah.
a lot of advantage from liminal guides and dumping the float specters as well. But Diana doesn't really do that. So it's a little bit harder to sort of pinpoint what her strengths are, how good she is, especially into aggro matchups, right?
Yeah, I think the thing that everyone obviously you're playing Aether Charge spells, and like that's what you should be going for. But it's a careful balance of like how many of those do you put in? How much do I need to have in to gain value, but isn't making my hand feel like super dead, or I didn't draw like eight Aether Charge spells, but now I can't do anything because I can't level up efficiently in a good way or anything like that. So yeah, I think it's going to take some time to have that build really nice and streamlined. So that way you're playing a certain amount of Eighth Charge spells, you're playing a certain number of cards that help you level up, and whether or not you have, like we saw Water Diana, where you have Crystalline Archers and Frostborn Paladins on board to help swing and facilitate some extra damage and using the floating memory. But that's just water. There's obviously fire and
Mhm.
wind even within all that. So yeah, I think it'll take some time for Diana, and the same thing with CL. Obviously, it's a new champion. It's Guardian, which we haven't seen Guardian. We've seen Tornoris, he came out, but we haven't seen Guardian have a strong presence in the meta yet. So
Yeah.
I think people are just trying to retest also all those old Guardian cards and see if they work for CL as well.
Yeah, no, for sure. We let's go to we have a element breakdown here as well.
Yeah, we do.
You know, see how many people we have.
You know,
This is
I think there's
yeah,
an overwhelming presence of one element over another.
I would
You
agree.
know,
Yeah.
that we don't see any norm spirit. We see some wind spirit. At 8 here, I'm glad people are still experimenting with wind, and because I think wind has a lot of utility in this set. I mean, wind usually has a lot of utility, but especially in this set, it got a couple more cards, so it's good that people are still testing with wind. We see water, which I think everyone agrees would be the next best element to mess around with and play. But yeah, we see fire at 62%, 29 decks in today,
Yep.
47 players decks, or 47 players playing today. 29% or 29 of those decks being fire is insane. Now that's the Ryle of the Abyss, but it's also those level 3 decks and doing that and getting value that way. But it's also those aggro decks that you're mentioning earlier with the
Hmm.
suited and fire aggro Lorraine or Pfizer or fire Guoja. As we saw, there's a couple of Guoja players as well playing
Yeah.
today. I'm assuming those are on fire as well, trying to gain that value and damage that they can by going all the really good and new fire cards we got in DTR.
Yeah, a lot of fire support in DTR so far. A lot of really good cards. Ignis Deuce, really good card.
Yeah.
Uh, Ryle the Abyss, obviously a really good card. We've seen a lot of fire support so far.
Yeah, definitely. And there's the stuff like more fire graveyard synergies as well. So we got them,
Yeah,
we got March Hare as a new unique ally that helps facilitate Kindle and make Kindle stronger. And we got a couple of new Kindle cards with Duchess. While definitely more of a suited card, we don't have too many high Kindle cards, and we got one with Duchess, and it's also an ally that is a decent beater. I believe it's a 4 power and 2 life
yeah,
ally. So that's a lot of synergies if you can make it happen. If decks are able to play enough synergies in fire that can put enough fire into the graveyard, then stuff like creative shocks become better. Stuff like red hair, the unique horse, becomes better as well, and it becomes better with those unique allies, like I was mentioning earlier today with March Hare and Duchess and Rouge. I mean, all those unique fire human allies, even though they have other typings, can make the red hair attack and give you that value of the discarding into graveyard and keep facilitating that fire graveyard.
yeah, for sure. There's some pretty good fire cards. Some pretty sort of Kindle cards already. I know Intensified Pyre is kind of a scary card, right? I think a lot
Yeah.
of I not a lot of Goja players, not a lot of Gembu really, which is interesting. Gembu very represented last season, but I
Yeah.
think a lot of people kind of realizing cards like Intensified Pyre, it Kindle. I believe it's Kindle 3.
Yes.
Deal 2 damage to target champion. If that
Yep.
champion has at least 8 or more cards in the graveyard, deal 6 instead.
Yeah.
I think cards like that are really, really. I think they're really good. So, like you said, with March Hare, but also just a deck that mills itself is really, really susceptible to cards like that, right? We have cards
Yeah.
like Intensify. Oh, sorry, no. Fiery Interference, I believe the card is called. Fiery Interference says deal 2 damage to target unit. If that unit is a champion, they don't recover.
Yeah.
That card is also really good in
Yep.
fire. Another big scary sort of card. Decks like Wind Astra, decks like Luxum, right? All those cards,
Yeah.
all those decks, the way they stay alive is by recovering a lot with the fast cures, with the 3 visits. Cards like obviously Luxum Sight.
Yeah.
But if you have a card like Fiery Interference, if people are playing cards like Fiery Interference, those decks have a really hard time.
I think Fire Interference and Ash Wound Shot, which is a new Aether Charge spell that costs
Yeah.
0. Those are the two cards that can prevent recover. Stop
Mhm.
your opponent from recovering, and I think both those cards have such strong effects to them. Obviously, the causing your opponent to not recover is something we saw on, I believe, Morgan's Soul Guide,
Yeah.
but it was behind level restrictions. So having that as a card you can play from hand. Both of them at fast speed. Obviously, one's a ranger class bonus, but um, having both those as an effect to out these Serene decks. Last set
Yeah.
we saw or not last set, sorry. Last format we saw some people playing the Fragmented Spirits, and the out to Fragmented Spirits was destroying their Fantasia, the
Yeah.
that you got from your spirit, the on enter of that. And so now we have a way to hurt these glimpse spirits or the serene spirits with these preventing the recover. And a well-timed prevention of recover obviously can do a lot, essentially damage to your opponent. I mean, if they think they're safe behind that and they're not, it can stop a lot. So those are really cool 2 new cards we saw from DTR for sure.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Do you have any water cards that you're really interested in? I know not a lot of people playing water, but I personally, I'm a water player. I love playing water cards. I love Nico. Are any water cards you're psyched about?
From the new set, there is definitely a ton of really solid water cards. I mean, obviously, I think Weaving Mana Stream, obviously one of the coolest
Mm.
and probably best Ranger floating memory, Aether Charge spells, whatever you want to say it, that you can get in water. Really, really solid. I mean, it allows you to um, constantly gain value, constantly gain resources, essentially for your champion and your game plan or whatever it might be. But one of the coolest cards I think actually is the I'm going to try to remember what it's called. Flowing. It's not
Oh,
flowing on.
flowing
It's
oobly.
yeah.
Yeah.
Um, I like cards like that help facilitate that self mill plan. So, but with that being said, we're going to be jumping into a match here soon, but we're going to start talking about some. We were talking about how there's a lot of fire in today, and we're going to get exactly that, which is 2 fire decks versus each other. One though being that Serene Fire that we were talking about earlier, and one being that Fire Aggro Lorraine that we were talking about earlier. So both the kind of the things we're talking about, and that Fire Aggro Lorraine player is playing that intensified pyre, and
Mhm.
against a serene deck. Like this is perfect. This is like poetry.
Yeah, they also have the fiery interference in the side as well. So it's specifically decks like these that like run the Serene Spirit that have a lot of recovery.
Yep.
That these cards are targeting, which is really funny.
Yeah, this is perfect. I mean, it's meant to be. But and this is that Fire Aggro Lorraine is playing some of those cards that we're talking about earlier. It's only on 1 March Hare. Now this could be due to not getting enough March Hares, not having enough cards to do the game plan. We're still early on to DTR, so getting your full play sets of everything can be a little difficult or expensive, and waiting for those prices to stabilize can definitely be a thing. So, but we do see that red hair,
Yeah.
unrivaled stallion, that's just going to help generate that graveyard. And I believe, let's see if we take a look at the Serene player, the Serene Fire player, I don't see a nullifying lantern in their main board or sideboard. So that fire graveyard is just going to be fully online and locked, or not locked out for that fire aggro Lorraine player. So those rending flames are going to be huge for them to help push through damage, especially if they, game 1 where they have to get through that serene spirit.
Yeah, it's not a suited list, so it is just your sort
Mhm.
of regular Philo list that we see, Fire Lorraine list that we've seen last season, we've seen seasons before. So cards like those, Fiery Momentum, cards
Yeah,
like
fire
Rending
momentum.
Flames, like those cards, really, really strong if you do not have that Null Lantern out.
Yeah, I mean, Fire Momentum is one of my favorite cards from like ever. I love the ability to, unless Nullifying Lantern is really popular in meta, I'll put that caveat
Yeah.
on that. But it is one of my favorite cards because it, when you use one, the next one's just gonna be a little bit stronger. It's only
Yeah, it
one
feeds
fire
the
card,
next
but like,
one.
yeah, but it just feeds the next one to get stronger. So I remember opening when you get to the mid to late game and you have like you draw one and you draw another one, you draw another, and it's like cool. I'm just gonna start slamming these every single turn and just hit
Yeah.
you for 7, hit you for 8, hit you for 9. I mean, they pack quite a bit of punch.
Yeah. For sure. It's sort of like those cosmic bolts, right? As soon as you play a cosmic bolt, the next cosmic bolt coming in
Yeah,
for more, and the next one coming in for more. It's really ramping up.
yeah.
Um,
Fire Momentum did it first.
true, true.
Yeah,
That is
but
very true.
I do want to talk about the Serene Fire list actually though. Um, Obviously we're going to be seeing a similar, it's something kind of unique about Seal or CL, sorry, which is that it actually plays. This is a Fire Serene list, but it plays 2 Obsequious Blow, which is the 10 cost water attack card, and it's because they're able to use it when they after in certain manners and to gain value from it still. So I hope we see that in this matchup of Fire Aggro Lorraine versus Fire CL, and we're jumping right in. And I kind of want to point something off real quick. I'm gonna shout out to both Caben's wife and my sister for that fire spirit on the board there. I want to
Oh,
plug her a little bit. That is her art right there, so that's kind of cool to see.
that's really cool. That's really cool. Yeah. I think going back to what you said about like you sort of the obsequious blow in a fire deck, it's very reminiscent, sorry, of playing the pelagic fate stone in Fire Suzaku,
Yeah, yeah,
because you can play it, discard it with creative shocks, and then use it to level up. It comes back. You mill a couple fire cards, right? Suzaku obviously cares about having fire cards in your graveyard so she can be brought back. Stuff like that is really really cool. I think in decks like these where you can play off element cards because they still give you value. They still get you. Uh, you can't activate them, but you can sort of cheat them out into play, which is really cool.
yeah. And it was up on screen. I didn't quite get to talk about it, but I'll bring it up real quick, which is that Beguiling Coup, which is a attack card once you get to level 3 that um once you are Umbra, it allows you to banish it, that attack, and basically swap it for another attack card that is an omen. So that's how this CL player will be able to get to use that later on. It's a really cool card. It allows just for you to do a lot of damage that you might not have thought would be coming at your champion, because it's able to, like you said, cheat out that attack in different ways. So we will see a pretty decent strong start from this Fire Aggro player with the two unique allies. No red hair, at least yet, coming into play.
Yeah.
But we do see the Arthur and a Zhao Chao. Um, and just gaining that value. Arthur's been around for literally ever,
Yeah.
since the very beginning of the game, and it has not left those fire aggro decks.
Yeah, I think you know, f- uh, Walter here playing Serene Spirit. We did some testing at sort of my locals, and we noticed that one of the problems that CL has is just dying to aggro decks. And Serene Spirits sort of staves off a lot of that damage, right? Once you get to level 3, you don't need to activate as many fire cards, right? You can play those Big Island Coops, those Carters, cards like those. I think Serene is the best choice so far because these aggro decks, man, they pump out so much damage.
Yeah,
It's so
they definitely
scary.
do. Every set, everyone, I think, like, everyone initially just looks at fire aggro and goes, "Did it get better?"
Yeah, yeah.
uh,
Can I still play this?
Yeah, yeah. This is something that I mean, this is the most classic play. I feel like for like any level 3 deck, we saw a lot in Win Luxem last
Yeah.
set.
Mhm.
In this set, we're seeing it a little bit again, which is that backup charger into a turbocharge, just gaining a bunch of cards in one turn, a bunch of value, and hopefully, if the Serene Fire player doesn't die here, because having Arthur
Yeah,
on
it
board
is.
is a little scary. Uh,
Yeah.
they will have a lot of value while leveling up, and plenty of cards in hand to do so.
Yeah, I think, not leveling up turn 1 is pretty scary against a fire aggro deck, but if they don't die, then they can get a pretty clean level up to level 3. CL 30 life Guardian, really really hard to kill.
Yeah.
30 life,
Yep.
30 life is a lot.
30 life plus a Serene heal is like
Yeah.
36 life. I mean, that's that's
Yeah,
pretty crazy.
that's so much.
Yeah, we'll see if I mean the stream player is already at 6, and we are level 1 Lorraine, so no fire in the drop, I believe. I don't think they played anything other than this Arthur and that the Zhao Chao here. And I think we're just gonna Flame Rune Swordsman. We're gonna swing another 3 here. I mean, we're just we don't have the most explosive hand, but we have, I would say, a consistent hand of dealing some decent little damage to the enemy champion here.
Yeah, I think we can sort of, gather that they don't have red hair, otherwise they would have played it, right?
Right, right.
It would have came in for 4 damage. You get that on attack trigger of discarding a card, drawing a card. Uh really really strong here.
Yep, but we see the classic rile the abyss into double discard. I mean, hey, if CL's alive here, which they might be,
Right.
it's looking likely. They will be be doing a decent amount of damage here. I mean, they'll be or they'll be damage. Sorry, a decent amount of value here of leveling up and hopefully staying alive. I mean, they're already at 10 damage, so it's a
Yeah,
little
this is
scary.
really scary. Also, releasing at level 1 does not spell good news, right? Like, if you
Right.
have to release at level 1, you're in a really, really bad spot. Those creative shocks are out, those, Rile the Abysses are out, right? Cards like Hasty Messenger that let you sort of filter your hand, those cards are out. Almost your whole deck is really unplayable, right? If you
Yeah.
can't level.
And this, and I will say, with unlike a lot of Serene's Spirit decks, this deck is the Seal player is playing a lot of fire cards. They're, like you're talking about, they're playing those creative shocks, they're playing those riles, they're playing reduce, they're playing hasty messengers, they're playing flame sweeps,
Yeah.
flam sorcel. Like, there's a
Yeah.
lot of fire cards here that will be unable to be activated. As
Yeah.
long as that Serene Spirit is released. So hopefully that's not the case. Level one is going to start generating those omens, allowing the CL player to start allowing their attacks to deal more damage with the mastery there, the servile possessions.
Mhm.
Hopefully they'll get to, if they get to about 3 to 4, where they get that +2 power on their attacks, the flame sweep will actually be online in cleaving for 3, which is very crucial to for the seal to help stave off that damage.
Yeah, I think three is a number. Obviously, a lot of allies have three life. So a couple allies have 4 life, but I think three is like the sort of you know the one that you see the most. The three cost, three life, 2 power allies. You see a lot of those flooding the board,
Yeah,
right?
definitely. We saw the liminal guide. I'm assuming swinging into and attacking into the flame room swordsman, and then we see the
Ooh.
sparklight come down and kill off the hasty messenger before it can deal damage. So keeping alive the flame room swordsman, allowing the fire aggro Lorraine player to that essentially deal 1 more damage to their opponent, because that Sparkle Light could have dealt 2 damage to the enemy champion, but keeping that Flame
Mhm.
Rune Swordsman alive with that Arthur is going to means it's going to be attacking for 3. So getting a little more damage is always necessary, and anything that can constantly keep dealing damage, like your allies, are obviously more vital than a one-off spell.
Yeah, it's also like you've already leveled up into Lorraine, right? So you don't necessarily need the float. So having the 2 power constantly attacking CL here is like really, really valuable.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. We do see, and also, of course, killing off a hasty messenger is also pretty good.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
going
true,
to generate a
true.
lot of cards for the CL player and value if longer it sticks on board. And so, just killing off now, not having to worry about it. We see Blighted Jewel. So this is a little different of a deck, as we can see here. Blighted. The CL player is playing a little bit more into that Spectre package with Blighted Jewel, which is a really cool card. Which is on enter, Blighted Jewel becomes ephemeral, and then draw a card in memory. And then each ephemeral ally you control gets +1 power as long as it's entered the field this turn. So as the CL starts playing more, getting those ephemeral allies on board, those ephemeral allies will actually be able to start attacking for more and more damage.
Yeah, I think one of the really cool parts about the sort of Spectre package is that obviously you can discard them with Rile the Abyss to get a lot of card draw, a lot of card advantage, but also Undying Dreams I think is also just a really cool card by itself. Right. It
Yeah.
it gives an ally +1/+1, and if that ally is ephemeral, it gets a buff counter, right? And Liminal Guide is a 1/3 base, so it becomes a 2/5 or a 2/4. After when the turn ends, it just becomes a 2/5, a 2/4 that stays on board for until you kill it. This is pretty good.
hmm Yeah, yeah,
I
definitely.
kind of like that.
Uh, Seeing a new card. I think this is the first time I've seen it played, which is Fleeting Guard. Really cool
Yeah.
card here. Talking about this actually earlier, so it's cool that it came up, which is until the end of turn, if target unit would be dealt damage, prevent X of that damage, where X is the amount of ephemeral objects you control +1. So because we have a liminal guide that's ephemeral, and we have that Blighted Fate Stone, or not Blighted Fate Stone, sorry, the
Jewel.
Blighted, I can't remember what it's called, Jewel, thank you,
Mhm.
on board. we're actually preventing 3 damage, and this is until the end of turn. So this actually prevents all instances of damage up to 3. So stopping out all that board swing from the Lorraine player, pretty crucial card. This is going to be something that's going to hopefully keep them alive as their turns go on here.
Yeah, I think it is really, really cool. I think, Blighted Jewel makes itself ephemeral when it enters the board, so
Yes.
that's a really cool interaction, with the Fleeting Guard. That's really cool.
Yep. And it's I'm definitely liking, this is a little bit unique take on the Ryle package that we've seen, Ryle Spectre package that we've seen. So getting a little bit more value out of, even more value, I should say, out of
Yeah.
those ephemeral objects that you would normally just like, liminal guide. Cool, it's a 1/3, but maybe I'm not getting other use case out of it, other than maybe cremating it. But in this case, the CL players using it to keep it on board and to use it as damage prevention while they're trying to get to their game plan.
Yeah, I mean, it like we said, 30 is a lot of life,
Yeah.
especially if you have good prevention like these fleeting guard. You're in a good spot. I think, fire aggro, obviously, I think a lot of fire decks, a lot of fire aggro decks, I should say, they sort of have this explosive beginning, but then they sort of dwindle off. And if you can stave off that early damage, you essentially are home free, right? You get to do all the cool stuff at level 3 that you want to.
Yeah. We see a full, I think that's a full, yeah, keep cards in hand from the Fire Galarian player. You don't necessarily see this too often. It usually means it's like a setup turn. So we might see some creative shocks, might see some hone by fires on our next turn to go for a large attack on the next turn. I'm assuming that's what's happening here, or possibly they're scared about their board dying off. So maybe we're holding up some deflecting edges and other things. I wouldn't think it's that route. I would assume it's a more of a setup turn to make sure that we're um, going to have a really large attack with our fire momentums or rending flames and try to just go for like a essentially an OTK in a way. Uh,
Yeah, yeah.
although, like you said, it's going to be hard. we have that level 2 CL coming on board, which is cycle essentially one card because we have one omen underneath that mastery and yep, which is this is one of the coolest things about CL level 2 is that essentially it allowed you know a discard effect from a champion
Mhm.
to gain value. And so when you discard floating memory, because it discards a card and then draws a card into memory for each card you discarded based on the number of omens you have. And so when you discard a floating memory, you're essentially just plussing 1, and you're going to use that later on for obviously regalia maybe, but more likely leveling up.
Yeah, I think the coolest part about the CL level 2 is that they all resolve at once. And so you can discard a card, draw a card, you say, "Do I want this card? I don't think I do. I'll discard this card. I'll draw this next
Yeah,
card. Do I want this one? I don't think I do." And you can sort of repeat that for as many omens as you have and really sort of sculpt your hand uh
yeah,
by discarding exactly what you want. You can discard a liminal guide to get, to have it come back, draw you a card. You can discard float if you want to. A card that you really don't want, like those obsequious
yeah.
blows, right? You get to dump those cards into your graveyard, make them into omens. That Beguiling Coup becomes really, really scary here.
Definitely, definitely. Yeah. I mean, we do see Dungeon Guy coming onto board here. So we're gonna see the CL get to level 3. They made it. I mean, it
Yeah,
seemed a little dicey. It was a little scary because you're against Fire Aggro Lorraine, but they definitely made it and got to level 3. And Dungeon Guide's gonna allow them to level up and start gaining value when they start banishing. This is huge, honestly, because banishing those omens at the end of turn and allowing them to kill off those allies on board is gonna be huge for this CL player.
yeah, it's 2 unpreventable damage to any target unit. I thought initially it was target champion when I first read CL level 3,
No, it's
and
better
I
than
was like,
that.
yeah, I was like, man, this is like kind of cool, but like, it's okay. And then I decided it was target unit, and I was like, oh, this is so much better than I gave it credit for. This is awesome.
Yeah, very cool car, very cool champion. I mean, the fact that he gets that is insane. We do see a heavy swing coming out. Heavy swing,
Man,
one of the. I mean, we're just going. I'm assuming to the enemy champion, to kind of start whittling them down and start gaining that damage, and that's the source of win con. I mean, the CL player recognizes I may not have a couple more, only a couple more turns left in me, but I do have that uh recovery with my lineage release from my Serene Spirit. So we're hopefully going to be able to deal some damage within the next couple 2 turns here or whatever. Maybe make that heavy swing an omen so we can use that coup that we saw from
mhm.
earlier and start generating and pushing for an end game here.
Yeah, for sure. One of the one of the coolest parts about about this sort of circumstances. We saw the CL player dungeon guide and then still have enough cards in hand to play a heavy swing, which costs 4 if you're a guardian, right? That's a lot of influence.
Yeah.
This Wild the Abyss package, man. You get to level with so much influence. It's so efficient. Everything you do just either replaces itself or goes +1. It's so funny.
Yeah, it's definitely really good. We see that Omen being banished and killing off that Zhao Chao. So, which is probably one. It's funny. It's actually one of the biggest threats to CL is that ally that just can't uh, be removed from board. Because not much true sight. So using
Yeah.
that 2 damage to ping it off, going to save a little life because of that, and make the turns for the Lorraine player a little more awkward. And something that the Lorraine player brought out was actually the Sword of Clarent, which I don't know. I mean, it's probably just a decent card to bring out because it obviously can stop some prevention, but it's not going to stop that 2 damage coming in because that is 2 unpreventable damage.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting. I think they just wanted another sword, and they don't want to pay for it, right? They don't
Right.
want
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
pay. They don't want to go down in influence to bring out another sword. But like you said, it doesn't actually save your allies or save your face from getting pinged to every from getting pinged to every time that the CL makes an omen here.
For sure, yeah. And I wonder if I didn't see them draw for turn or not. So this Fire Lorraine player might still be in recollection here. Might be trying to figure out if there is a lethal line with all of this. Because I think these CL player might only have 1 card in hand. Maybe hands down completely. It might be that 1 card from Dungeon Guide and 4 cards from. I can tell if that's 4 or 5 cards from the
I think it's 4.
heavy swing. So I'm assuming they're completely hands down. So they're gonna get a decent amount of damage on this turn. They are in their main phase because they're attacking with those allies. So we'll see what happens here. They do have at least 2 fire cards into their graveyard, so they might be have enough for a rending flames here. Might be just some fire momentums to help push damage. I think might be a blazing throw. I think that's the new art of blazing throw there. I can't quite tell, but
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I
yeah.
think
So
the CL.
definitely.
Yeah, I think they took 4. Yeah,
Yep.
from
So
Blazing Through.
Blazing
Good.
Throw, classic card. Cool. I actually really like the new art from
Yeah, it's
DTR.
really
I think
nice.
it's really cool. So Blazing Throw is gonna represent 4 damage. You destroy or sacrifice a weapon that you control, and you deal 4 damage to a target unit. So we're going upstairs with that up to the champion. And while our champion, the seal player, is at 21 damage, they still have that 6 recover that they can lineage release at any time here. And
Oh,
there's
is
riding
this
the
it?
line of riding the line of trying to make that occur. Yeah, we do have 3 fire on the drop.
We
That's
do
true.
have three fire in the graveyard. We're fanning through reserve. Yeah.
Probably seeing a rending for I think a total of 8 here with the if we're using the Clarence sort of piece. So Rending Flames, really cool card. It's a 3 cost 3 attack, and then on attack you may banish 3 fire card element cards from your graveyard, and if you do, it gains whenever this attack would deal damage, it deals double that damage instead. So Rending has 3 power. The Clarence sword, if they're swinging with it, has 1, so it'll be 4, and they'll be doubled. They'll go to 8, putting the enemy champion to 29, 1 off.
29. Guardians have so much health. Still doesn't have to release here.
Yep. Still does not have the lineage
They
release.
live another turn, and they don't have to release. It's also really scary. There's a heavy blow. There's a heavy swing in the omens, and we'll see if he has a beguiling coup. But if he does, that's a lot of damage. I think that's actually enough to get there. We have a dungeon guide swing for 1. We have a liminal guide swing for 1. When beguiling coup's effect makes beguiling coup an omen, and so that also
Triggers.
deals 2 unpreventable. Yeah, yeah. There we go.
Yeah, this is a really cool one of the coolest things about CL, and basically one of the synergies that you'll see,
Yeah,
which is it seems like a complicated card. There's a lot of text on that card.
yeah, yeah,
But it's a really strong card.
yeah. So we'll
uh,
see. We'll
Go
see
for it.
the beguiling coup activated. Obviously you pay the 2. You make beguiling coup an omen. You ping them for 2 damage. Then you get to swap out an attack card from your omens into the intent right away. You don't activate it or anything like that, which is really nice. And then as long as beguiling coup is one of your omens, and there are no other reserve cost 1 omens in your omens, you get +1 to all your attacks. Obviously, then we have Servile Possessions, which is also pumping the damage from the attack. So altogether, a lot, so much
I
damage.
think this is at least 8 damage, I believe, with all this, and dealing 2 damage from the level 3 Omen trigger, banishment, or banish Omen trigger,
Yeah,
and then we'll also have another trigger at the end. So I think we actually could see potential lethal here.
yeah. He does get to
Uh,
make another Omen in his end phase as well.
yeah, yeah. Oh yeah,
So
we also have
that's an
the
additional two.
definitely forgot we have the Manxum. I forgot what it's called, Armoire on the board there, which is you get to return one of your omens to your hand. If you do, you banish a card from your hand and
Yeah,
put an
yeah,
omen counter. So we're gonna get several triggers of that, which is pretty awesome.
yeah. I think they're there. I think you banish make some armor, you do two more.
Yeah, it can be hard to remember all the different. Oh yeah, I think they're
Yeah, yeah.
there.
I
Okay,
think
okay,
so, yeah.
cool. We're just packing up, just double checking, making sure we're.
Yeah.
There's a little communication. That's all the time. Like, yeah, I don't have anything left to stop that. The 2 unpreventable
Mhm.
damage is is enough. So pretty cool to see. We saw a CL deal. What was it? What did we say it was 7, 8, or 9 damage from the
Yeah, I
coup?
think so. It was 6 from it's 6 from heavy swing.
Yep,
2 omens makes it +1. So we have 7. Beguiling Coup deals 2 when it makes itself an omen, that's 9, and
and
then
then another
1
one
because
from
it's an
yeah.
omen, so 10. And then during the end phase, we make 1 more omen, that's 2 more. We have armoire, that's 2 more, right? I think it's 14 total damage.
Yeah, 14, and the Lorraine was at 7. So
Yeah, and then we
that's
have,
21.
liminal guide and dungeon guide swinging for the one, getting the little
Yeah,
sneaky
yeah.
damage in there as well. So yeah, that's a lot.
Yep. That was cool. I mean, we see the power of CL. I haven't seen CL perform too well. I think the maybe the Fire Lane had a little bit of a slower start. It looked like we only had 3 allies when we had that Arthur start, which is can
Yeah.
be kind of rough, when you have the opposite, and you feel like you should have the perfect hand to go for like allies, and then you just don't draw the allies. You don't have the
Yeah.
continuous presser on board there, so it can be kind of rough. Looks like we are either trying to. I don't think we're trying to reset. I think we're just trying to reset the for sideboarding here, um, and figure out what we're going to start sideboarding in. I mean, the
Yeah, I think
the
we
CL
taking a look
player,
at the sideboard here. We have some pretty good sideboard cards into CL, right? We have
yeah,
the the Lorraine is playing Censor of Restful Peace, which is really, really nice, right? It shuts off the liminal guide, shuts off your float. They don't actually care about abilities in the graveyard. All they care about is like element, so fire cards
yeah,
specifically. We have the fiery interference, which we talked about at the beginning of the round, which prevents CL from recovering, right? So if you can't recover, you can't release. Um, we have Crystallized Destiny, which is again really good against CL. CL swings for one really big hit, which Crystallized Destiny will just completely eat up. So there's a lot of good cards here.
yeah, definitely. I mean, both players actually have a decent amount of cards against sideboard, and I mean, one of the coolest cards from not coolest cards, one of the best value cards that CL probably can bring in here is actually Chalice of Blood, because that Chalice of Blood is just gonna most likely they're gonna get the 20 damage, and they have 30 life, and plus that 6 recover. They can really easily use that Chalice of Blood to draw them 2 cards. Especially into like the mid to late game, and then also those resolute stands are going to be pretty
Yeah.
crucial into staving off those damage, especially if the Fire Aggro Learn player is getting that board of allies. So we'll
Mhm.
see if that actually does occur. And we'll see how if they're actually able to draw those resolute stands to stop the damage from the Fire Lorraine player, or if maybe they're drawing the other part of their deck where they're just gaining value with, like you're talking about earlier, those Rile the Abysses, and so it'll be a timing thing for the Fire Lorraine player to bring out that sensor, and it'll be on them to make sure they're sequencing correctly and materializing correctly throughout the match.
Yeah, I think I want to talk about this one overwhelming swing in in Walter's sideboard. I think I also tried to do sort of funny shenanigans like that where you play a really expensive card into your omen to then use it with Beguiling Coup, right? Because Beguiling Coup does trigger the on attack of the card that you are sort of swapping out for Beguiling Coup, right? Putting into straight into intent.
Yeah.
It does trigger the on attack, so you do get to you get to do that on attack of banishing fire cards to pump the damage even more. Uh, I think that's really really cool to
Yeah,
do, but
the fire
we'll see
swing.
if it does.
It'd be really cool if we get to see that fire swing for a lot of damage.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
obviously 6 damage already, pretty good. So getting
yeah,
more,
yeah,
any more plus that will be amazing. And that's the scariest thing about playing any kind of fire aggro deck is that you're always at this low life total. You know, as everyone's going up to getting more life, and that's the whole point, I guess. But it can always be a little scary. Those chip damage that the 2 unpreventable damage or from the little allies that the CL player has on board from the dungeon guides and from the liminal guides actually do add up quite a bit. I mean, it's literally the difference between winning the game and not winning the game. So we'll see if those come through. Do you think, I'll ask you, do you think you'll see this Umbru Chevalier come in? Chevalier. I'm gonna mess that up.
yeah.
Chevalier.
I think that card, I find it hard to judge that card because I think in on sort of on its face it looks good because it's a 3 cost 3/3, right? That's a good stat line. On enter it essentially says deal 5, right? You get to make an omen, return an omen to your hand. You get to make your own omen, right? I think it does sound nice, but a lot of the times I sort of felt like I don't really want to do this more than I want to like summon a Carter or play this Beguiling Coup. You know what I mean? Like if that's the only option that I have, then like I'll do it. That's great. But if I can play a Carter and kill an ally instead to get the the +2 damage, +2 power to then cleave for 4, I think 9 out of 10 times I would rather do that or Beguiling Coup. You know what I mean? That's
Yeah.
kind of how I feel about this card.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's staying. I'm assuming it's staying on the sideboard. I wonder what it comes in, like what matches it comes in for, because I feel like this might be one of those matches where if you're able to use it as a essentially mini board clear, kind of like a mini Carter, if you will, because you're able to put
Right.
it down, swing 3 into an ally. It's going to trigger your
Mhm.
level 3 champion ability and deal 2 damage to another ally. So that way you kind of kill off hopefully 2 things with it, and then now you just have this 3/3 on board that can help
Yeah.
you facilitate more damage every single turn. So we see a
Yeah.
very similar start though for this Fire Aggro Lorraine player with the Zhao Chao start. Hopefully won't be a repeat of last game. You know, hopefully they have a
Yeah.
little bit
Hopefully
better
we
of a
see a
start.
red hair.
Yeah, yeah, red hair would be great. I'm
Yeah.
sure the Fire Aggro Lorraine player would like that too. Um, Zhao Chao, such a cool card because it is banishing those allies. If they would die this turn, it would banish it instead. Actually, it's technically it's unit, so you can banish that champion. Honestly, if that champion dies. um,
Yeah, that's really funny.
but
I think the
uh,
cool part about I think the coolest part about Xiao Xiao is you don't actually have to kill the unit with her. You
yes,
just have to deal the damage. So there's been times where like you have like a hasty messenger and you swing into a Stalwart Shieldmate, and then you or you swing with the Xiao Xiao first and then you swing with the hasty messenger and it still gets banished, and that feels really really bad.
yeah, it's a really cool effect of Zhao Chao. Bad if you're on the
Yeah.
receiving end of it, but
Yeah,
cool
yeah,
effect
yeah.
of it if you have it.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
can it stops those on death abilities as well. So really a
Mhm,
strong card against those decks that are on the library witches or you were talking about earlier stalwart shield mates. We do see that hasty messenger, so at least the Lorraine player has some kind of cycle here early on that will help
mhm.
fix their hand if it feels a little rough. We'll see if it's enough to get them an early kill or not. As the CL player playing double creative shock. Pretty
Double
good.
creative shock. We like drawing cards in this game.
Yeah, definitely a pretty
Yep.
good start for CL with the double creative shock into a double discard of floating memory.
Yeah, one of the another thing that to note about like Xiao Xiao is when you do banish the card, CL wants to have at least a couple cards that you can make omens
Mhm.
without actually losing float. One of the issues that I was running into when I was playing Water CL, right? So I'm a water player. I love playing Water Guardian specifically. One of the problems that I kept running into is that I have all this float in my graveyard and I need to make an omen. but I don't want to make a float an omen because then I just lose a float. And even though you are advancing your game plan by like getting the to that 5 omen threshold where you get to draw cards every turn every time you attack, but getting rid of float to do it just feels really really bad.
Definitely, definitely. I like this play from the CL. Talking about putting cards in the graveyard, they want to make an omen.
Yeah,
I just a heavy swing, deal 6
yeah,
damage to the enemy champion, and then make it an omen
yeah.
so that way later that beguiling coup is online, like we are talking about earlier, and dealing a lot of damage.
Yeah, sometimes you can even just if you see it, you can bring out an early Maxim Armoire and then just bring the heavy swing back into your hand and just do it again. And you can get some pretty early kills with that. I've done that before and it's really, really
That's
threatening.
ridiculous.
Who needs to play level 3 when you can just swing them 6 again when it's cheaper?
That's really funny. We do see that sensor come out from the Fire Aggro Lorraine player.
Yeah.
Also, a Vermilion Decree. Dealing 3 damage to enemy champion. Um, Obviously, FS speed really good, but the sensor is going to hopefully slow down the CL player from being able to level up, efficiently, unless they find that reduce or that spurn that they are running. We'll see if they are able to find it in time to make it, a big impact. Uh, but Sensor is, I feel like last meta, it was definitely played. Definitely towards the end, everyone realized it's pretty decent, especially out of the sideboard. But I feel like now it is a card that is on everyone's mind. Do I need to basically I need to play this in the main? So this is one of I have my my champions, and then I have this, and then I have my my divine relic, divine relic, and so those are my cards for sure, and then everything
Yeah.
else fits in. Like, but Sensor I think is on everyone's list pretty much.
Yeah, I think one of the sort of things that ended up happening towards the end of last season is that you wanted to play the sensor into decks like Gembu that use a lot of floating memory and things like Seaside Ringleader, but sensor can be fracturized unlike Null Lantern, and so it ended up just getting fracturized and not getting as much value as you think it does, right? But against fire decks, they usually don't run that many reduced to ashes or spurn to ash. And so it does actually just stay on the board a lot more uh than something like a water deck that can just fracturize it and get all of their float back, right?
Yeah, definitely. We finally see that red hair. Red hair on Rival Stallion on the board for the Fire Lorraine player. It's one of my favorite cards. I mentioned this a lot. I'm an Allen player. Well, I'm an Allen. I want Allen to be good, I should say. And red hair is one of the coolest cards you can play in it. So CSR also looks beautiful, but this is actually going to help this Fire Lorraine player really push a lot of damage, like way more quickly than it was before. Although I do say that, and as I'm saying that, we do see a flame sweep come out with I believe that's
Yeah.
the bulwark sword. I think that's what we see there. So we're attacking and cleaving for 4, I believe.
Yeah, I believe it's one from the Servot possessions, one from the flame sweep, and
Oh, the
then
one from
two from
the
the bulwark sword. Actually, three from the bulwark sword.
yeah,
So
3 from bulwark sword. Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
it has a class bonus, which we haven't seen in a
yeah,
while because not a lot of people on Guardian.
yeah.
Usually it's just a 2 power sword, but yeah, this is gonna be a really good board clear and a lot of damage from the uh CL player. Actually, I mean 4 off
Yeah,
damage technically.
yeah, I think Steve here is sort of realizing I kind of need to level or else I'm gonna die before I actually get to do anything.
Definitely, yeah, definitely a smart choice here. Um, Scary thing about when you cleave a enemy, aggro Lorraine player's board is now they have a lot of fire cards in that drop for that fire momentum. So we
Yeah,
could start seeing those fire momentums coming in every single turn, or obviously rending and hone and all hone by fire onto the sword to make it even stronger of an attack. So we'll see if Steve has the cards to do that. Hopefully they do. I do see 3 cards being put down, so
yep.
definitely a possibility here.
There it is. We
Yeah.
see yep, banishing 3 fire cards. I
So we're gonna be
believe it's so you have
dealing 8 damage to
3.
the enemy champion. I think we're
Yeah,
getting rid of 3 here. Definitely have 3 to spare. With because we had the hasty message on board, we had that red hair on board, so that was feeling
yeah,
our fire graveyard pretty efficiently. So rending flames going to be coming in for 8, which is a decent amount of damage. Going to put that fire CL player to 18 if they are going to take it and don't have anything to do with that. I think they only have one card in hand, so not a lot they
Yeah.
can do. And then it's just whether or not there's a uh, blazing throw to help finish off this a little bit less
Could
damage
be.
here.
Oh yeah,
So we do have the
yeah.
lineage release, which is pretty big. I mean,
I mean,
pretty
at level
important.
1, it's really, really big.
We have
You
actually, this is huge because the sensor is on board. We have, even though there was a spurn and 2 reduced to ash in
you
the,
can't actually activate them, yeah.
yep, we can't activate those anymore. So this sensor is here to stay. And so it's up to the uh, CL player to find a lethal line very soon rather than later. Although we might see it
We
because I think, is this lethal actually with the Maximum Armoire bringing back the attack and using the Bulwark Sword for exact lethal?
Yes, the Bulwark Sword will be 3, and Heavy Swing is 6, so that's 9. And
Yep,
then
and
we
they're
get 1
11.
for the servile possessions. I mean, even if you don't, that's like,
Yeah, I think this actually is lethal, which is crazy to see.
do we
I
have enough
mean,
cards to use the Bulwark Sword and the oh,
I
and the
think we have
Heavy Swing? I
just
think we
enough.
do. I think we have exactly enough.
Yeah. Wow. Well
Oh
done. I
no, we
think this
have
is this.
1 card in the thing.
I think this has to be game. I don't think there's anything the Lorraine player can do here.
I
Heavy
don't
swing
think
coming
so
in for 6,
either.
bulwark for 3, the mastery for an extra 1. We're swinging for
Mhm.
10. So putting the Lorraine player to 21 again. I mean, this is exactly what you're talking about though.
Yeah.
Reusing that heavy swing is pretty darn good.
Yeah, like I said, I have done this before where I'm like, I don't actually think I need to level at all. I think I just need my heavy swing back in my hand, and then I think I just got it.
Wow, that's well done to the CL player. Obviously, even when that graveyard and the floating memory is turned off, uh, still having a line of for lethal, and they recognize, hey, I might not need this serene spirit anyway for that fire and that sensor might be pointless anyway as well because I can just go for a lethal play against the fire aggro Lorraine player.
Who needs to level? Who needs to level? Who needs float?
Who
Who
needs
needs
Wily
any of
Abyss?
that? Yeah, who needs any of that? Who really is the aggro deck here? You know what I mean?
Who would have thought that a Serene aggro player there'd
Yeah,
be a Serene aggro player, Serene Spirit
yeah.
aggro player. You don't really see that too often, but it definitely shows a really cool game from CL. The power of CL. We're starting to see those decks finalize a little bit more of those play styles and builds that that CL can do. Hopefully we'll see the same thing for Diana later on.
Yeah.
But we're getting a little bit better. It's cool to see cards that unfortunately Tonoris wasn't able to super capitalize on be played in new Guardian, maybe a little bit better Guardian. But I still like my Tonoris, I will say.
Yeah, Tenoris walked so that CL could run, man.
Yeah, exactly,
Tenoris
exactly.
just took all the punishment, all of the time where he wasn't meta, just so that CL could live and flourish.
Yeah. Great job to both players. Trying to find those lines can be difficult, and especially with new cards. That meant some armor. I mean, obviously, I'm sure this CL player's been playing CL for a decent bit of time here now.
Mhm.
Messing around with it in DTR, but it's not something you just pick up right away necessarily, unless you really understand the cards and interactions. So definitely well done by them in piloting the deck.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I think one of the really big things is Guardian has so much HP that
Yeah.
when you or so much life that when you do play against a fire aggro deck, if you don't kill them in turn 1, turn 2, it really does become really hard to kill them, right? Especially if they're
Yeah.
recovering here and there, right? Carter will cleave your whole board and he'll heal you like 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Uh, it makes really really hard for you to kill, and then CL level three's effect just also is really good at sneaking in damage here and there, but also clearing allies, right? Once you get to level 3 CL, allies kind of just don't stick on the board, right? You swing
Yeah.
with an ally into another one, and then go to your end phase. You make an omen, and you finish off the ally, right? Like
Yeah.
things like that also stave off a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. I really like the obviously Carter and the cleave is really cool. I like that. I love one of my favorite interactions is that Carter cleave with a siphoning fractal on board. Now siphoning fractal is a little bit of a meme, but I think it's really cool to be able to play a a Carter with a Cypher Fractal on board, kill off one of your own allies, triggers the recover from Arthur and from the Siphoning Fractal, deal one to your enemy champion, and then cleave board, recover a bunch of more, and deal more damage to the enemy champion. Like the internal synergy is
Yeah.
really, really cool.
Yeah, I think we saw something like that last week, didn't we?
Yeah.
We
Last
saw
week or the week
somebody do
before, or
that.
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. One of these past weeks, I think we saw someone like something like that. Yeah, that was really funny. It's sort of like Somathorns. You know how Somathorns prevents damage
Yeah.
but also deals damage back to anything attacking to it. It's
Yeah.
like that, but like you're just healing all this. You're healing all this life, and you're also just like pinging them for one every time you do it. It's really funny.
Yeah, no, it's super cool. I mean, I love those chip damage decks. It reminds me a little bit, not quite, but a little bit like Razor Gale. Whenever I was on
Yeah,
Razor Gale,
yeah.
and you're like, I love those decks that just kind of like everything I do is just kind of chipping you damage in here and there to
Yeah.
and that's how a CL is. Like you were mentioning earlier with that level 3 passive at the end step and banishing that omen, getting an omen,
Mhm.
dealing 2 damage. It's all that chip damage that it can get and passive damage that it can get, and so it just needs to survive and then eventually it'll kill you. Or in this case, not that long,
Yeah,
honestly.
yeah. Eventually, sometimes eventually comes really, really quickly.
Yeah,
Sometimes
yeah,
eventually at level 1 when you're CL level 1.
yeah. Really cool deck. I hope people are able to really crack down on it, figure it out, make it really strong. I'm sure as as we go to get bigger events and more player data. I mean, we have like Quicksilver Cup coming up really soon. We have
Mhm.
Boston coming up really soon. Um, you know, we'll see these decks be a little bit more finalized and hopefully streamlined, and and then people can start really building out the meta.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but I do want to ask your thoughts on those champions that we saw earlier. For people who are just tuning in, what we saw that CL player,
Yeah.
but we saw him fight one of those fire aggro the rain players that you're mentioning earlier. But
Mhm.
what are your thoughts on the rest of these champions that we have here?
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly surprised of a couple things. Thought we would have seen a lot more Merlin, and I thought we would have seen a little bit more Tristan, honestly. A lot more Merlin,
Sure,
a little bit more Tristan. Guoja kind of snuck up on me. I know, obviously, we have Suzaku, we have the fire sort of a similar fire aggro deck, but I thought people would lean a lot more. I mean, which they have, right? People have
sure.
leaned a lot more towards that Philo, that fire aggro, the suited version as well, which makes sense. But I honestly definitely thought a lot more Tristan, right? Tristan really good into the meta. They have a lot of ways to prevent damage. They have a lot of ways to get card value. They have a lot of ways to, once they get to level 3, they have so much inevitability built
Definitely,
into
yeah.
them where, everything just feeds their game plan and they just get to do whatever they want as soon they have 10 cards in hand, they're level 3, they have 16 prep, and the game is the game is over, right? Like
Yeah.
I'm just so surprised about the not the amount of Merlin and Tristan. How about you?
Yeah. I mean, I one of them, on one hand I get, and on the other hand, I like, so I definitely understand that. And one thing I think about from a Tristan is that we saw it being played. I mean, first of all, we saw it win Worlds.
Yeah, yeah.
We saw it played last set. So I'm sure there's people who just want to play with the new cards like the CLs, the Dianas that we're seeing, and
Mhm.
of course the level 3 Crux. And I think something about Merlin that they recognize is that there is an inherent weakness with the against these suited or allied decks or whatever it might be, where
Yeah,
level 2 Merlin is really vulnerable
yeah,
to those allied decks. And so even if you are getting to Merlin level 3, which has obviously one of the best value generation passive abilities you can get in the game and inevitability,
yeah,
um, it just you might just die along the way. You might not be able to get there fast enough and efficiently enough to survive and have enough protection in your deck to survive. So I'm sure that's what we're seeing there. Also, I know people might be a little burnt out on wind and want to try their fire again
yeah,
and see if there's
yeah,
more fun cards to play with. But something really strong things about wind is that it has so much versatility in the cards that can play. And I think we saw a new card in this set that I believe I can't remember the name of the card, but the effect is basically if a card were to enter graveyard this turn, it would banish it instead.
Yeah, it's called
And
Purging Tempest, I believe.
perfect. Thank you. Purging Tempest. Yeah, and that's one of those cards that I'm sure as we get more and more win decks to being played, and trying to find cards that out rile the abyss. I'm sure Purging Tempest is going to be one of those cards that people look towards to help stop those easy floating memories and liminal guides to from going off of Rile Abyss and into the graveyard. So it'll hopefully slow down some of that tempo that that Fire has with Rally Abyss, and I'm sure we'll start to see Wind start to creep back into the meta for sure.
Yeah, I think cards like Purging Tempest are actually the reason why I sort of expected more Tristan. Obviously, people
Yeah.
they like the new, they like the shiny cards like Rile the Abyss and Fire Interference and all those kind of cards. I get that, but cards like Purging Tempest are kind of cards that I saw and I'm like, man, this just makes Tristan so much more strong.
Yeah.
You see this card, you see someone activate their Rile the Abyss, and you go, hey, how about none of that? How about none of that value? They still get to draw the cards, right? But all of the
Yeah.
all the float that they discarded, all of the liminal guys that they discarded, those just all get banished, and a lot of your value just goes out the window.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that card is really really good.
Yeah, I think that's really good. Obviously, there's some like Cleansing Reunion, obviously, is
Yeah,
another really good card for dealing with those graveyards. So I'm sure Wind will start to peek its head a little bit more as the meta kind of refines. I mean, that's the thing about Wind is that it's best into a meta that's a little bit more refined, a little more stable,
yeah,
because
yeah,
they can pick and choose what hate cards they want to play. So no surprise that we see Fire really strong. I am surprised that we don't see a lot of Genbu, because I think also we lost in thought and with the ban
yeah.
of that. And I'm but it didn't hurt Genbu as much as people think it does. Um,
Yeah,
Genbu
I
still
think
has multiple win cons.
yeah. I play Water Mill primarily.
Yeah,
I was playing Genbu, right? I Genbu's the deck that I've played the most last season. I played it at Ascent Worlds. Um, I think the biggest thing about Genbu right now, obviously Lost in Thought being banned, it really honestly doesn't hurt Genbu as much
yeah,
as it does like those other like decks that run less float because Genbu runs a lot of float, right? So
yeah, yeah,
losing the Lost in Thought, you don't get to do the sort of massive draws that you used to do, but like it's still okay. I think the really big cards that sort of are scaring at the very least me from playing Genbu, and I'm sure other Genbu players feel like this, is cards like Intensified Pyre and cards like
sure,
Fiery Interference, because a lot of the Genbu lists they only play the level 2, right? They sort of we opted away from playing the level 3 because we just don't really need it, right? You have a lot of damage. A lot of time the game is even over before you even materialize the level
yeah,
3, right? You flip Genbu really really quickly. I think cards like Intensified Pyre that just really really punishes you for milling all these cards, right? Having a card that deals you 6 just for what is essentially your game plan, right? By turn 2, that card is online and dealing you 6, 4 times in a row, and you're sitting there like, wow. And then you try to cleansing oh, why am I blanking
Cleansing
on this
Reunion
card?
for or
No, not
or sorry,
revitalizing
revitalizing
cleanse.
cleanse. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. Then you try to revitalizing cleanse, and they hit you with the fiery interference, and
yeah,
now you can't recover. And it's like, man, this all feels so rough.
definitely.
That's the main reason why I decided to sort of switch off Genbu. Those sort of cards really turn off. Obviously, like and people are running more sensor. No Lantern is in every single sideboard, or sorry,
Yeah,
every single main board, right? No Lantern, every single main board. Uh, I think Genbu sort of caught, uh, uh,
astray
how-
a little
yeah,
bit.
a little bit of a stray, I think.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh, on top of just like the new, the shiny, the Rile the Abyss, the seeing
yeah.
if Water CL is like good, playing Water Diana instead, right? I think
And
a lot of that stuff is the reason why.
Definitely, I think, and we see obviously stuff like sensor being obviously while it can't be turned off by by fracturizing it, but that's still giving them a resource, and it's definitely
Yeah.
probably going to slow you down, especially if you don't have lost in thought to like respond to their sensor to like draw a bunch
Right.
of cards. So I'm sure we see it slow down. I think we just need to reimagine Genbu. I think a little bit to figure out how to get to work and make it see if we can get to play a little bit better. So I'm sure we'll
Yeah.
see that. I'm hoping that we'll get to see some Guoja maybe next game or whatever it might be, and maybe today, see if we can see. Well, they're probably Suzaku's because there's a lot of fire. I want to be hopeful that
Yeah.
player in here
Yeah.
that's doing well. So, but in any case, guys, we'll go to a break here. Get some water, stretch your legs, but be back in about 15-ish minutes for the next round.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. Or at least welcome back for us. We are back here getting ready for round 3 here in our Yeti Weekly. I am NEETfull. I am back casting for this round. And of course, with me is JoyBoy. JoyBoy, you want to go and tell us what's going on this weekend?
Of course. So this weekend we have the Yeti DTR Win a Case event. You can compete to get your case of DTR. That's a lot of boxes, a lot of singles. The information is in the Yeti server. If you want to join, please do so. A lot of good prizing, a lot of cool decks to see, a lot of cool matchups. Please do that.
Yeah, and this is definitely one of the events that if you're getting ready for Ascent Boston or you're getting ready
Yeah,
for your
yeah.
next big event, this is the place
Mhm.
to test it out. This is where you really want to try to see maybe I've got the list. I think I've got it. Let's test it out here.
Yeah, lots of lots of what I call deck stealing is this is where I look at it when I first started playing this game. I go to X event, most recent ascent, click top 8 and go, which one of these lists am I gonna copy?
Oh, 100%. I think every season I just wait and I just like scroll through Fractal of Insight and I'm like,
Yeah.
all right, competitive. Let me look at them. And I don't even
Yeah.
stop at like the top 3. I'm just like, I want to see everything.
Yeah, yeah. I go to top 30, I go to top 32 and I go to 33rd place, huh? That's a pretty cool deck.
Oh, and the one
I'll take
and
that
the ones
one.
I always look for too is the event where you know a big name player is in there and you're like,
Yeah, yeah.
he got 6th. Who beat him? What they do? What they
Yeah,
play?
yeah. Yeah. They're probably playing the best deck in the format. What do they lose to? For sure.
Oh, for sure. And that is something that's like really really cool. We've talked about many times before. Getting this early part of the season, there's some crazy stuff happening. I
Yeah.
was lucky enough. I had some free time. I went ahead and watched round 2 where you were commentating it. Ooh, that was some spice. That was
Yeah,
some
man.
spice.
That was so cool. You have these moments sometimes where the deck that is supposed to play a certain way just says, I don't think I need to. I think I can just kill you here, right? A serene level 3 Umbra deck that just looks at their hand and goes, I don't think I even need to level up. I think you're just dead here.
Oh,
It's always really funny to see.
oh man, CL like doing the math on CL where you're like normally you're like, oh cool, I've got a guaranteed 5 in hand. I'll go for
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
And then now you're looking and goes, now I've got 3 omens, so that's 2 more. I've got
Yeah,
this, so
yeah,
that's 2 more there. Oh,
yeah.
I guess that's an easy 15. Why not?
Yeah.
Let's just go for it. What? Who cares?
Yeah, if I use the sword, it's 3 more. Man, I think you're dead.
Oh yeah. And it's 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 one of those things like with Tony, you would sometimes have those. You're like, I can
Yeah,
materialize a sword, I can do this here, as we talked about. And now CL is just like, I've kind of had 2 free turns of doing nothing. Why not?
yeah,
Let's just do it now.
yeah. Why don't I just throw my whole hand down and kill you?
Oh, for
Yeah.
sure. And then of course we're also seeing fire aggro. Of
Mhm.
course, people were already we talked about before fire. People were starting to run stuff against fire aggro. And what's really cool to see is the deck also played through sensor. Like if
Yeah,
one game
yeah,
plan was gone and it said, I'm gonna go for it.
yeah. It didn't even care. I mean, they didn't even need to level up, right? Sensor Sensor really shuts off these Rile the Abyss hands where you get to dump a bunch of flow or liminal guides. You get to accrue so much advantage. Set your turn up, it, you know, essentially flawlessly. Uh, Draw a bunch of cards, dump a lot of flow, dump a lot of liminal guys, get those cards in hand. The fact that that card draws before it discards is insane to me.
Well, it's the worst part about it is even like we've had plays and just play testing where you play the card, you don't even draw one of the things and you just replace itself. So it's essentially just like a cantrip in a sense.
Yeah,
And somewhat where you're just like, I just need a different card in hand. And you don't even get the specter to discard. And you're just like, I still gotta see something new. So
yeah.
which not having to discard anything as well sometimes is just like, replace it. Let's get something else.
I've had way more often than I should gotten away with. I'm gonna play this Rile the Abyss. I'll discard or I'll draw this. I only have one card in hand. It's a Spectre, and then I draw the card, and it's another Spectre, and I'm never punished. I'm gonna send these 2 cards back. I'm gonna draw 2 new cards. And
We have a say in Texas when it happens, because they're like they draw the card and they go, "I'm so good at Grand Archive, dude," and it's like pitch the card. You're just like,
yeah,
"Yeah, okay,
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
buddy."
It's like when you use Creative Shock with no cards in hand, and then the 2 that you draw, one of them is float. Never punished. I'm so good at this game.
Oh, it feels good when you do Creative Shock and you look and it's Dungeon Guy float and you're like, "Yeah, this is the best possible options I could have wanted."
Yeah.
Oh, it's good to see
Exactly.
fire again, man. If
Yep.
it's the moments where I hate playing
Yeah.
Grand Archive.
Yeah. We do have some deck lists here. We have some pretty spicy stuff. We have a Fire Dao-Chan, the level 1 burn deck. We saw a little bit of early last season, and then we have another Fire Serene CL.
Yeah, and I think even looking at the last one, I think we're gonna see a lot of CL playing on Serene, just because having that, as you said prior, having that difference between 30 to 36 health possible in a game is absolutely insane. When a lot
Yeah, a
of these
lot of
aggro decks do their math, it's so hard to think about 36 damage over the course of those turns.
Yeah, a lot of the time that 6 health is really what gets you there, right? It staves off just enough damage to where, oh well, now I'm a guardian, now I have 30 HP. Now you try to kill me. We see the let's look at this Fire Dao Chan list. I will say I have played against this a Fire Dao Chan list as Merlin, and I got steamrolled. That
Oh,
deck is so scary.
Oh, it has a potential that out of any deck in the game right now, I think that has the highest potential to snowball so
Mhm.
hard if it has a
Yeah,
good
totally agree.
opening.
Totally agree.
There's times where it does not care what you do. It doesn't care if you're going to draw cards off of their own cards. It's just going to be, I'm going to draw a ton and you cannot stop me. And with it being more of like mixed damage of a little bit of physical damage here and then a little bit of spell damage here, doing that split damage is kind of what makes Fiza already very terrifying. And now you're
Mhm.
just kind of doing it in a slightly different way. And it's just, what do you do in those situations where a lot of your removal becomes 50-50 on or like your defensive options, or do I prevent spell damage or do I prevent attack damage? And it makes the decision making very hard in this list.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think having to make that decision between like, do I run Terrafring or do I run Safeguard Amulet? Do I run Resolute Stand or do I run, like these sort of decisions where it's like, am I going to get beat up by allies or am I going to get burned by these spells? Like, I think making those decisions is really what, uh, sort of gets you in these kind of decks. Was
And
he?
we are seeing it start off here. It looks like, yep, Fire Dalchan will be kicking this off. And this is, weirdly enough, this is kind of one of those lists that if it most times going second, I usually prefer in a lot of games. But
Mm.
against this matchup, this is one I do not want them going first.
Yeah, I know. I totally agree. I think going first gets you so much. You like your first turn. You materialize. Put some fractals out. Put some fantasias out. You pass. It comes to your turn. So much damage.
Oh, yeah, and I think we're already seeing the first fractal already hit board. So we're already essentially having ourselves, if we just want to consider that, we are now on a 15 turn clock.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we have. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah.
Oh no. Oh,
This is like
this is the start.
for sure. This is like one of the this is this deck sort of lives and dies by it used to. It's gotten a lot more help in this season, but it felt like before in the HVN season, it sort of lived and died by whether it saw this card in particular, right? This Firebloom Flourish does damage, also just replaces your hand, gets those glimmer counters to be able to play cards during your opponent's turn. Uh it felt a little bit like if you see this card, you win the game. If you don't see this card, you lose the game.
Yeah, and this was a kind of like where we had a lot more Fantasia removal running on
Right.
our boards. This is something that I would almost always, if I see this, I'm like, I will dig my deck to find the Fantasia removal, because getting this thing off the board is probably the difference between me winning and losing.
Yeah, no, for sure. We see Rhea passing here, which is kind of scary. I don't think there's a lot of I don't think there's a lot of prevention that you can play sort of at the very beginning, and then also uh cards like Fast Cure really only work if you're the one with the least influence. But you're never gonna have less influence than Fire Dao Chen, right? You're always gonna have more influence. These Fast Cures end up essentially becoming either dead cards or cards that you just discard with Creative Shock and CL's level 2 effect, because you're almost never going to be recovering from them.
Yeah, and it's something that I've seen a lot more control lists. Where we back in the day, we saw Merlins, we saw all these lists playing fast cured for that reason of just against aggro, I'm going to heal back up. But now with aggro lists being essentially committing everything, not playing it safe at all, it's very hard to do that because they're almost always at lower influence than you are.
Yeah, for sure. I do want to talk about Rhea. So she's playing 2 Unbroken Mustang. And I would imagine that is specifically to deal with Censor.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
we have the reduced to ash, right? But even if you want even more Regalia hate, you run the Unbroken Mustangs. That card has seen so much play since Genbu became meta, since you know, these cards like Censor of Wrestle Peace and No Lantern became the main deck cards, right?
Yeah, and it's something that, as we talked about before, running the main board against the meta is actually something you really want to consider. And right now, if your whole deck revolves around you pitching cards in the graveyard that matter, you
Hmm.
probably want to run the main board answer.
Yeah.
And unlike what we saw with the last one where fire gets turned off, you're not really gonna be able to deal with them. In this situation, if you're forced out of the level 1 to go and lose fire, you still have access to Mustang to say, you know what, I'm not out of it yet. I can play the Mustang, blow up the sensor. Now we're gonna continue our game plan.
Yeah, all the cards that I have set up specifically so that I can level efficiently, which have now been turned on. Those are turned back on. And you know, even if I can't play fire cards, hopefully I've set my graveyard in such a way where like I can level, get to that Umbra, and play those play those Umbra cards and not have a handful of dead cards.
What is also pretty interesting from your list is that is the water floating memory specter, I believe, correct? Correct me if I'm
Yeah,
wrong.
yeah, Evercurrent Raider, I believe.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
it
is.
is.
And that is something I see a lot more in Merlin because they want to do a lot of the prismatic loops. They get value off it later. Seeing it
Mhm.
here in CL, I don't necessarily hate it because it is another specter you can discard. It is floating, and because of CL's level 2, you have a lot of ways to just get that card into the graveyard. So honestly, actually very, very good play.
Yeah, I think you have to sort of make the decision of specters you're gonna run as these Row the Abyss targets. And like you said, Merlin obviously has the pick of the litter, right? She gets to pick whatever she wants. Fire, water, it doesn't matter. If there was a wind one, they'd probably run that one too. Just because they get so much value out of uh the Ascension, right? If you reveal water, you draw a card. The Liminal Guides, the Undying Dreams, all these cards, they have the most
Yep, and it looks like we are seeing the first Searing Rebuke come down of the game. This is a card that is definitely kind of makes the deck. Now, I will say eh, having your opponent trigger one of them for you feels very, very good when you're the Fire Dow Champ player. Whenever you can just essentially say, "Hey, I'm just going to go ahead and turn this right off right here, right now," and also just keep myself safe. And at this point, having to eat now that extra damage off that attack is pretty good. And looks like we are going to see the Ember Staff go ahead and play, kind of just setting up that late game that late game board state here. And at that point, it looks like we are probably going to see. Do they have a second rebuke in hand? That is actually the question here. Second rebuke could be pretty rough here if they do.
yeah, totally. Yeah, I totally agree. The Fiery Rebuke or Searing Rebuke is one of these cards where it turns little incremental damage that you would take into so much damage that they take. Especially with cards like Fractal of Sparks, where even if they if they use their one damage, and then they go, well, okay, I don't want to take more damage, so I just won't attack. You can use your own Fractal of Sparks to trigger Searing Rebuke to deal them even more damage.
And also remember, you can also do that in response to taking damage. So if you're about to take something like 3 damage, you can still ping yourself once, get that damage through, and then let the rest eat up the rest of that rebuke trigger.
Yeah, for sure. I think that is the best way to do it, right? If you're gonna take 3, all you're gonna deal is 3 damage. But if you do the one in response, you get that 6 damage, which is really nice. Man, we're really close to releasing here as a SCL.
Oh, this is a situation you don't want to see. You don't want to have yourself in. You've already seen the one rebuke. You've already pretty much almost taken the full damage from that rebuke, which is 6 of the 9. Still pretty rough to see. And as well, you don't really want to be releasing this early.
Yeah.
That means you're kind of just having to go straight to 3. There's no deviating the path there.
Yeah, and the Everflame Staff is also just a really scary card, right? Once you have those 3 counters on it, you get to just deal 4 at fast speed. It's kind of like, mini Blazing Throw without without having to pay for it, right? 4 damage is a lot.
And it does not take long to get those counters up on that card.
Yeah, I mean, the Searing Rebuke will put a counter on it. The Fire Bloom Flourish is a Fantasia spell, so it does count, and it will put a counter on it. So yeah, it can take up really, really quickly here. Yeah,
And we were doing as we talked about.
digging.
Are we going to see it? Draw the 2. And yep, see, we talked about this before. This is exactly what you want to see. You're like, I don't care. I'll draw the floating anyways.
She is so good at the game. Rhea is just so good at the game. Never punished.
Never punished. You don't need true skill when you have the most powerful ability in all of Grand Archive, and that is luck.
Yeah, the heart of the cards is all you need. Just believe.
And this is one of the weird situations where you kind of have to think about when you have 2 liminal guides in play that do you swing with them? Because if they have a rebuke, you've essentially just given them a free trigger. But at the same time, if you never play the rebuke, I think you've already won.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dao-Chan has enough things that they can do during your turn where even if you don't sort of swing with them and they trigger the rebuke, they can trigger the rebuke themselves, which is really scary. They can trigger the rebuke in response. I'll hit the fractal. I'll put one more counter on my Everflame Staff. I'll crack the Everflame Staff. I'll even if I can play it from hand, right? You can play sometimes you can play Searing Rebuke from hand and then also do something else with the Dao-Chan effect, right?
Yep, and no wait here on the dungeon guide coming out.
Yeah.
We need that health lead. Let's just get it out of the way. On top of as well as CL's level 3 being able to every time you make an omen do 2 damage or something, it's nothing to laugh at. That damage can add up very, very quickly. Now we're not seeing a lot of allies on board, so it's mostly probably going to be dealing damage to face. But with Dao-Chan realistically only having that 19 health that to eat through, it is a little bit easier to kind of just put 2 damage, and then get ready for that big swing.
Yeah, one thing to note too is that the CL level 3 effect is unpreventable, and so it does get through Searing Rebuke. And for anyone that doesn't know, unpreventable damage does still eat up prevention, right? So even if they do play the Searing Rebuke, they would take the 2 damage, and it does eat the it does eat the prevention a lot of the time.
Yeah, and there are caveats to that as well. There are layers where that will not it will not do, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, getting to level 3 though, getting to level 3 without having to release though, this is actually pretty okay. I think we might have staved off enough damage to where we're not, super threatened here as Fire Seal. We can actually get a lot of breathing room. So it looks like we're thinking on what to materialize here from Snow Ghost. We've sort of, like I said, we sort of hit that place where we can't really just really quick burst the CL down, and so we kind of have to find a way to kill them pretty quickly. But like we said, CL 30 life, the Serene Spirit still there. The little Star Wars shield mate, preventing that attack damage as well. Have a little bit of taunt. Uh, so looking like a bit of a hill to climb here.
Yeah. And I definitely would take kind of that thinking of like what we want to materialize there. There are kind of situations here where he's starting to build your opponent's or starting to build up a little bit of a board. She is starting to kind of get in that situation where those 1 to 2 swings with liminal guides, dungeon guides can start adding up. So I wouldn't be surprised in this situation if we were starting to consider that terrafring coming out here, just to
Mhm.
say I need that extra turn to start kind of building things back up. Or there is also a chance that we were maybe even thinking about going for something like the smoke bomb going through the taunt and just kind of pressuring that that board one more time before closing it out with spell damage.
Yeah. No, yeah, I for sure. I think you know, Dao Chen does only have 19 health, 19 life. So you can run into that same thing that we saw last round where I don't even need to do the whole level 3, ping you a couple times here and there, and I can just do the heavy swing thing and get there that way.
Yeah, because even at just 3 life right now, we saw in the last round that that 3 can very quickly change to lethal very, very quickly,
Yeah.
especially for this deck.
Hmm.
And
Oh,
we are seeing the
smart.
lantern come into play. This a lot of that with lantern coming into play, Kindle is going to be turned off. So we're going to see a lot of things not be able to use Kindle. Um, and I think that's primarily going to be the biggest target is turning off that Kindle from the graveyard is the most likely target for this.
Yeah, you you do also get the benefit of you being able to kill Fanatic Devotee, because one of the problems with Fanatic Devotee is that on death you get to banish 2 fire cards and deal 3 to the to target champion, and so there are no fire cards in the grave, so you do get to just kill Fanatic Devotee without being afraid of taking 3 extra damage just for clearing an ally. So that's also a big benefit from the No Lantern. And we also have, like you said, Kindle. I think it's glowering, glowering spire.
Yeah,
It's a
we saw one just a couple turns ago, I believe.
Yeah, glowing conflagration. I believe it's what it's called. Yeah. Um, yeah, the card that has Kindle 3 and then deals X damage, where X is the number of Fantasias you control, which right now is 3, so it would come in for 4 damage, which is nothing to scoff at.
Not at all. And it does look like
Ooh.
we are seeing the impact hammer come out, meaning are we gonna see the attempt for lethal here?
Yeah,
Because most of the
Impact
time,
Hammer. So Impact Hammer does sort of paint a very vivid picture of like, I know I'm going to take a lot of damage from this, but I either have a way to prevent it, or it's going to kill you and it won't matter.
yeah. And we did see the ring get carried over a turn as well. So
Mhm.
we definitely see kind of the setup here of I'm gonna try to do as much damage as possible this turn.
Yeah. We'll see how much they can pump out. We still do have a Serene. We still do have Serene Spare. We have not released yet, so we do have an extra 6 life buffer. We still have Recover 6 should we need it. The fire cards are turned off right now as well. Oh. Yeah. I mean, this is one of the cards we've been talking about all night, right? Deal 2 damage to target unit. If that unit is a champion, you cannot recover. So we can see, I mean, 14, a lot of damage, but if you can't release, you can get there. This deck
Yeah.
pumps out a lot of damage. You can actually do 16 here. If they can't release, that's really big.
Yeah, and not to mention the card is fast too, so you could set it up to try to get them when they release.
Ooh, okay, so we release in response. That makes sense. You are level 3. You don't have to activate as many fire cards as you would have before. We still
And
have
we did see Rhea throw a lot of the fire cards out from hand now, just be like,
yeah.
all right, this is my last chance to use them. Let's use them here.
We'll see if yeah. So
Yep.
Searing Rebuke, I believe so in response, we'll use the Fractal of Sparks. We'll deal 1 to Dao Chan, prevent 1, deal 3. Do it again with the other Fractal Sparks, and I believe swing with the hammer to eat up the last of it.
Yeah. That looks like the plan. And that is a lot of damage. That is 12 or 11 or 12, just straight off the hammer and the rebukes.
Yeah, and then we still have the Everflame staff here. I don't think it'll be enough, but we do have the Dao Chan effect of playing a card during your turn. So if that card is something like, a Shimmering Refraction, it could just get there. Oh,
I
but
think the only issue will be I think
oh
Dao
my!
Chan did attack, so Dao Chan is tapped down. So,
Oh,
but
true. Yeah, that
Blazing
is
Throw.
true.
Blazing Throw is a pretty
Yeah.
good card.
Doesn't matter if you have the Blazing Throw. Yeah, that is true. That's so interesting. I feel like I didn't see a Dao Chan list running Blazing Throw before with the Impact Hammer.
Yeah, it's actually something I've seen more of them with they do run Impact Hammer. I was seeing a lot of the attack card where they would just damage themselves, get the extra damage. I would see
Yeah,
that in a
Heat of
couple of
Vengeance.
Fire Dao Chan lists. Um, but yeah, I not very often do I see Blazing Throw. Be fair though, you're making the hammer. Why not? Why not throw
Yeah,
it?
true. Yeah, and we saw that's how they got the first game here. Man, even through release, turns out it doesn't even matter if you release. Even through release, you still just get there. I think it was a total of they were sitting at 16, and then so it was 20 damage that they just did.
That is, yeah. I mean, that's the as we said. If Impact Hammer hits the board, that is the
Yeah,
scariest moment for you as the
yeah.
opponent because you're wondering, hmm, they don't make that very often. It kind of became like even in Texas, we refer to that as like the I'm going all in turn. I'm putting my
Yeah,
whole hand down. If I don't get it, you're killing me. But
yeah.
why
I
why
like
who cares about 3 damage if you're gonna die?
I like to say it paints a very vivid picture. Is what it does. As soon as you see that card hit the field, you just say, I I think I might be dead here. I think that this person it's like a threat, right? It's like, when somebody imbues, like, let's say a Fractal of Rain with a double Frostwind Paladin, you're like, hey man, are you trying to say something? Are you threatening me here with these 3/4s?
Yeah, and all right, so we're going here. We're going to sideboard, looking at this, and Snow Ghost has a very interesting sideboard. Don't know if you've taken a look at it yet. It is a lot of 1-0s.
Yeah,
It is a lot of 1-0s. So looking here, obviously the Fire Resonance Bauble is coming in. That's an easy one.
right.
That is very likely coming in. Let's take a look at some of these other cards. Some of these I haven't even seen forever. I
I
don't think
think
Morgan Soul Guide's coming in. I don't think unless they're worried about their well, they could be worried about Vortex. But I don't think
yeah.
if the game goes on that long, I think it's already kind of the writings on the wall.
Yeah, I agree. I do think Ashwick Cremator is like really, really good for this deck, right? You kind of already put your hand down a lot as Dao-chan. And so getting that extra damage at the end phase, even though it does deal damage to both champions, a lot of time it just doesn't matter because you have dealt them so much damage that you taking a little bit of damage just like doesn't matter that much. And then you do get to do some crazy stuff where you kill them before they even level up. Uh, they do get to go first this turn, so that is something to note of. I think one of the interesting things is Safeguard Paragon. Do you know that card?
That is the new one, right? That's the new like safeguard amulet, but we've got it
Yeah,
on
it's like
on a
it's
stick
like
now.
right. Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
Safeguard Amulet on a stick. I think that's actually really interesting. As a as a choice, it is just a one of, so I don't know how relevant they've actually found it to be. I just think it's really interesting to be running that card.
Counting the sideboard, I'm wondering if that was supposed to be safeguard amulet, maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
Because it was like they're definitely I don't think they're running a full. Maybe they are. Maybe I can just not do math. I just can't do math. They are. So yeah, I guess they're just like, I don't got room for the amulet. I want these other cards. I'm putting it in.
Yeah, I'll have the amulet on a stick. How about that one? I do think there's like Regal Inquisition in Rhea's sideboard. I think that's obviously meant to be a lot more for the other like level 3 decks where they have very specific sort of win conditions that you get to just pluck out whenever you want, right? Like Merlin, Luxem, you get rid of those Lightweaver's Assaults, you get rid of those Fireballs, Incarnate Majesty, so those pesky Ghost of Pendragon. You get to just pick all those cards out.
Not to mention, if you're playing also into, you're thinking maybe somebody's bringing Xander. They might be bringing level 3 Xander. Being able
Mhm.
to rip their win cons out of their memory before they get to use them is
Yeah,
incredibly backbreaking.
yeah, for sure.
And we are
Man,
also seeing the Sovereign Sanctuary also in the sideboard. Those may come in if they can get to level 3 fast enough. That can prevent a lot of damage
yeah, it also
coming
replaces
into them.
itself, which is really nice.
Yeah.
This is a scary turn one for Snow Ghost though. It's similar to or turn two, I believe. Similar to last game, two Fractal Sparks, of a Fire Bloom Flourish. This is
And
really
and already coming down with the
Rococo.
Rococo
Oh
ready for
man,
the trigger too. Like this is a scary situation to be
yeah.
in.
We have enough cards to play Searing Rebuke too in response to the to the Sparks too. Oof. A lot of damage. And then the Dao Chan effect.
Already 2 glimmer counters down, ready to go. Just waiting on them. And we're not even done with the pressure yet. Uh-oh.
Oh. Wow.
That is already for 4 damage. Whew.
Yeah.
This is not where you want to be sitting on your turn 1 because it can definitely tell there's not going to be any deviation. We're probably going level 1 here pretty quick. And if there's a dungeon guide in hand, I would not even blink an eye
Yeah.
if they're dungeon guide to 2.
Yeah. Sometimes you do have to just level, Dungeon Guide just straight to 2 because otherwise you're gonna die.
Yeah. And against this setup where you haven't even seen a rebuke yet,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I think you have to play it very, very safe here.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you even. I mean, even you're now probably afraid of even swinging with the Liminal Guide to sneak in that little damage, right? Oh, we do it anyways. Oh, okay. Yeah. Killing the Rococo. That makes sense.
Yeah, get it off the board. Why not? At this point, don't want to be taking that extra damage. And it also as well, I think that is is it the second fire card to go in there? I think.
Yeah. I believe the first one was the Glowing Conflagration.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hasima didn't see the dungeon guide, so but to be
Yeah.
fair, we still got Serene. So
Yeah.
we still got the buffer.
Yeah, I mean, we still do have Serene, but releasing Serene at level 1, well, last it didn't end up mattering last round, but sometimes you don't need to actually kill them. Sometimes you just need to make them release, and then they're in such a bad spot that you can just get there slowly instead of just in one big burst.
Yeah, you can definitely tell for Rhea. Rhea's really thinking about the options here.
Hmm. Yeah, I would be thinking about whether I can even afford to like dilly dally here.
Yeah, I think at this point, I think it's you need that health buffer, but as well as you also need some pressure. That is like
Hmm.
the biggest thing is you can get to level 3, you can play as defensive as you want for as long as you want, but if you're not applying that pressure back against this deck, it can be very very difficult because they only have 19 life. So if you can kind of challenge them back on a little bit of damage here and there, you could potentially at level 3 race them back out.
Hmm. Yeah, and we're only 9 damage away from being forced to release here as well.
Yep, and
Let's
already
see what they
if the rebuke is
materialize.
in hand, that is a hammer play is already a lot of damage.
Yep, man. Even with the Everflame staff as well, there'll be one. There'll be one. You'll get one trigger from the Flower Bloom Flourish, and then if you play the Searing Rebuke with the Sparks, that'll be 2 triggers, and then you'll be able to use the Everflame staff as well. Man,
Yep,
we'll
taking
see.
the one for the recollection. And it looks like
Ooh.
ooh, guys are right. That's
Oh. Not no. They don't have 4 cards in memory though, so it is paying 4 for this. See if we have a response from Ray. I don't think there are any responses.
I don't think not in this situation, but very likely because I believe at the end of the turn we're going to be adding in those glimmer counters back up.
Yeah.
So at this point, there is very at this point, if I was Ray and I was thinking about what to potentially have, I would be thinking they probably have the rebuke down there.
Especially if you have the Fractal Sparks awake, right? If you don't have the Searing Rebuke, you could probably do sneak the 2 damage in, right? But don't, if you do have the Searing Rebuke, you 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 do just keep them away. You do just keep them awake. See if he has a Searing Rebuke.
And we are
Red.
digging for something here. I
Yeah.
think at this point, I think it's the dig for the dungeon guide. Is very likely what we're digging for here.
Yeah. Yeah, not having Dungeon Guide in this situation is really, really rough. You probably I mean, you might just actually die.
Which I
We'll
think,
see if
yep,
they have it though.
we'll find out here pretty quick. Which I'm not seeing the windmill slam dungeon guide, so I'm starting to think maybe not.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of thinking about what to do, so maybe not. Flame sweep,
Oh, 3
maybe?
coming down. There's the Mustang
Ooh.
saying, "Get rid of that staff." That's at least eating away
Oh.
4.
It doesn't. That actually also probably means that Searing Rebuke is not in memory. Because otherwise, you would have just used it in response, get that counter, and then crack the Everflame staff. So maybe we do just have a bit more of a buffer than we thought. But not dungeon guiding does mean that you don't have that extra buffer. You don't have that extra HP buffer. You still obviously still have the Serene Spirit, right? So you do get to recover the 6. But if you try to release and they have fire interference, then you do just lose the game there.
Yeah, so it does look like we played chicken with it a little bit. See, did you have it? And after seeing not, we are like, all right, let's turn this board sideways.
Yeah, you wanna if you oh
Wait a
we are
second,
using
maybe.
something after the thing. Oh, for 2 exactly. Man, this card is so good. So much damage. I wonder I wonder why they didn't they probably just didn't have enough cards in memory Yeah, they didn't have enough cards in memory to use the Glimmer Counters to use the Cinder Geyser, but after they played the Unbroken Mustang, there was 4 in memory, so it ended up discounting the activation of the Cinder Geyser. So that was a little bit unfortunate. Here we go. The
Yep, and
the
just as we
picture
talked about, it's
the
here it
picture
is.
has been painted. The the picture has been painted. I am trying to kill you.
And Lethal is on board in a lot of ways at this point
Yeah.
because with the ping at the recollection puts it 23. Hammer kind of wraps it up there, pops the Serene, and you just hope your opponent
Yeah, so
does not have it.
we gotta do, I believe, 7 HP. 7? Ooh. Wait.
I'm surprised we
I'm
didn't see this
surprised.
get.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Interesting. So they didn't use fire interference in response to the release. They probably just okay. Yeah, they probably just said, "I
that's
will
it.
kill you."
That's it.
That's so interesting. They just said, "I will kill you even if you release." Yeah, I think Snow Ghost just said, "I don't care if you release. I will kill you either way. I would much rather just keep the card in hand to use to pay for other stuff that will still kill you anyways."
That was 100% the. I'll show you I have it, but I'm also going to
Yeah.
show you how I even farther
Yeah.
have it in this game.
It's mental damage is what just happened. Yeah, man, I told you this fire burn down chant deck is really 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 scary. They attack from they like we said, they attack with a lot of spells, a lot of allies, even allies that like deal you damage when they die. It's so many of these so many ways of dealing you all this damage that even with Serene Spirit they just get there, you know?
Yeah, and that's where we talked about. This deck snowballs so hard once you start getting that massive fractals into play. So it doesn't go as crazy as like we saw with water fractals, where it's every turn fractal, fractal, fractal. But
Mhm.
just sitting out even just one spark and having out one fire bloom flourish just pretty much means the deck is going to essentially pilot itself from that point. Where you're
Yeah.
essentially going to play out your hand, let it draw you back up, and then rinse and repeat until either you're dead or your opponent's dead. And it's
Mhm.
be fair, it's a very, very solid aggro strategy. I'm gonna true just completely send it with fire and split the damage both ways, and then hope you just don't have all the answers.
Yeah, no, totally agree. That Fire Bloom Fur is just such a powerful engine for this for this fire cleric deck. Getting those glimmer counters, getting that card every turn, you just get rewarded for putting to turning all of your influence straight into damage. And then those glimmer counters also turn them into damage. You know what I mean? Like they get to do so much. They get a little bit of free reign once that card is turned on.
Yeah, and we saw a difference now 2 rounds, the difference in kind of the Serene Fire CL,
Hmm.
kind of like going up against those matchups. Against fire, you could against fire aggro allies, we saw the deck was very like held its own very, very strong, had a lot
Hmm.
of answers in terms of just weapons, being able to use its own allies to clear the board. But when your opponent doesn't present like really many allies, they don't present many other threats in a form that you can easily interact with,
Yeah.
it's very hard to kind of just what do you do in those situations? And as we saw, there wasn't really any Fantasia removal. We're seeing a
Mhm.
lot of it now. People aren't now that fractals, people believe fractals is water fractals isn't as scary. You kind of forget about these other decks that are actually running very powerful Fantasia, and they're starting to run away with a lot of games because of that.
Yeah, I think a lot of the sort of normal lists, the um so we just got word actually. I think we so game 1 is actually a game loss for Snow Ghost. We had an they activated. Yeah, there wasn't enough cards to play the lethal turn on the first round, so we're playing round 3 right now. Rhea's going first. Interesting. That we'll see if Rhea can get there now. I mean, maybe we stave off enough damage to where we get there. That's a little bit unfortunate for Snow Ghost here, but we do have to make sure you play these play these decks really, accurately. Don't miss your triggers. Make sure everything that you activate properly. You just, have to make sure that you play cleanly here.
Yeah, and sometimes it's even for just completely forgetting where it's probably did the math with the fractal on the board, and then
Hmm.
completely forgot to use the fractal and
To
could
use the
use the
fractal,
fractal for
yeah.
damage. And it happens. Like it's unfortunate that sometimes those mistakes do happen, but luckily it was caught. So this way we have now a game 3 going to the fight back. So
Yeah, and we're starting
and
off with a, Cinder Geyser straight to the face. Uh, bit of a stamp. Here's 4 damage. Man, Rile the Abyss has been drawn every single turn, every single turn for Rhea, and that must feel so good.
at this point, I don't even think we've seen that many cards get glimpsed either. Like we haven't seen like a whole. Sometimes if you really want it, you just pitch the whole
Yeah.
hand and then draw the new. I don't think we've seen. I think we maybe seen like one, maybe two cards go back at most for most of these. So
Yeah, I think
as we
the
said,
one of the problems with the Riles sort of package is that you do need at least, or a lot of the time you do want at least 2 targets, right? So you can't send your entire hand back if you don't see a Rile. You do have to keep at least, or you want to try to keep at least two Rile the Abyss targets, so that if you do draw the Rile the Abyss, you get that full discard, full draw. Um, but if you just draw it first hand, you you know, never
we
punished.
also see
Like we
she
said.
also had the creative shock after going to 1 as well, using that extra card draw to be able to guarantee another float. Like this is a if you want the run back game, this is the run back game.
Yeah,
This is
yeah,
everything's falling into place for Rhea right
yeah,
here.
yeah. This is value city here. We get to make an omen. We get to make an omen too. Don't have to worry about dumping float. That is the cool part about cards like Creative Shock and Rile the Abyss. If you're playing CL, these cards not only do they let you scope your graveyard so that you can level up efficiently and get those liminal guides in there, but also the cards themselves end up becoming uh omens, right? You end up making them omens. And there are some cards that care about the specific kind of omens that you have in your omens, but for the most part you care about the quantity of omens, right? You want to get to that threshold of like 5 so that every time you swing you get to draw a card into memory and stuff like that. And these cards that end up giving you a bunch of value end up giving you a little bit more value by then themselves becoming omens, which is really nice.
Yeah, it's cool to see not only where we saw earlier where Fire Lorraine would get a benefit of it, having the extra fire card also go to grave,
Hmm.
but now also seeing CL get the Omen. It's really cool to see a lot of these cards that we got originally in Grand Archive from set 1 just get
Hmm.
more powerful as we get more and more sets
Yeah.
into the game.
Yeah, these sort of staple cards like Frostborn Paladin and Arthur and Creative Shock, right? All these cards that have been around since the game started, and still seeing play, in a lot of deck archetypes here.
And we are seeing the second Fire Fractal hit board, but notably, we do not have a Fire Bloom Flourish out yet.
Yeah, which is really big, actually. Like we said, I think a lot of the time the deck can kind of live and die by that card. We aren't gonna draw a card every turn now, right? Every time we dump our hand, it just stays there. We can't play as much. We can't use Dao Chan's effect as much because we don't get any glimmer, right? We have the initial 2 from the on enter, but after that, you don't really build any by yourself unless you have the Fire Bloom first, which is really, really punishing.
Another Ryle with a double hit.
Value. You like drawing cards?
Well,
We
welcome to Fire, baby.
yeah.
We're gonna like how many of them do you have in deck? 2, but I'm gonna see every single. I want to see them both every single time.
Yeah. Using the 2 float to level up for free, and then we have the liminal guide coming in drawing you a card. I mean, this stuff is so nice. If you're a level 3 fire deck, this is exactly what you want to see, especially if your opponent doesn't draw their engine, right? If they don't draw their engine but you draw yours, man, you're up huge. Let's see if we have a dungeon guide, because that would be just the sort of topping on the cake.
The real nail in the coffin. But Amy, worst case
Yeah,
scenario here, we did discard a floating memory off of the CL trigger. So
right.
And Creative Shock here as well.
Another one.
Still in
My favorite
Recollection, I
part.
believe, too.
Yeah, I believe this is still Recollection. My favorite part about Grand Archive is just drawing cards. Not really. My
Yes.
favorite part is really milling cards, but
You like drawing just in a little bit different way.
yeah, you know, I like drawing them into my graveyard is what I like to do. You know, fire players, they like to draw them into hand. Whatever, man. I like to draw them straight into my graveyard. I don't even need them in hand.
Oh boy. And you can definitely tell now that the not being having in that one extra card every turn is really starting to make Ghost think here of
Yeah.
can't your math gets a little bit harder because originally you could play 2 cards a turn and still kind of keep that same pressure going every single turn. Now you're kind of limited to 1 card a turn if you want to have that same pressure. And that's where we see a lot of aggro decks at this point without something like Fire Bloom Flourish. They start kind of teetering out. Their damage starts lessening and lessening. And this is where you can now as a level 3 deck say, all right, your scary 15 damage is no longer possible. So we're now going to play my game plan. You're going to watch me essentially do that 15 back to you instead.
Yeah, and you know, when you do have the Fire Bloom Flourish out, you do get to you know, in your end phase you get 1 glimmer counter, right? And then a lot of the cards that you activate cost 2. And so when it comes to your turn, you have 1 left, goes to your end phase again, you have 2, you can activate another one, but you can't do that if you don't have the Fire Bloom Flourish, right? You get to activate the 1 and then you get to and then that's it really. You have to play your hand out and hope that it's enough. But we do have the Stalwart Shieldmate from Rhea, so no dungeon guide. We don't level right away, but I don't think it matters. I think we have sculpted our graveyard and our memory almost perfectly. We have 1 float, 2 cards down. We will hard level to level 3, and then we will start doing what Umbra Seal does.
Oh, for sure. And we already pitched 1 float, as you said. We already pitched 1 floating. We're already kind of in a sweet spot where we're kind of dungeon guiding in a way already.
Yeah.
And we only I think it's only 2 cards in memory right now. So
yeah,
like we already got it. We got the path.
Yeah, we're chilling. I think we're kindling too, so yeah, there we go. I think this is
presenting the 3.
We'll see if man, this just feels a bit of a hard hill to climb though for Snow Ghost. We're already level 2. We've only taken 9 damage. We haven't been forced to release. We're gonna hit level 3 next turn. Unless they can pump out all of the damage in the you know, unless their whole hand just turns into a bunch of damage. I don't see it going fantastically well. But you know, Dao can do that. They can just turn all of their hand into a lot of damage. We saw it game 1, game 2. You know, we did have a little bit of an error with game 1, but game 2 was a lot of damage.
Yeah, and as you said, it might just be that Fire Bloom Flourish. You see it, you're on a tear. You don't. It gets so much harder.
It definitely just gets to it builds up so much of all of the resources that you want as a fire, right? The cards, the glimmer, the damage, right? At your recollection that will trigger your Everflame staff, right? It's so good.
And here we are, level 3. Our game plan is online, and we are just drawing all the cards.
We still have the little Starwood Shieldmate there, preventing the impact hammer attacks and stuff like that.
Yeah, even just being able to say, "Hey, you're not going to come in with me with like a Rococo. Like Rococo's getting a little bit worse." Like, there's so many things that Star Wars Shieldmate's just keeping at bay here.
It is also the perfect cremation ritual target too. If you do want to just turn that card into more draw, you just cremation ritual.
I'm starting to think fire might be pretty good.
You know, I think you might be right. Oh man.
Oh, and a Mustang coming down too, hitting the staff.
This is just salt on a wound here. We spend the materialization to get rid of. We spend the materialization to build up a little bit of damage, and Rhea just says no.
And as well as Rhea had 2 more Mustangs in sideboard, so it would not surprise me if all 4 of them are currently in the deck. Well,
Yeah,
one of them was already in banish, but
yeah. We don't have a. I don't think we. I don't. I will say. I don't think we've seen any big attacks from Rhea, either discarded with the level 2 or played out. So I don't see any like big sort of damaging turns with the sort of with beguiling coup or the heavy slam, the heavy swing, uh, or anything like that. So while we do have a lot of HP, a lot of life to buffer, we aren't presenting a ton of damage.
yeah, it looks like, and I did see earlier in the last game, we did see the vortex get banished.
Yeah.
So I think that may be part of the game plan is using the vortex to let your opponent kind of whittle themselves down in a sense, and then using the omens to finish it up. But in a deck like this, you still have to be a little bit scared that the deck may just kind of burn you back down before you ever get there.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you do have when your game plan is just really really big swings, if you don't see that big swing, it is just uh a little rough. Here we go. We got the perfect combo, the impact hammer with the searing rebuke and the two fractal of sparks. In response to the fractal sparks, searing rebuke will deal you 3. We'll do the other fractal sparks. We'll deal you 3. I don't think we have enough cards in hand to play a fiery interference though, so we will get to release here before we die, but we'll
And
see
as
if
you
it
mentioned,
matters.
we also mentioned Star Wars Shieldmate is still on board.
Yeah, we get to save off a little bit of damage here.
And I do not believe we've released yet either, so we do still have a little bit of that buffer.
Yeah, we still 3 damage from releasing. Man, if you had Fire Bloom Flourish out, this game would be a completely different story. We still have a lot of damage on CL. CL not representing a ton of damage right now. They do have 3 omens, right? So their attacks are getting pretty big, but uh not a ton of damage being represented. It might just not matter. Even with the slow burn, we might have oh, interesting. Devouring Malice.
This might be
I
one of the first times I've seen this
I've
card
never
actually get
seen this
played
card, yeah.
this meta. I will say, if you've got a lot of floating memory, this card can be nuts.
Yeah,
I do really like this card, but man, does it feel so hard to have to play.
I agree. I mean, I think most of the time when you're playing this card, if you're not like a deck that has just a ton of extra float, you just banish the one and then you pick your favorite one, right? Deal 3 to target champion and recover 3, or just put 3 debuff counters on an ally, kill an ally, dealing 8 unpreventable damage to yourself and drawing 2 cards. That's a little bit harder to swing, you know. Taking 8 unpreventable is a lot. That's a that's a very it's a very hard pill to swallow.
There are two of them that I really, really like, and then there's one of them that I'm like, if I ever use this, I'm either desperate or I'm putting salt in the wound.
Yeah, it definitely feels a bit more like a win more card. You know what I mean? Like, yeah,
Oh yeah.
I'm already winning. I'll deal myself 3. I'll deal myself 8. I'll draw 2 cards.
And we talked
Uh,
about it during the sideboard going into round 2. That Sovereign Sanctuary hitting
yeah.
board. Really cool thing about this card is it is a Fantasia, meaning
Mhm.
while it stays on the board, every instance of damage, both physical and spell, or this case non-combat, is going to be prevented. And when it comes back to your turn, recollection phase, you're going to draw an extra card into memory, essentially replacing itself. This is one of those cards that I think when they were talking about they want to make level 3 decks a
Mhm.
little stronger, this is one of them that they were like, let's give them a resolute that's just like a slightly tweak to what we already have. So you don't have to have 3 cards in hand, you don't have to skip a draw. Instead, you're going to replace itself, and you're going to kind of you're going to slow down your opponent from both like those fronts, especially if you're into something like this or FISA.
Yeah, totally. I think this card is really, really nice. It does take a bit more setup, right? You do have to be level 3 to unlock, or you do have to be level 3 and have that advanced element unlocked so that you get the exalted bonus, or get the exalted. You do have to play it during your own phase. So you have to preemptively be like, am I going to take a bunch of damage? I'll play this card just in case, and then once it comes to your turn again, that's when it replaces itself. I think it's really nice though. Oh man,
Ooh.
that is just that's actually so sick.
Actually went for the hammer instead of the. I guess yeah, because I guess hammer you want to kind of worry about that damage possibly coming
Yeah,
in.
yeah.
Yep.
Man, there's a lot of regalia hate in Rhea's list. The
Oh yeah,
broken
I think
Mustangs
just
in the main, the reduced to ash in the main, like
how many pieces of removal is that? If post sideboard, are we looking at a possibility of we add in 2 Mustangs and we
yeah,
have those? Is that that's
so we have at
6
least 2
pieces?
reduced to ash.
Yeah, we're sitting with 2 reduced ash and 2 Mustang main board, and then 2 additional Mustangs in the side. That is 6 pieces of Regalia hate right there in the board. That is absolutely insane. We're saying you're gonna play Censor? Not today.
Yeah, which makes sense, right? I think as soon as we saw the Ryle package, everyone started sort of realize, man, Sensor really really good here. We'll see if Rhea can get there though. The Sovereign Sanctuary putting in a lot of prevention here, granting Rhea one more turn, and still haven't released yet.
Yeah, and the other thing I had to read about that card too when I first looked at it, I was like, that is a really, really good card. And I read it again and realized that doesn't say champion, that says unit,
Yeah, it says anything,
which
anything
is
you control.
I had a local Merlin player play it against me, and he had a Ghost Spin Dragon out, and I was sitting there, I'll swing into it, and he's like, it'll prevent 2, and I'm like, yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah, playing a Resolute stand that also saves all of your Pendragons is just so rough. You have to deal. You just never kill those things. They already have 4 HP, or they already have full life. It's so rough.
And we
Ooh,
are seeing the Safeguard Amulet come out.
that's smart. That makes a lot of sense here.
Yep, and then not even wait. He's like, Recollection, let's get the Terrafring popped
Yeah,
here.
for sure. Yeah, I mean, there's you already don't have that much life to spare, and then like we said, CL really really big swings.
Yep, and you're already sitting this close to, without the release, you're sitting this close to lethal. It's kind of something you do have to respect.
Yeah, I mean a Searing Rebuke. I mean, you can do the Searing Rebuke. You can do all of it sort of in response to the safeguard, right? It is all fast speed, so if they go to crack the safeguard, you in response deal 3, boom boom boom, deal them 9.
I only got a quick glimpse of the card coming down. Unfortunately, yep, it is the mysterious full blank card. It is. You don't see it often here in Grand Archive. Don't see it played often. Usually we don't allow it, but here we're making a strong exception. Oh, and it looks like it
Watch it.
is possibly a shield mate that has come down. So kind of keeping that aggression a little bit more at bay. But we're now kind of looking at the same situation here of that's still 3 fractals in board, which if we think about it, at the end of his turn, we look at it this way, end of turn, pop it for 3, and then your turn, pop it for 3 more. Still pretty scary.
I wonder what they chose with the Devouring Malice. I don't think I saw anything. We did release the. Oh man, we released and we are still 6 damage away from dying. We do still have the Safeguard Amulet, but it probably is able to just get there.
I think the Malice may have recovered. I don't think it was ever used for the draw or recover 3. I may have
Oh,
missed a
so it's
turn
deal
here.
3, recover 3.
Yeah.
Wow,
I believe that's what it used for. That's how we're at the 22 because we took 3 hits of the fractals and we healed 6.
Right.
So essentially healed 3, I believe.
Yeah. Oh, they materialized Fire Resonance Bobble, but CL isn't a fire champion anymore.
Oh well, yep. We may have to have a. Okay, it looks like there was a catch on that.
Yeah.
We almost drew the card.
Yeah, they did release not a fire champion anymore. That's unfortunate. I do that when I play Wind Astra. If I've taken a bunch of damage and they go, I'm gonna Material Life Bobble, I go, well, I mean, I'm gonna release. You just you just wasted your materialization and you don't get to draw a card.
So many people forget that Serene is there, and then you just
Yeah.
go, "I'm gonna say no draw," and they're like, "Yeah, well, okay, yeah, I guess that's on me then." Which is always the golden rule. If I'm gonna play Ring or Bobble, I always play Bobble first.
Right. Yeah, You want to get the guaranteed, cuz no one's going to release when they've taken no damage, right?
Yeah, it's
So you want to just get the one that is guaranteed to get its value, and then later on you can GCR. You don't care if they're a fire champion, if they're released or not. You don't care about any of that.
and of course a deck like this, you're probably not gonna get them even if you have 7 damage on them that
Yeah,
early. They're probably not willing to give up their
yeah,
basic element just
yeah,
for stopping you one draw.
for sure. Yeah, you want someone to force you to release. You don't want to just release willy nilly.
But we do get to now look at that really beautiful
We
fire
do
resonance
have
bobble.
we have lethal on board for Rhea, or we're one off 19 life from Dao Chan. We're at 15. We just need one more damage. We swing with the Liminal Guides and the Unbroken Mustang. We don't have any Glimmer, so we can't use the Searing Rebukes, and we don't have any cards in hand. We do have still 2 Fractals, which are reservable, so you can pay for the one card in hand, and the one card in hand might just be Rebuke.
But I don't think we have, well, I guess we do have the fractals
Yeah,
to play it. So, and we are seeing the
yeah,
Chalice of Blood come in, draw 2. Hopefully just give us some more answers here.
yeah. I mean, we just need a big swing here. Do we have any big swings? Oh, we don't.
Yeah, I was looking through the list as well. It
Oh,
does not look like we have anything that's, I think our biggest might be a Carter. Would be the biggest you could present.
yeah. Okay, so we use Nocturne's Oblivion on one of the fractals. In response, we use the Searing Rebuke so that we don't take any damage. And if you do swing with the Liminal Guides, uh, Rhea will be killing herself here. This is a Siphoning Fractal, I believe. Interesting.
Do believe you are right.
I mean, this is so interesting. Rhea is playing sort of a list that just sort of grinds you down over time. We are in
Which is
overtime
great.
now.
Which is crazy because I have not seen a deck do this in a very long time.
Yeah, no, me either.
I think the closest I've seen more recent has been probably Xander, but even then, Xander still has the closeout potential when it gets there.
Yeah. Yeah, they do have the Bulwark Sword though. That we haven't seen Bulwark Sword. It is in the main.
Oh, and there is the Carter.
Ooh.
So gonna recover 1 because whenever an ally dies, we do get to heal that. Which
That is so Rhea will recover 1, it'll trigger Fractal of Rain, it'll recover 1 more and deal Dao Chan 1. But is it unpreventable though? I don't think it is. So they can't actually swing with Carter. Or they can. I mean, 30 HP, but so 2.
and that's gonna eat up the last of the prevention on the
Yep.
rebuke. And then then they have the lethal here to swing the last 2.
Yeah.
Last 2 exactly with there. Ooh!
Yeah, wow.
That was a nail biter at the
That
end.
was well played, yeah. Man, that's actually that's such an interesting list actually. No, you know, opting not to go with the heavy swing, the beguiling coup, sort of way to play CL, but instead going with a sort of grindy version, like you said, like a Luxem sort of. I'm gonna play these cards that keep me alive and deal you damage in the process. Going for that grindy game. It's so it worked, man.
Yeah, and it's we've even mentioned it. Right now, because it is so early, there is so much testing happening, especially with
Yeah.
CL being the kind of the hot new champion where
Mhm.
people really want to build in different ways. We have now just seen in back-to-back games people taking two separate approaches to the end game. One wanting, as you said, that very grindy, we're gonna take our time, do what we can here. And then of course the one goes, I want to get to three and I want to Oonga Boonga. And it's the
Yeah.
two sides of the Guardian. Do you want to play a very long game like the old
Yeah.
Tony, or do you want to Oonga Boonga?
This is so interesting. I wonder. I feel like Rhea's list could have played uh Mad Tea Party. I think is the name of the card. The domain that every time an ally enters the board, recovers you one, and it counts both boards. So you know your opponent plays an ally, you recover one. You play an ally, you recover one. Uh, I feel like that kind of matches the play style that Ray is sort of going for. I wonder why. I wonder if they know about the card or if they decided not to play it.
May have just been room, and they may have also been worried because it is a siegeable domain, so they
Yeah,
may have been worried about just them pressuring it with the damage, stuff like that. But that being said, if it takes two or three allies to kill it, and you're healing
yeah. I
three
mean,
life off it, that's
it has six. It has either 5 or 6 durability,
yeah,
and
six
so
durability.
yeah, 6 durability. I mean, if they want to sink 6 damage into this siegeable domain that has healed you every time they summon an ally to try to kill it, I think you just kind of take that trade, right? You get to heal for the allies that they summoned to kill your siegeable domain. You get to stave off 6 damage, and if they don't kill it, you just get to infinitely heal, which is which seems to be Rhea's game plan with that deck, right? With the siphoning fractal, the card, or the obviously Serene. You just want to
Yeah,
stay alive. You don't want to die at all.
and we saw that even with the siegeable domains, they can potentially be very hard to kill in
Yeah.
especially in the right deck. Because I mean, we saw it with the water domain. We saw
Hmm.
when we had to that, it only had 4 health, and there was
Yeah.
times where I would struggle just to get 1 damage on it. So it's
Yeah.
it's very much a card of you play this. There's a good chance it might stick on the board for quite a while and gain you quite a bit of life. Now, if you're into a non-ally matchup, kind of a dead card, but
Yeah.
that's why we have sideboards.
Yeah. Well, it's less powerful, right? But you do get to I believe it still heals you when liminal guides enter the field ephemeral.
Yeah, because it
So
is whenever an
even
ally enters. Yeah.
right. So even that is also like forwarding your game plan, right? You've already discarded this card. You leveled up because you were going to anyways, right? And then you get to you get to recover one on top of that when it enters the field. It draws you a card. Yeah. Somebody build that list and participate.
Send it over. Send it
Yeah,
over.
yeah.
We want to see it.
Someone build that list. Enter Yeti. We want to see that. We want to see that. A
If you could
undying CL list.
also make Joyboy happy, kind of transition to water as well. Let's get some water cards in there.
Now we're talking. Now
Now
we're
we've got the
talking.
list.
Man, can I just get on my soapbox just a little bit?
Go for it. Go for
I'm
it.
so upset that this is a Guardian set, and we got a lot of Guardian cards, a lot of Guardian water cards in particular, but almost none of them are playable in Nico. How? Why? Weebs, why would you do this to me?
I think I
I
think I
mean,
think
come on.
I think we've said it. I think they actually said like we purposely didn't make any Nico cards because Joyboy would be happy. I think
You know
that
what's
was actually
funny?
in the article.
I can't. Oh man, I can't remember who I asked. I think it was Roger. I remember we were at Ascent Worlds and I was talking. We were talking, and Roger came up, and I was like, "Hey, when Nico support?" And there you go. And he goes, "Nico has seen enough shine," and that just broke my heart. That, that just broke my heart. Like you made Sylvie and then you banned Baby Gray Slime. You came out with Baby Silver Slime. I get it. You banned Korhazi Outlook, and then you came out with Wind Blessed Lookout, and they get that card. I get it. You banned my Icebound Slam. Where's my replacement, Weaves?
I think we're both on the receiving end of just we essentially suffer from the sins of everybody else. I lose baby Gray because Wind deck wanted to go nuts with it, and then you
True.
lose Icebound Slam because every deck wants to play Icebound Slam even if they're not Guardian.
Exactly. Where is my replacement? I wasn't doing any of that stuff. I was playing Nico level 1. Nico level 1, Nico level 2. I wasn't even playing Sylvie or Arasana.
We're gonna make our way to Capstone next year, and everybody's gonna get support except for Nico. And we're gonna see Solidar just make the post, just middle finger, just sorry.
Yeah. You know how you know how Cam will constantly be getting trolled by the devs every single time anything Arasana related like shows up. I feel like that's what they're trying to do to me, man.
Listen, don't at this point the what it might be is just don't have a favorite deck. Don't have a favorite champion.
Yeah, it's true.
Weaves will go after you.
That really is. Yeah, they'll ban your champion. And the second that other decks start using a card that was meant for your archetype, the writing is on the wall, right?
We got all band together. When our decks are good, we have to purposely not be good with them. Just
true.
Once we get more Slimes, I'm gonna be like, Slimes is a terrible deck, not worth playing.
The downplaying, yeah.
Don't do it. Yeah.
Downplaying, yeah.
That's
what I should have done.
Slam. Not good.
I should have said Icebound Slam was a bad card. Maybe that would have worked. No one would have believed me, but I wouldn't have even believed myself, but still.
I think listen, that's the thing. That's I mean, it's what it'd be fair. There was definitely some reasons to make a ban on some of these. So I won't give it too much flack. So I believe we're gonna go ahead and step away for a moment just so we can kind of go ahead and get things ready for the next match, and we'll be back here in a few.
Yep.
Hey everyone, welcome back. It was a real short break there, but we're back for round 4, last round of the weekly here on Yeti on Serene Balance Productions. So, we'll be jumping in real shortly here. We got a good, probably a quick match for you. It'll be we got Fiza versus Wind Allies, but a different Wind Allies. NEETfull, do you want to kind of talk about that one real quick?
Yeah, so we're used to kind of Wind Allies going to a little bit more of that Lorraine package, kind of either doing that or some rare instances we'll see him go Assassin. But this time we're actually gonna be looking at a Wind Allies CL as the actual option for, and only staying level 1. Only staying level 1 as well.
It's a cool looking list. I'm excited to see it. It's honestly it feels reminiscent. And we'll talk about more as we get into the gameplay. And we'll start seeing some more cards, but it feels a little reminiscent of some early Vanitas builds right before Razorgale came out. I don't know if people remember this. There was one person playing Vanitas, Wind Vanitas, and they were just using Scattering Gusts and using their baby greens and at the time baby grays and gaining value. And this is actually doing something similar here because we have baby greens and we have the new Chrysalis Haze Caterpillar or Hazy Caterpillar, which is pretty cool card. It's similar to a baby green slime, but in this case, it's kind of a CL Guardian exclusive version.
Yeah, and on top of there was also the poisonous breeze caps. We're also seeing
Yes.
seeing an appearance here in this list. That is one I'm kind of excited to see if that card does pop off. Being able to essentially play baby green and turn it into a reverse draw into your opponent, say, hey, get rid of a card. That could be pretty big. Telling your
Yeah,
opponent,
yeah.
hey, you need to get rid of something.
Finding one of those early and being able to use baby green on it or the chrysalis hazy caterpillar on it will be really cool to see if they are able to generate that value. Also, I'm really excited about this card. They're playing Fleetfoot Philly. This is a really cool horse from, I'm trying to remember, I think it was HVN, or I think I'm gonna say it's HVN. I could be wrong on that, but is a 3-drop 2/2, a 3 costing 2 power 2 life horse that if you suppress an object, you put a buff counter on it. So this thing could be growing very fast, very, and very with a lot of stats very quickly with those baby greens and the hazy caterpillar. So I'm excited to see if that's actually the case. But of course, in their way is a FISA player, and well, fire aggro is pretty darn good.
Yeah, as we talked about, fire aggro is really good. And if we're gonna talk about the king of fire aggro, that deck is definitely FISA.
It definitely is, and got stronger in this set. So, with all that fire graveyard, we're talking about this, I think, all day. We've seen a lot of fire aggro today. They are definitely going to be, putting some fire cards in their graveyard and really utilizing that for a multitude of reasons. And so, unfortunately for Edward here, they do not have nullifying lantern in their main. They have it in their sideboard. So game one could look very scary for this Windsteel player. We'll see if they're able to get enough value. I feel like this is what everyone expects and everyone fears when you're on a fire aggro deck and you play an Arthur turn one, is the Dream Fairy right back on your opponent's turn one.
Oh, and this every time you're thinking, this is the best play I've got, and if they have Dream Fairy, it's the worst play I've got. And you go, I'm gonna send it, and it's every time you decide not to is when they don't got it.
Yep. It's crazy how often it occurs. And I mean, I will say for Edward's sake that a deck that's playing a lot of suppression and maybe scattering gusts and stuff that's allowing them to suppress their allies and replay them or whatever it might be with Asins, Dream Fairy is a really good inclusion to those types of decks.
Oh, for sure. And the other thing that I was also looking through this list for FISA that I'm also really excited to see if it pops off, and that is Peppered Chef.
Oh, dude, Pepper Chef is, I don't know if people are talking about it or not, but it is one of the strongest cards in this set. It is so good. I mean, it's like it plus like March Hare or it plus Rococo or it plus like a bunch of things, having a 2 costing 4 power, 1, I guess 1 life, or 1 1 life is like whatever, but 4 power, 2 cost, deal 4 damage is so good. I mean, it really makes up for like something like this in this case, which is playing a Hasty Messenger, right? We haven't seen Hasty Messenger being played in a lot of fire aggro decks, especially like FISA, in a while, because usually they just want to put better allies in that deal more damage. Well, this Hasty Messenger also is going to put some fire cards in our graveyard, but now it can be utilized with that Peppered Chef later on.
Yeah, and there's also even more targets now for this deck to hit now that they have kind of switched a little bit more to Kindle to try to deal with try to bonus themselves playing the March Hare. So being able to kind of just fill the graveyard, really just abuse the Kindle mechanic is something really cool to see. On top of this deck also is running Sable Remnant. So being able to go turn 1 Sable Remnant and then just sacrifice it to the Peppered Chef, pretty spicy.
That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool, yeah. Wonder if we're seeing here. So we have a baby green. This is what we're talking about earlier. We saw a forest cake down on turn 1. Baby green is going to be used to become essentially a cycle. So if we're able to use baby green to suppress the forest cake at our end step, forest cake will come back and draw us a card. And then if we're ever able to reclaim or suppress that baby green, we just keep stacking on that effect of basically drawing cards and gaining value.
Yeah, and it's something that we saw with Sylvie do it a lot. We also saw, even unfortunately, we saw other Windex take account of this as well. It's a very good, and as well as you talked about, they're playing that horse. That horse happens to be an animal, so. But
Yeah.
it is class bonus though, so I guess you don't get it, unfortunately. But
the Fleetfoot or Baby Green?
Off of the Forest Cake.
Oh yeah, you will not get the buff counter from Forest Cake. You will get the draw effect from Forest Cake. But this is why you play it, because you're able to play a Baby Green, suppress the Forest Cake, play an ace and pick up that Baby Green, and the next turn play it again. However, standing in, stopping this interaction right here will be a Vermilion Decree, which is most likely going to kill off that Baby Green, and dealing 3 damage to the opponent's champion. Now, they did it in response to they did do it in response to activation. So, because there can be some, if you do it to the on enter, that Asen will just the target will fizzle essentially on enter, and then Asen's like just chilling on board. So they did the correct sequencing here, and so they are keeping that the killing off the Baby Green and then picking up the Dream Fairy and adding that to hand.
Which at times I feel like having the Dream Fairy back in hand is a little more scary at times.
It definitely can be scary, because now yes, the Faiza's Arthur can be played again, but you definitely don't want to play it again because that's a lot of loss of tempo. They have the Dream Fairy in hand, and so if they play an Arthur again here, and then it's just gonna get Dream Fairy right back into memory, and Faiza spent 5 of their cards to do so, and it's just makes it a very slow turn for them.
And we're seeing a hard materialization on the Merc Blade.
Yeah, that is interesting. You don't always see that, but if you are thinking you're going to be setting up for using that preparation counter later, or using this as a blazing throw target onto the ace in here, so you can push more damage later on, then obviously you got to do what you got to do. It doesn't feel great. It never feels great to blazing throw at that early damage away, but Asen's going to be stopping a lot more damage than it for the future game.
Arthur coming back out, swinging for 2, so.
Yeah,
I think I know what's happening to that Arthur. I'm just gonna I'm gonna go and make a preemptive call. I think I know what's happening to that Arthur, and I think he's going back to memory pretty quick.
Yeah, unfortunately, that probably is the case here. It can be, if your hand feels a little dead, if you don't have a lot of allies and you don't have a lot of other plays, then you got to do what you got to do and place an ally on board just to swing 2. I mean, we saw that they did not immortal the Arthur; they just placed on board and attacked the enemy champion. So maybe they're hoping that they'll just play a Dream Fairy, and then they're not going to gain much more value after the fact. Maybe they're going to play like one other ally. But we'll see what they do here, because we actually see a Zhang Zhao first actually here to recover 4. So really cool thing about this deck that Edward is playing and that they have built here is that they have 4 Zhangs in this deck. So Zhang Zhao, Way of Peace. When on enter, if there are 3 cards in your memory, you will recover 4. It does other stuff based on other amounts of cards in your memory, but 1 through 3 it will recover 4. So we're gonna, with all those suppression effects and all these effects that add it back to hand, we're gonna be able to recover a lot of damage taken from this Faiza player.
Yeah, not to mention you can even do a couple of setups as well. That if you have nothing you're gonna really do as the ally player on your turn, you could easily during your turn Zephyr or I think going the end of turn, Zephyr playing Do Recollect, pass turn, let it come back out for 0, draw 2 cards. You're really desperate for that draw.
Yeah, it definitely can. Zhang has a lot of cool playability in this deck, especially with how much suppression is in it.
And I've heard it's a pretty good card. I've heard it's pretty good.
Yeah, I think so too. Cool thing about the I'll talk about real quick was now we're level 1 CL, so we're gonna start getting those omens on the field. And now Chrysalis Hazy Caterpillar has that on enter as a spell. If you have 2 or more wind element omens, suppress another target ally, item, or weapon. Now Baby Green can only do item or weapon, but Hazy Caterpillar can actually do an ally. So we might see that actually later on, using it on maybe that Zhang Zhao, maybe to honestly banish a card from memory if we're able to get the influence to line up correctly. But we are seeing that Arthur, man. We want that Arthur to stick.
Oh, we want it so badly. And be fair, Dream Fairy is gone now, so because we did see it get burned out. So this could be the moment. And I will say one thing that's really cool about this list is something that we have seen a couple players here in Texas start messing around with the Win CO allies is if the game goes too long, you will start taking a lot of damage just from having CL in like a bulwark sword. And
Yep.
it becomes incredibly terrifying.
It's really cool how Seal has this built-in inevitability. I mean, we talk about champions that have that kind of stuff a lot, a lot. But having a level 1 ability that does it is really cool. And hey, I get to see my Fleetwood Philly. We see a suppression effect. This is beautiful. I love this.
This is just prophecy right here. And it kills the Arthur too. Oh,
Man, that Arthur tried its hardest to stay there on board. And
he
just,
wanted to be out there so bad.
he did. Hopefully, the FiSA player doesn't have, a full hand of Arthurs that they want to stick on board.
Well, we'll find out, but there could be a case. There might be more than one sitting here in hand. So
I can see. I was going to say, I can see this Fleetwood Philly actually starting to. And it's only 3 power right now, but as we get more and more suppressions, as the CL players getting more and more value with those suppression effects, this Fleetwood Philly could actually grow very, very quickly here.
I think this is a situation where I think the FiSA player knows they have to get this off the board. Because if it stays too long, it's gonna be something they can't interact with. We saw it with like any card like this that grows like that. Things like Limitless Slime. If you leave Limitless Slime for too many turns, it becomes unkillable.
Definitely. I 100% agree with that. Yeah. So things that we're gonna be able to use to kill it off. It's 'At 3 life right now, so we could do like a blazing throw. That's not gonna feel great. You could like ignited stab it with prepped a negative step or a prepped planet explosives. But hopefully we can actually just do. I think we have 6 cards in hand, so we'll see a hasty messenger, and we might see like a peppered chef or something like that. After the fact, onto this hasty messenger to try to kill off that Fleetwood Philly. We do finally see a March Hare discarded into the graveyard, which could generate a lot of value with Kindle here.
Especially if if we can draw a Dazzling into our hand, could be a lot of value being able to play that into the Kindle the Dazzling into the March Hare.
Yeah.
Yep. We're seeing not messing around here. Just get that fleet off the board. We're not dealing with a 5/5.
Respecting the Fleetfoot Philly.
It is. I'm never going to be able to say
it. No, it's super cool card. I mean, I think everyone, like you were saying earlier, yeah, it's a card that needs to be respected, especially if you are the FiSA player, because it's just going to be there on board every single turn if I don't kill it now.
Yeah, and I know we said very early on that this might be a very fast match. However, when we see 2 aggro decks go against each other in these scenarios, sometimes these turn into some of the longest games of Grand Archive possible. And FIFA, that's could be what we're looking at here.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, especially with a deck like that this CL's running and Edward is running with all of these Zing Zhaos that's going to heal them and keep them at a healthy life total. It's just going to be up to the FiSA to try to whittle them down before, like you're talking about earlier, where that mastery, once there's 5 or more cards banished or turned into omens, that this champion's just going to be swinging for like 6 every single turn.
And we're seeing the Scavenging Raccoon come out into play to eat away that March Hare, just taking away value on top of getting the ally. That is brutal.
That is a very. I mean, Scavenging Raccoon. I talked about this before, and not today, but I'll bring it up in general. Is at an all-time like value right now, right? With all these decks that are just trying to put cards in the graveyard, whether it be Fire Graveyard, whether it be Water Self Mill, or it be Rile the Abyss, Specters, like Scavenging Raccoon, where you're banishing all those value cards from an opponent's graveyard is so big.
Oh, 100%. And as well, it got a new art in this set too.
Dude, a beautiful art.
I love Top Hat Raccoon. Like I'm already replacing mine with foil Top Hat Raccoons. Like I love these things.
They're so cool. The first thing I did when I was opening up the set was grab 4 of those, even if I wasn't. I didn't have a deck in mind. I was like, I'm just gonna grab 4 and make sure I have these available when I need it. But we see Terrafrink, so we see that FiSA get a little scared of some of those allies. Only 3 1/1 allies on board, but they don't know exactly what's in their opponent's deck, so they're not sure if they're running something like give a buff counter to all their allies, or inspiring calls, or whatever it might be. So this Terrafrink could definitely save this FiSA player for a turn here.
Yeah, and something I keeping track of, like, I love watching where the influence of these aggro decks change. Watching this Edwards list play this, and every ally being able to pretty much replace itself is keeping him at such a high influence compared to the FISA player, which is insane.
Yeah, really cool thing. And I want to go back to a previous turn where it's already out on the board, but now it's awake, which is the Servant's Obligation. So this is a new regalia. It's seal specific regalia, which is a zero costing guardian ring that enters hindered, enters rested essentially, but it will wake up this turn, and it has, as long as your champion hasn't been attacked this turn, your champion has taunt, so it's going to be protecting that board state from that Edward's going to start building up. That's why all those little 1/1s are on board still and not killed off. But and then it has an additional effect where you can pay 3, rest it, and then create a vacuous servant token, which is a really cool new type of token we got in this set. That's essentially a ally that gets bigger based on the omens you have. Is a I believe it gets +1 power and +1 life. There you go. For each attack omen you have. Sorry, for +1 power for each attack omen you have, and +1 life for each ally omen you have. So it's cool that this item later in the game will actually create an ally for us to start dealing damage.
Just so much value coming out to play here from Edwards list.
Yeah.
And we see
And
another cake hit play. Just to
yeah,
keep that train of going, just draw cards. Let's find more allies.
Forest Cake is, I mean, obviously we've seen it. We're seeing it right now, where it's just good in decks that just want to utilize the value of its cycle, right? Or playing the baby greens, or obviously playing that hazy caterpillar to cycle more and more cards. And since our champion has taunt protecting our board, we're gonna get some value out of those allies. It looks like we're trying to figure out from the Edward player is like how can we keep this FISA player at bay as much as possible. It's not looking good for the FISA player. They have an influence of 4, and Edward has an influence of, I think, like 8 or 9.
Yeah,
So
it just keeps growing. Like, it's not stopping.
and it's not going to stop still because we're suppressing a forest cake.
We're keeping it going.
This is the ultimate chip damage. Also, I feel like from this from Edward here, just very slowly, this FISA player is going to die.
Oh yeah, and I think we see why the Fleetfoot is coming out, or why that horse was in there, is one of the ways to hopefully get something a little bit bigger than a 1/1. But honestly, for Edward, I don't think it matters. I think he's like, out. We'll put a clock here. If I got to swing 60 times, we'll swing 60 times. I don't care.
Hopefully, we get to see a couple more Fleetfoot fillies onto the board there. And, with all these suppression, all these little baby greens coming in, I kind of want to see that occur. We see a Safeguard Amulet from FISA. I'm pretty sure this is probably just like, I don't want to die to some kind of like Ravaging Tempest or whatever it's called. The deal. I believe it's Ravaging Tempest, which is the deal 3 damage. Not sure what's in our opponent's deck, so let's play it safe. Let's not just die, and make sure we're trying to gain as much value over the course of these next couple turns as we can.
Yeah, and this is definitely something where you don't want to see the hazy caterpillar hit play here. You don't want to see, and be fair, you want to see something to close out the game here sooner than later, because the longer this game goes along, as we talked about, CL's getting closer and closer to just not only being able to hit really hard, but also be able to draw a card from memory every time he attacks. So you now not only have a clock of how much damage you're taking, but you now also have a clock of CL just kind of growing out of control.
Yeah, definitely. 10 minutes downfall. That's all I was talking about. Not Ravaging Tempest is the board clear.
Who
Which, I
knows?
don't know,
Maybe he's playing it. He has enough cards. He could play it.
Hey, you could draw some cards from those allies, get some effects. But hey, here's what you're talking about earlier. That Bulwark Sword going to start representing a lot of damage here. I also see a Zephyr, which is pretty cool. I wonder if the Zephyr's on this Intersoft Materialization, I wonder, onto the Tariff Ring. I'm not sure. That would be kind of an interesting play. Maybe they have a lethal line here. I mean, they're at 7 damage on the FISA. They can swing for, was that 5 with Champion, 3 more from board. That's 15. And they have enough probably allies on hand to make it happen. So we see a response from FISA, probably trying to kill off one of these allies, making sure they're not going to, die here. And, any 1 damage you can stop might as well do so. Oh, maybe it was a suppression effect onto the raccoon even. Oh no, it was on the Terra. Cool.
Nope. All
So,
right. Okay. Yeah. So he's leaving Tariff out. Yeah, because I was like, I'm not sure what the suppressed target was, but yeah, it does look like Raccoon was the target.
so wanted to banish that march. I think there was a march here in the graveyard, so wanted to get that effect. You know, didn't care about the 1 damage that they're going to push this turn, so might as well do it in recollection. We see, oh boy, it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough for this Pfizer player to try to claw its way back from this Zheng Zhao Way of Peace. Again, recovering 4 life is so big against a fire aggro deck. I mean, that's probably one of their worst nightmares.
Yeah, and the fact that it's done twice now, so it's already 8 damage you have done has now just been negated by just
Yep.
this one ally hitting board.
And Edward is now at 4 omens. So 1 more omen, and we're at the max mastery.
Yeah, and then it gets even harder. It's like as we said, it's as long as the CL keeps building up those omens, you get closer and closer, just CL taking it, regardless of kind of where you're at in that point of the game.
Yeah, it's really cool. I mean, once we get to 5 omens, those attacks will get +3 power to them, and the CL player will start drawing a card in memory, and so they can just play an ally, attack, play an ally, attack, you know, like and keep gaining a card advantage every single turn. And while this FISA player is just trying to trying to get there somehow, some way, the CL will just keep getting more and more influence.
Yeah, and we even see like he hasn't even had a situation where the poison dagger was going to get much value. That's why we've still seen it on the board.
Yeah. It does occur sometimes. You know, it's like unless you, it's why we saw probably that Arthur trying to stick on board, because they just knew they needed to have something on board to like get multiple iterations of damage for that poison dagger to, you know, push some extra damage, but it just wasn't occurring, unfortunately. The Rococo, you know, famous now, has a counterpart. I almost feel like, obviously not in this deck, but with Suda now we have Rouge, which is doing a similar effect to Rococo, except for Rouge can actually target a unit. And Rococo is only to champion, but still really good because a 1 cost essentially deals 3 damage. I think everyone would accept as a decent stat line.
Yeah, yeah.
For any card.
And I will say, so when that deck snowballs, it snowballs pretty hard.
Definitely does. It's when you don't remove those allies from board, they can get out of hand real quick. But we see a Terrafring from CL. You know, honestly, we're probably getting close down to our last neutralizations. So just trying to figure out any way we can just keep our health up, make sure we're not gonna just randomly die from some random attacks here and there, you know, maybe some powerful rending, whatever it might be. So Terrafring is just going to help us make sure we're gonna probably win on our next turn, and as we start getting more and more omens and pushing more and more damage.
Yeah, I mean, with the Bulwark Short already being able to push 5 damage this turn, like you pretty much are playing for the lock in for the turn following.
Definitely. Yep. I mean, I'm sure CL players just looking for, I mean, I would assume like Asins or more Fleetwood Phillies, or
Oh no, okay.
maybe another Recover 4 Zheng Zhao would be another good one. So third one of the game, recovering 12 HP in a match against FISA while slowly whittling down your opponent is unfortunate, to say the least.
It's when like the game is getting so close to you may have it, and it just slowly gets farther and farther away from your grasp. It feels so bad in these kind of
Yeah.
situations. Like I've been there. I've played the aggro deck and I've gotten them to that 1 life and then they heal back and you're just like, it just seems so far away now. And you can definitely see that is kind of where we're at right now.
Yeah. It's I think the FISA players just like, I don't know, maybe they run out of steam, maybe they start to draw dead. You know, I guess I'm still alive, so I might as well keep trying. And you know, maybe next if I somehow squeak in a win here, because to be fair, for the FISA player, the CL players only at level 1, and they only run level 1. So there's a chance that they just need to deal 15 damage, which is, you know, we've seen turn 2s where you do 15 damage in in 1 turn. So it's definitely possible for the FISA player to get there, but they're going to need the influence to do so, and that's where it's going to look more rough.
Yep, and then we got the Safeguard Amulet coming out from Edward. At this point, protecting his board. or protecting his face even farther here.
Yeah, definitely going to make it more difficult, or I should say, even more difficult for the FISA player here. We are that 5 omens though, that magical 5 omens for the CL player. So I'm assuming we're going to start seeing attacks coming in this turn. I recognize that they've been leaving up their champion as a taunter because of the omen ring, or so the guardian ring that I was talking about earlier. So makes sense that we haven't attacked too much, but I think it's probably time that we let that taunt die off with that servant's obligation and maybe start pushing damage, like lethal here.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like lethal, because Bulwark Sword for 6, pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
Bulwark for 6 is pretty darn cool.
Yeah, and I think we just saw that in that situation where it's with this new wind allies with playing CL is not only do you have to worry about this deck just being able to slam an ally every turn into you, but the longer the game goes, the farther away it looks from you being able to close out the game. On top of him just being able to push way more damage.
Yeah, it's I want to talk about real quick. We're going to talk about sideboards because I'm sure it'll be a quick sideboard. But one thing that the Wind CL allies player gets to bring in is nullifying lantern. So the they actually get quite a bit of extra help with just the nullifying lantern, but they are actually running 4 Mad Tea Party in their sideboard, which is really kind of cool, especially against FISA, where they're trying to get a lot of little allies on board against that March Hare that's going to come back onto board and leave board repeatedly. That Mad Tea Party can actually represent a lot of recovery for the CL. I mean, we saw how much they were recovering with those Zing Zhaos, but once you get a Mad Tea Party on board, it might that already might start to spell doom for the FISA player.
Joyboy was talking about it as well at the end of last round as something we would like to see CL play, and here we are. We're seeing it. We're seeing it possibly in action. And as well as it counts your own allies too. So there's a good chance you play it and then play your own ally, heal one there, and then pass to your opponent's turn. So now they have a situation of, do I give them even more life to get Tea Party off the board?
Yeah, it's a super cool card, especially in this CL build where they're putting a bunch of just 1/1s onto the board. 1 power, 1 in life, and then they're going to suppress them, and then they're going to come back, and then they're going to recover you another one. So yeah, there could be a lot of recovery happening as soon as we get 1 Mad Tea Party on the board. It could be pretty difficult as soon as that happens, and also it also has 6 durability. So that durability, even if they, like you guys were mentioning earlier, if you swing into that, FISA takes the time to send all their damage into it, you basically recovered 6 life from that, and that's huge.
Yeah, and that's nothing to laugh at. And as well, I think from FISA here looking at his sideboard, I think the only thing probably coming in is nullifying mirror. I don't think we saw a Veiling Breeze ever revealed, but I feel like even if you're against wind, you bring it in regardless, just as like the safety net.
Definitely, yeah. I think you definitely just go, what, I'm just going to take out some, the Fire Resonance Bauble, put in the Nullifying Mirror because it might just be good, and I'm just going to probably stick with that. I mean, there is the chance that you see something like the Incapacitates come in. Maybe they're like for that Veiling if they think that might be there, or for, I mean, I don't think we saw the Zephyr, so they could think maybe for the Zephyr or for the gusts. I forgot what they're called, scattering gusts. Which again, I don't think we saw, but you might be able to infer based on how the deck plays that might be something that they do play. But we saw a really strong start, which is that Arthur again.
And as well as on this list, I think it also is, if you're worried about them possibly with a win list, if they're running opening as well, that may be something you're a little bit worried about if they try to catch them on the opening turn.
Definitely. We'll see if the CL player has the Dream Fairy in the response. Doesn't look like we do. Maybe looking for it here. But something I also want to point out from the FISA player is that they actually do have a 2 of Fiery Interference in their main and 1 more on the side. So I'm sure that came in as well. Fiery Interference is the new 2-cost fast action cleric spell that deals 2 damage to the target unit. And if that unit is a champion, the controller can't recover until the end of turn. So that is a very crucial card here for the FISA player to find and try to use at the right moment when maybe those Zangs are played, or maybe Mad Tea Party on a turn where that's going to happen. You can first deal damage with that to the opponent, and then start playing your allies to gain the value that you need.
Yeah, definitely. And it's definitely a card that I think Fire wanted for a while. Fire Aggro wanted something to be that wasn't tied to a
Definitely.
domain, didn't require them to not materialize anything. So I think this is the card they wanted for a while. Also, it's not tied to a Guardian, so it's also a bonus for them.
Yeah. The Fire Interference is a really cool card. Glad that it was a case. I mean, a lot of people are just playing like Sparklights even in their Fire Aggro decks. The Fire Aggro decks just playing it and dealing 2 damage. Well, this is a deal 2 damage, but then also stops to recover. We actually see Zhang here 4/7. So this is actually going to banish a card from memory at random.
It's already a Zhang for okay. All right.
It's kind of that's that's one of the first.
It's pretty good.
This is a really cool deck. I mean, both these decks are 3-0. So a really cool deck to see that Edward is piloting here. I mean, we see the strength of it, right? They went turn 1 for that Forest Cake into Scout, which puts 4 cards down, gives them enough influence to play that Zhang, and puts 7 cards down in memory, so that Zhang is actually banishing a card. I guess I didn't expect to see it. I'll just say that.
When I saw it, I thought it was just to recover 4. And if you told me at the beginning of the game that it was going to get played for 7, I'd be like, nah, there's no way.
I mean, that card actually getting banished, or I think it's is it banished or discard? I don't remember if it is, but either way, that one influence removed from the FISA player is going to be just like crucial. I mean, every single card is needed for FISA to push damage. We are seeing a decent amount of damage though pushed here with FISA because now they have 3 allies on board. They're going to banish that Zhang, and hopefully that poison dagger, if they level up, will actually be representing a lot of damage.
You can definitely tell this is the FISA learned from last one. It goes, I can't wait around. I need to I need to go for a kill as quickly as possible. And I think at the point, I think you would, as a FISA player, you kind of have to decide, maybe I don't play the trade the ally game very much anymore. Maybe I just go for the kill.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. I mean, we see Edward respecting any kind of non-attack damage that could be coming from this FISA player with the Safeguard Amulet. So maybe if they leveled up and they're only going to have an influence of 4 if they do level up. We do see the Scavenging Raccoon to stop those cards that were discarded from Zong and one from Hasty Messenger. So, and we see an ASIN. So, I mean, we have the physical defense with the ASIN, and we have the or kill the Arthur, which makes a lot of sense too. Of course, making sure that the Arthur is not going to keep pushing more damage, but definitely a scary spot to still be in from the CL player. You're sitting pretty healthy with that Safeguard Amulet, but you never know what could be lurking around the corner attack wise.
Yeah, and hitting that Sable Remnant with the Raccoon is actually huge here as well for Edward, because this way it makes the going to level 1 a little bit more difficult. Because going to level 1 with that point can only have 4 influence to play the turn off a Poison Dagger, very likely to save you 3 or 4 damage.
Yeah. So we just see the GCR instead. We recognize, okay, we're gonna have to push a little more damage. We might have to get rid of this ASIN. That Safeguard Amulet's gonna be stopping a lot of non-attack damage, so we need to build up some kind of board or some kind of threat to either get them to use a Safeguard Amulet sooner than later, before our Poison Dagger turn, or maybe just put enough allies on board where it doesn't matter. And that's a pretty good ally to put on board.
That turns out red hair pretty good.
Yeah. So red hair, because we have that Zhao Chao on board, is able to lose pride, and then it will gain the effect of basically a hasty messenger effect, where on attack you may discard a card and then draw a card. So we're gonna be able to swing 3 with the red hair, and then swing 1 with the Zhao Chao to banish the ASIN off of board. So that won't become an omen later, luckily. So we banished 2 cards, and banishing these cards is actually really crucial for FISA to do against this CL player to help slow them down on that omen counter. Now they're not level 1 yet, but every single card in the graveyard, as future goes on, is just going to help generate omens, and so preventing those early on is definitely a good idea.
Oh, 100%. And that's where you kind of just want to, with this kind of matchup, you don't really want your opponent to start being able to get those free omens every turn. And of course, with this being a stealth ally, there's not realistically many options that your opponent's going to have to be able to deal with it, especially a CL without a cleave.
Yeah. Oh, cool. So love this. We get to this is really cool. We finally get to see some Kindle effects with March Hare. So this is exactly what we were talking about earlier. We're building up a board. So we have a really good board built up. So that way, if we do level up next turn, we can Poison Dagger. And even if that Poison Dagger is blocked by the Safeguard Amulet, we have 5 allies on board to help push extra damage.
Yeah, and even those one damage allies now turning into 2 damage allies is pretty terrifying.
It is
Thing to think
definitely
about.
terrifying. It is so scary to do. Dazzling Courtesan is one of the, I think probably the best Kindle target or Kindle ally that you can be running, because it is a 3-drop 2/2 that has Kindle 3, so it can be a 0 costing 2 power 2 life ally, and it can, in combination with that March Hare, the new unique animal human ally from DTR, allows you to basically put another 1/1 on board when you kindle using that March Hare. So we're getting 3/3 in stats for 0. I think that's a pretty good value.
I would not complain about that value. That seems pretty good. On top of here, I think we're also if he does decide to go Xander level 1 here, he's gonna get that prep counter and he's gonna be able to grab that Merc Blade. So that's another 2 damage he's gonna get just off that as well. And it looks like we might be seeing just that happen here.
Yeah, we see. It looks like we have CL leveling up, recognizing that there's some damage being done to our champion, and so definitely want to respect that. Now, you're mentioning earlier that this Edward actually does run Veiling Breeze, so definitely a chance that Edward is just going to play again the slow game, get some recovers occurring, recovery happening, and keep up a keep up Veiling Breeze. But what's better than holding up a Veiling Breeze is playing as Zhang Zhao and getting that recover 4.
And I think I did see it. Oh, never mind. We don't even care if we have Alien Breeze or not. I thought I saw one flashed in hand. Doesn't even matter. We're just gonna eat everything away.
Yeah, this is pretty darn good for Edward here. I mean, we are hands down, and the enemy does have 4 allies on board. So we're looking at, with Poison Dagger, which the damage will probably be blocked by the Safeguard Amulet, we're looking at 4, 6, 8, 11, and then 2 more after that. So 13 damage. So we're really close to lethal here, honestly, with this Xander and that Merc Blade that you're talking about earlier that we can bring on the board. So it wouldn't be too far-fetched to say that this that Edward might not be in a good spot.
Yeah, very very much so. Because at this point, we only need 16 for lethal.
And we can, yeah, we can discard 2 fire cards into their graveyard as well, and so that might help facilitate some other Kindle effects and more allies that get on board as well. And it looks like CL might just be thinking about the math, seeing if they have to block this 1 damage with the Safeguard Amulet, or can they let it go through? They do take
there
it.
is a chance if they.
That's pretty scary. And maybe they know something I don't know, but it's definitely a chance that, like, well, I need to save the Safeguard Amulet, because if they have cards in hand, so like, I think what you have to do is at the start of turn, maybe you just pop Safeguard Amulet, and even if they're holding up, like a prepped planet explosive or something like that. So, we could also just theorize that there might be some burn spells in that 5's a hand, so we're gonna hold it for that. But they could just have a burn spell or a ally like that Peppered Chef, and that will be game. Peppered Chef, so good.
And I wanted to see that card play. I wanted to see it get utilized, and we got to see it one of the best ways possible. Because the Edward felt super safe there. Is like, I feel perfectly fine in this situation, and then Faiza goes, "I'm going to show you why I'm the aggro king, right here, right now." And that was absolutely phenomenal to see. So we are going to go to game 3 here. I don't think many changes are happening. I think at this point the sideboards are pretty much remaining the same. Neither really gained too much more knowledge, so we're probably going to see the same exact before we go over. And I do see in the chat that he got peppered. Can we make that a thing here in Grand Archive? Anytime we see the Pepper Chef close of the game, just put some pepper shakers in the chat. Go.
Yeah, really cool stuff. I love that we're going to game 3. You know, it is aggro v aggro, but I mean, definitely these guys are taking their time and they're figuring out the best lines and trying to stay alive. You know, the FiZe player was able to get through the Zang of Peace of healing recovery. So we'll see if Edward's able to draw more of those again to help stave off the damage. They are going first, which is going to help a lot. I mean, we all know how strong FiZe is when they get to go first. So having the ability to go first instead is going to definitely be really crucial into staying alive and starting getting that value and recovery that CL desperately needs against FiZe.
Yeah, you don't want to see a FiZe just open the game with Immortal Arthur and pass, and you do not have the Dream Fairy like happened last game.
Yeah, definitely good to. And speaking of Dream Fairy, I definitely think we see that in hand there. So even if they do that next turn, I think we're set.
And there, I think if that is the tea party, isn't it? I think we just dropped that tea party on board.
Yep, we do see.
And
tea party.
we're seeing the typing. We're looking up what this card does. We're like, hold on, wait a second. That seems bad for me.
Bad tea party is going to be pretty darn good for Edward. That's a great start to see. I'm sure they're very happy to see that. That essentially either 6, defense, extra shielding. How do you want to say it? We don't. That's not a thing here, but like extra shielding to CL, essentially, or just a bunch of recovery throughout the game as they're going to try to end it with allies or anything like that. Or like I was talking about earlier, that March Hare value doesn't really turn into value anymore. It turns into kind of just nothing. It comes in for 1, but it's going to probably die later on, and then recovers you 1 if you are the Mad Tea Party player here.
Oh, we're gonna kill this thing we're killing this thing as slowly as possible, apparently. Which right now he doesn't have any damage on him yet, so he does essentially get to do this kind of for free.
Yeah,
in a sense.
We do see we are swinging, so we're ignoring the Mad Tea Party. We're going to deal 4 damage to the enemy champion, but we do get to pitch that Sable Remnant, so we can go for a level up later, hopefully, unless gets raccooned. Might be occurring too, depending on Edward's hand here. But yeah, the 4 damage not going into Mad Tea Party, I don't know if it's wrong or right, but I feel like if you're Edward here, you go, okay, well now I could just go like Safeguard Amulet, and that's the only other damage I'll be taking, because if they start playing more allies, I'm not really going to be taking that much damage because I'm going to be recovering so much. Of course, there's a chance they always have Veiling Breeze and can just keep stay alive and healthy that way, but we do see the sensor instead.
Which, pretty good. Pretty good in this situation, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm wondering as well if at this point, if FiZo's already done the math and been like, if I do Tea Party, I'm losing 6 damage to that. Versus if I can close out the game with only playing like maybe 2 allies, 2 or 3 allies, maybe I go for that. But having it Dream Fairy Red Hair back to your hand seems a lot worse in terms of that math.
Yeah, trying to figure out if we can somehow magically do 12 right now. I mean, kind of the funny thing is that that red hair did go back to memory, but if we leveled up here, we discarded that card, but it's turned off to the sensor, but they got the card back, so we're kind of net even here, like in a weird way. So there's a chance that maybe we have enough influence to try to go for a lethal play in some shape or form. I mean, a classic thing that we started to see, it's not in this fire aggro deck, but we often used to see Impact Hammer with Vrukin, not Vrukin, I'm sorry, Heated Vengeance, which obviously is like a really early deal 7 damage to an opponent, and so that in combination with a couple non-attack or spells or whatever actions to deal the little extra damage definitely could have been possible, but instead we're just going for a GCR, and we're going to just try to gain value some way or another.
And we're saying we'll just go face. We'll hit it with Staggering Strike.
I think it's actually killing the Dream Fairy so we can play our red hair again, because it has True Sight on that guy.
It is. That card does have True Sight. I do forget that sometimes. I got so used to that taking off prep counters that I would almost forget.
Yeah, it is a really solid card. We're seeing Mad Tea Party covering one, but then the deal one comes in. This ally Karazi Courier is going to probably be on board the entire game unless CL finds a Dream Fairy. I mean, this is gonna if once we get Poison Dagger on the board and we go level 1 Faiza, this is gonna represent a lot of damage. It represents 4 damage from one ally.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the allies that I don't think FISA will ever cut from its list. I think it just
Oh,
you
no.
play it and it does so much damage. Seeing it being
It
able
is-
to essentially guarantee 4 off of the dagger turn is just chef's kiss.
Yeah, it deals damage. It has stealth, so it has survivability, and then it's also cycling you. I mean, that's it's like the dream card for Faiza.
It's everything they want.
Yeah. And we see the baby green onto the forest cake into the draw into the recover 1, which is pretty. I mean, this is pretty cool to see a baby green not only cycle and draw you 1 because of the forest cake, but also recover you 1 because of the Mad Tea Party is pretty pretty neat. I mean, this is going to be a lot of value. Each one of these 1/1s are going to be for this CL player.
We need a counter in the top of the chat of how much healing Tea Party has done.
Yeah, the recovery from the Mad Tea Party. Yeah, I mean, it's been what 3 already, 4 already, 3. I think it's been 3 already.
Yeah, because technically the red hair and the March hair didn't heal didn't heal anything.
Maybe I'll keep track of it for this one and let everyone know at the end here. But yeah, we
We're
just
about
see
to
the
see a
Poison
lot
Dagger.
of people playing this. Oh,
So we see Poison Dagger come out, swing with the Korhazi. We do have a response. Or probably to kill. Yeah, it's probably to kill off the baby green, and we're going to Zephyr the baby green. So we get the flicker onto the forest cake, and then we're going to get the recovery 1 again. Or it could be, I guess, Zephyr the Korhazi Courier in response, but I'm assuming it's on the baby green.
yeah, because I would assume baby green seems like more value here, but maybe this wants to stop the extra ping from the because at that point you are blocking 4 damage by suppressing it. So
Well, it's they didn't Poison Dagger this turn.
oh,
They're,
you're right. They just put it out.
they
They're
just
also
brought it
not
out this
even
turn.
they're not even
Yeah.
assassins. They can even do it if they wanted to.
We do
Yeah,
see the
it looked
respect of baby green. Yeah.
Yeah.
The respect to stop baby green from gaining value, both in card and recovery. Yeah. So, I mean, again, CL has an influence of 7. Yeah, influence of 7. So, I guess they're both at an influence of 7 here, but CL definitely seems like they have a couple more cards. I mean, this is gonna recover 1 again, and then swing 1.
Oh, and we do see the hair get discarded. So
Double March Hare, I think, is in the drop right now in the graveyard.
yeah, and we did see a question in chat as well as if we do Kindle the March hair. Really cool thing about this is it does get around censor if you do Kindle it.
Yep, Kindle is the effect from the card being played and activated. So those cards will come out of graveyard and then be banished. And I believe March Hare says if it were to be used as cost and banished, like basically it checks out of side of graveyard. It's not part of graveyard effect. It's part of the Kindle effect and from the other card being played. So it says whenever this card is banished from your graveyard to pay for a reserve cost put on the field. So it's already in the banishment, which is out of the graveyard, and censor only hits graveyards.
Yeah, really cool interaction. I really like that it does keep that. So you kind of censor doesn't completely murder what you're trying to do.
Yeah, censor doesn't turn off March Hare, but nullifying Lantern does.
Yep.
Because it's no longer a fire card that can be banished for Kindle. So unfortunately, fire aggro very sad when nullifying Lantern comes on the board still. Ooh.
And we're seeing that Mustang just get the dagger out of here.
Unbroken Mustang gonna help recover 1, destroy a poison dagger, and deal a little damage as well.
Somebody needs to talk to Weebs. I don't think every ally should be healing 1 on their text box. I think maybe some of these cards should be nerfed a little bit.
Every single ally has recover 1 is a pretty good text line.
But only for your opponent as well, apparently. So
Yeah.
if you're the FISA player.
Nullifying Mirror coming out. So we did bring it in from the sideboard. We are going to respect the possibility of Veiling Breeze. It does seem like a deck that could be running Veiling Breeze because they have so many just like stall effects essentially. And so it's like makes sense that they're a little more defensive and then they could be running that. Finally got that Arthur on the board. I believe though, at the very beginning of the game, we saw a Dream Fairy in Edward's hand. I wonder, and I believe it's still there.
I think it got played because we did see the
We
staggering
did
strike attack into it.
That's right. It did get played. It got staggering strike. Yep, you're right because it got played onto the red hair. So now with this Arthur on board though, we could see a red hair coming back on the board, and that'd be representing a lot of damage even without the poison dagger. And CL is going to be looking a little frightened, especially with that nullifying mirror on board. So we nullifying mirror on board. We'll probably have a red hair next turn. We might be level 1, so the Kurhazi is getting its on-hit effect as well. So we're gonna have a lot of fire cards in graveyard. So definitely looking scary for CL.
100%. And as well, I mean, be fair. I mean, I've been on the receiving end to Wind Allies before into this matchup. They almost always draw the second Dream Fairy. I don't know how they do it, but they always do it. And let's see if it's that classic story again. Oh, and there is the Lantern coming down. So now we're dealing with every possible graveyard interaction we could care about in this matchup.
All right, so graveyard is turned off with like until something happens. Oh, in response to the Nullifying Lantern, we do see, I believe this is Intensifying Pyre. It deals 2 damage, and if the opponent would have had 8 or more cards in their graveyard, it would have dealt 6 damage instead. So just using it while we can get the Kindle and while we can get the March Hare onto the board, and utilizing that ally for our next turn, and of course dealing 2 damage to our opponent for 0 is pretty good.
Yeah, but I do also enjoy the use of the mirror as well when he threw that out threw it out there. You've got it. Why not use it?
Hey,
Hey,
Steel's best friend, and we did recover a total of 5 from the Zong because of the Mad Tea Party. It's man, I didn't realize they buffed Zhang Zhao, Way of Peace. I always thought it was recover 4, but now it's recover 5.
and it looks like we did have a because kind of got a little bit surprised there when he swung into it. Cool thing about Arthur is that attack bonus carries over as long as it's tapped. It doesn't say when attacking. It just says now +1 to your board while I'm tapped.
Yep. +1 power always while Arthur's rested is really cool. It does come up. I've seen it a couple times in different interactions, and it doesn't happen often, but when it does and people don't think about it, it can really swing the tides of thing.
Well, we just got to see it here. We got to see the swing into the March Hare on the Zhao and then say, hey, I'm going to retaliate for 2.
Yeah.
And Edward
really
like,
cool.
why does it? Yep, it does. All right.
Well done on the FISA player also to remember that, because that can be hard to remember yourself.
I would have forgot. I'll be honest.
Arthur giving this Kurhazi the ability to swing for 2 power, or attack for 2, and then we're FISA now, so we're going to get the on-hit ability and deal 1 more. So Kurhazi Creator is basically deal 3 damage every turn with that Arthur on board, and Hastings will be dealing 2. Probably not getting a lethal line here. It'd be pretty hard to do so from FISA, but definitely could chip him down. Hope that Edward stops recovering some damage, and maybe, just maybe, we can continue to push a lethal line.
Yep. We see Rococo here as well come out.
Rococo representing 4, or I guess 3 damage, because the Mad Tea Party, of course. And red hair. Yeah, so big board from FISA. A scary board set up, and they're looking really healthy. I mean, like, It would be up to Edward to deal 17 damage if they want to try. Obviously, go for a kill. Probably not happening. So then it's either try to clear board or try to recover a lot of HP, and that a lot of HP might be a little more difficult than we expect, especially with our Veiling Breezes no longer essentially in effect.
Yeah, and
Uh,
I think the situation where you just have to clear the board here. Or at least you need to get as much of it off the board as possible.
yeah. The Arthur's obviously representing what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, technically 9 damage because it's the thing that's allowing red hair to attack. So killing that Arthur is probably top priority. And then trying to recover. We see a Zang in hand, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we do.
Oh boy.
And that thing heals for 5.
Yep. You get the recover 5 off the Zhang Zhao Way of Peace. So good. I think we only have 1 or 2 cards left. Oh, do we have 3 cards left in hand from Edward? And we do kill that Arthur. We are killing the Rococo. So potentially saving ourselves a little damage here. I mean, right now we're only looking at from the FISO's aspect, they only have 3 damage. Now, obviously they have more. They can bring out a weapon, they can play another ally from hand or a some kind of damaging spell or action. But seeing that we're going Terrafring kind of signifies that we're not going to go for a big turn or go for a lethal turn. We're just going to go push a little bit more damage and push a little more damage, and hopefully we'll get there. Also respecting that, bringing this Terrafring out, since we are going to take 1 more turn, it's not to really to save our own champion from taking damage. It's more about, stopping the opponent from killing off our allies. So every single one we can put on board, or every single ally we put on board this turn, or has a higher chance of surviving on the next turn, especially if we kill off that Zhang Zhao Way of Peace one way or another. It's going to basically guarantee that our allies are going to be alive for another turn.
Discarding the Peppered Chef. But I think at this point, to your point, I think you just want a massive allies on board because they're not going to be able to clear them very easily with the Terrafring activation. So it's put a critical mass of dudes on board and try to kill over the course of these 2 turns.
Yeah. Yep. I think it's exactly what it is. And if we play a Peppered Chef this turn, and maybe we have more in hand, can't quite tell, obviously, but maybe we have more in hand. And so we know, all right, if I play that this turn, I'm going to kill off one of my own allies, but then it's going to be really easily to be killed off by that Zhang Zhao. So it's almost like no point. So maybe I just play it next turn or play some other 3 health ally or 2 health ally or, something that will be a little bit more sticky. And then next turn, I can just have a pretty easy lethal line. And we see a hard casting of the Courtesan. Obviously, because that graveyard is turned off by Nullifying Lantern. So, and we're just swinging. Everything's going face. Everything's going to the enemy champion. Dazzling Courtesan. It's just a 3-drop, 2 power, 2 life. We're not going to be able to use that Kindle effect because all our cards in our graveyard are now Norm. And hopefully now we're sending up a lethal on this turn. Or on our next turn because of this Courtesan now.
And we're seeing the activation of Mirror just to say, no funny business here. No, I think it's just more of I want to use it. I've got it. I haven't been able to use it yet. I'm just going to keep using them.
Yeah. I mean, you use it just in case we haven't seen a Windmill Engineer, but maybe they're on Windmill Engineer. And so might as well make sure they don't have anything they can turn off. It's going to, wake up on my next turn anyway. So stops any kind of little bit of value that they might get or they could play and that they just might not be thinking of as well. It's also really good to stop a EMAG. I forget the full name, but the 2 cost 1/3 imbue 2 and stops Internal Magistrate. It stops the cards from being coming out of your material deck in your main phase. So it'd stop that Mercenary's Blade from coming out, or if Graveyard wasn't turned off, Farouk and Soul Knife. So Nullifying Mirror, making it so you can't imbue because those cards in memory would be Norm. It's actually pretty crucial here, just in case they're afraid that Edward might be on that Eternal Magistrate.
stop that extra value from coming out. And we are seeing the Terraframe hit. We assumed it was going to.
Yeah.
Which I think you
sure.
still at this point, I think you still have to pay through it and start clearing this board still. I don't think you can, unless you got another way of peace. Who knows?
Yeah. I don't think we have the luxury, unfortunately. We are going to, I think that's the Chrysalis, the Hazy Caterpillar, which is going to be a suppression effect, but also a recover 1 effect. And we can actually suppress the Zong.
So we are seeing it. We are seeing the way of peace again. Which
we're seeing Wave Peace, and it will recover 4 again because there's 2 cards in memory from that Hazy Caterpillar. Yeah. Or of course, 5 because Mad Tea Party is always in effect here. So far, we're at 13 recovery from Mad Tea Party alone, by the way.
Oh my gosh.
So might have been worth to kill off earlier on. It's always hard to say how much value something like that's going to give, and it's like, man, do I really want to spend 6 of my attack into it? 6 of my damage into it. Well, apparently, yes, you do, because it recovers 13 so far.
I mean, I kept looking at the chat because also I watched chat, also keeping track of it, being like, it's an okay card.
And something important of, we are now in overtime, so Fiza will be turn 0, and so these players are gonna have to try to figure out, if there's a lethal line to go for it, or if not, we're just going to, I guess, just end in a 1-1 draw. Which is wild to say for 2 aggro decks.
Well, yeah, we said in the beginning, we're like, this might be a fast one. Turns out.
Turns out one of the longest matches of the day. And I will say, while Fiza is an aggro deck, I guess I wouldn't necessarily say that the Win CL is an aggro deck. I guess it is a ally deck because it has a decent amount of allies, but it's not exactly an aggro deck. It is more of a value generation stall deck.
Yeah, it's kind of like a slow, like a death by 1,000 cuts kind of deck.
It definitely is. It's a very, very much so that. It's going to be hard for the Fiza player to look for a lethal line. Hey, Zhao Chao is a great card to find for this this Fiza player. And there's a little bit of a life discrepancy here. I think the Fiza player accidentally recovered or dealt damage instead of recovering when they played the allies on accident. They hit the wrong direction, and so I'm sure they'll get it fixed here shortly. But yeah, that Mad Tea Party still recovering a total of 14 so far. So there we go. Got it fixed. Got it figured out. And now we our red hair is going to be attacking every single turn. So Fiza has 1 more turn to try to go for a lethal play. We're gonna have a slight extension, 1 minute extension for them, for that, and then they should be good to go. But Edward on their second to last turn, Fiza, or is this? Yeah, this is Edward's second to last turn, and Fiza has 1 more turn after this. So,
which we are getting close to that magical number of omens. So next turn, it will, on the final turn, the omen will be able to trigger, we'll be triggering the mastery for the full 6 damage off a Bulwark Sword. So that might be where the equation's coming in.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we're going. I think right now we have the Agui out, the Grand Agui, which is the other weapon from first CL. But we do see Zhang Way of Peace. We saw Expeditious Opening. Actually, it's kind of funny. I think they used Expeditious Opening just to cycle, but they found the Zhang Zhao Way of Peace, and we're going to recover another 5 because of that. And we do see that Agui being used by CL to kill off the red hair, make sure we're not going to die. So probably looking like that we're not going to have a lethal line for Fiza. It's going to be a little hard to do so. Might still be possible, but this additional recovery from the Raccoon and banishing 2 cards from graveyard, just in case that Nullifying Lantern does get hit. They can't do anything silly and bring a bunch of March hairs back on the board and do anything with that. So, and these allies are going to kill off the another ally to help stave off and make sure Edward is staying perfectly healthy as much as they can be.
Yeah, and this is it looks right now having to do what we're looking at 16 damage to close out this game on Edward's last turn. It looks like Edward's like may not have the numbers to go for full lethal here, but I want to make sure you don't either.
Yeah, definitely that's the case. It's I might not kill you, but don't worry, you're not going to kill me. We do have Fiza trying their best though, pushing the damage, hoping to find something from hand. That safeguard amulet from Edward's gonna be keeping them very safe, hence its name. Make sure that there's no blazing throws, double blazing throw coming through this turn. It's looking like it's not possible for the Fiza player. Yep, just using Broken Soul Knife to literally kill off an ally and make sure that they don't die on the crackback. Probably not going to happen. Fiza's looking really healthy. We do have those 5 omens, though. You were mentioning earlier. 5 omens in the graveyard.
Dark Sword will come in for 6. So just got to find the other 10 damage somewhere.
The other 10 damage. We got 1 on board. So 9 damage, with about 6-7 cards in hand. I don't know if there is a 9 damage with 6-7 cards in hand. Yeah, it looks like they're just going to call it.
Yeah, they're just gonna. They know the writings on the wall. It's like you don't have a heavy swing, and it goes, I don't.
Yeah, heavy swing would help push an extra 6, but I still don't think after that you'd still have to play. You use heavy swing for pay 4, reserve 4, and then additional 2 for 7 cards total in hand. So
that is
an influence of 7 probably isn't happening.
No. Did we get the final count on the Tea Party? What was our final healing done by this card? 17.
From behind stage, we got 17. Yeah, that is seems pretty darn good. I think that's the first recover 17 from one card we've seen.
Yeah, I think so. That is. If when we called it early, when you're like, I don't know what should we do here to kill it. I think the call might have been to kill it. I'll go on a limb here and say it might have been worth killing.
It seems like you shouldn't. It seems like maybe I can just get there. Maybe I can go for a burst turn, which makes sense. You're thinking maybe if I draw the right cards, if I just get like blazing throws, if I draw the actions and spells that deal damage, or even I'm forgetting the card now, even though it was I was just talking about it earlier, the fiery interference. Maybe I can just draw that for like 1 or 2 turns. Then I can stop them from covering, making sure I can actually push the damage and put allies on board. But turns out you didn't see it. So pretty cool deck to see. The Win CL player looks like they were. I mean, it's funny because I think they were getting pretty close to stabilizing finally there with all their omens. It's looking a little scary, but they might have been able to do it actually if they got a couple more turns.
Yeah, I think if they would have had a little bit more time and a couple more turns to go, I think they probably, especially with CL now swinging for 6 damage, at least 2 turns, that's 12 right there. It was definitely looking like if they had just maybe a little bit longer, they could have possibly got it. But I mean, that's when you have to deal with time rounds. Unfortunately, it's happened to all of us. It's like if I just had that turn, I would have had it.
Yeah, it is the case. We did. Unfortunately, they ended 3-0-1, but we did have one undefeated. Rhea, the Fire CL player from earlier, the Serene Fire player from last match, actually did go 4-0. So congrats to them for making it all the way to the end 4-0. Fire Serene CL, pretty sick. I'm excited to see that. I mean, it's I think one of the first times we seen CL go 4-0 and with a Umbra deck. I mean, it's the first time we've seen an Umbra deck other than Tristan in a long time.
Yeah.
Go undefeated.
And on top of it, it was such a different list than what we saw when we were watching round 2, where it was very like heavy swing, go for like the big damage. It was very much like we talked about this one. It's a death by 1,000 cuts style deck, and it kind of just sits there and slowly grinds out your opponent. Says, I'm going to get as much value as possible and just keep putting out more and more things that you just can't deal with.
Yeah, yeah, super cool. So glad we can always come here, talk about Grand Archive, and see these really cool decks being played, piloted by some really awesome people and awesome players. It's always awesome that we're able to do this. But something I do want to bring up before everyone retires for the night is to bring up one last time the uh, Yeti tournament happening this weekend. So this weekend we have the Yeti Gaming Online Win a Case tournament. So if you wanted to take part in it, definitely join the Yeti Discord. All the information is there in the I believe it's the major event sign up uh whatever tab. I don't and so definitely check in there. It will start Saturday. For EST players, it's 9 a.m. I believe that's is that 6 a.m. for everyone on the West Coast. 10 a.m. Central. There you go. Got it from behind. 10 a.m. Central, 11 Eastern. That's why I'm doing the opposite. I'm doing. I'm subtracting.
You're already on the West Coast, apparently.
Yeah. So definitely check that out. Join it. It's gonna be a great event. And NEETfull, do you have any final words for everyone out there?
I think the other thing I want to really thank everybody is I was looking over, kind of looking at what's happened. I think we had 212 concurrent viewers for the stream tonight, which is
Awesome.
absolutely insane for a weekly. I'm glad for everybody tuning in. I think everybody's kind of getting ready for that Boston ascent coming up.
Yeah,
They really want to
yeah,
see the list, and there might be a lot of them also being like, "I'm going to play in this win a case. I'm going to figure out the tech, and I'm going to get it." So, and as
yeah.
well is I kind of just want to say thank you to everybody who tuned in and watched. Of course, if you have not already, please subscribe
hmm
to the channel. Make sure we can kind of get us more of this happening, and of course you can get more beautiful commentary from all of us to see a little bit more of this awesome gameplay. And hey, who knows, maybe we can give more insights of should you leave or should you kill a tea party. That might be the big question this season.
There you go. There you go. And also shout out to everyone behind the scenes for also helping putting this on, as always. Like Once in Love, Brightwing, Yeti in general, Andy K, like everyone that helps out with this. Super cool that they do this. Take the time to do this every week for everyone. In any case, we'll see you guys next week. So, well, Saturday, right? DTR win a case tournament. I just brought it up. Maybe I should remember that that's going to be a thing. So see you Saturday, and then we'll see you next week. Have a great night, everyone.
All right, later everyone.